do you mean by that exactly?
I used to be in an office. I used to work in an office. Offices talk a lot.
Now you're driving the truck,
Yep.
and you're dropping off the packages. How long you been doing that for?
I started dropping packages off. I started with Amazon. I was like,
Got the Amazon thing. We're talking about FedEx. How long?
FedEx is like 2 weeks.
So two
No,
weeks.
a week.
A week. So
Yes.
how do you do that? Do you have any specific style? Has anything crazy happened yet? Do you?
No. I'm still training right now. The nigga's still training. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still got me training. Yeah.
All right. What have you learned so far?
Man, dude, you gotta put the packages where the white people want them, because they'll type up that review, man. That's you know. Well, you gotta keep it right where the black people can still get them. Yeah. That's my niggas out. I was in the hood today. You know, I help my niggas out. You know. Hey, come quick, Brian. Shit.
Oh, okie dokie. Mighty Mike, how about for fun? What are some hobbies of yours? What do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up?
Man, when I'm done doing stand-up, think about how black people.
I'm gonna change it back just for a moment.
What did you come up with exactly? We've been wondering
I
the
had to
same
reset
thing.
my
Man,
screen.
go right ahead.
I was sitting in my balcony the other day, man, blowing trees.
It's gonna be back in
I was like, man,
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, even less. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hi.
There you go, big dog.
Hi, hello.
Well, if you do it like that, that's going to be a problem. I was walking by and the black guy was like, hi.
Yeah, like that. No, you got to smile. What's up?
Okay.
Yeah,
Exactly.
No, everything's nice. I'm being traumatized, man.
oh, yeah. I know you're from Nigeria.
I was born and raised in Nigeria.
So you came here and you should tell me that the black man is doing it right.
What?
Tell him to pull the pants up. I get it.
No, man.
Yeah, what else is on this list?
So
What else is on your list of how they can do better? Number 2 on the list.
Number 2, man, pay bills.
Wow.
Let's go pay bills, bro. For real. Like, when I had a lot of money, I used to pay my bills. I was like, white man, paying my bills on time.
Okay.
I don't got it like that anymore right now, so I'm dodging too. I'm being black.
Right.
You get the bill collectors. Sunrise debt. Who's that? They call me at 6 in the morning every time. Sunrise.
I got to tell you, this is a racial problem.
This is a me problem, huh?
No. Well, yeah, whoever the individual is, yeah.
Okay.
We've all been there. Yeah, I've done.
What do you owe money for? What are some of your debts?
I know right now I owe charter communication. I owe about $300.
What is that? You know, what's that?
Charter communication, yeah, Spectrum, my bad. Spectrum.
Okay. Wait, you have cable? Or is that internet?
No, internet, man.
Come on, what do you know that?
Internet, man. Whoa, that's expensive.
Okay. Do you have kids?
No kids yet, man. Bro.
How old are you?
I just don't 35.
So how do you think you avoided having kids?
Man, my pullout game real good. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Explain to us. What's your method?
Bro, I feel the pee. Like, when you about to bust a nut, you get a pee feeling. That's the sign that God gave first. Like, hey, man, it ain't piss, it's the other one. Just take it out. And you bust. I'm not listening to that voice. And I nut right on her. And that's how I'm able to dodge that shit. Wow. Man, I don't know how they just missed that pee feeling, man. Child support, not me.
You see like a big figure of your father in the sky and James.
My dad was like, oh, wow, racist. No, my dad's still around, man. He's around.
Is he in Nigeria?
No, he here.
Where is he exactly?
He's in Minnesota.
Okay. And what's he doing up in Minnesota? What was a Nigerian doing in Minnesota exactly?
Man. Yeah, exactly. He take walks.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, he's at the mall today.
Yeah, for real. They don't know my dad, man. They don't know my dad at OG, man. He speaks Italian too, so he can talk to the mom.
No way.
Yes.
Wow. And it's true that Nigerians and Somalians don't get along.
I mean, I fuck with them, but you know, when they start thinking that, how about Sutu? I'm out of there. Whoa, bro. Whoa, Sutu, what that mean?
What's your least favorite thing about the Somalians?
The what?
Nothing. Craziest thing you have in your refrigerator, Mighty Mike. You have a refrigerator, right? You have your own fridge.
Yeah.
What's the craziest thing we would find if we opened up your refrigerator right now?
Some spinach and broccoli. With a nigga eat no fried chicken.
Wow. Incredible.
Does that bring you any other points?
Do you get any special powers when you eat the spinach or broccoli?
You know, man, I do in the morning. Like,
Okay.
the duty come right on time.
Okie dokie. All right, Randy. All right. Fun stuff. There goes Mighty Mike. You already have a big joke book? There he goes. On to the next one.
Appreciate you. Thank you, Gibson.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has happened. 79.9 degrees, everybody. We did it. We are officially in the 70s. In this, the hottest episode of Kill Tony ever. Shane's got a pee. Shane's going pee. Which means I'm just going to bring up your next comedian. Make some noise for Shay Phillips, everybody. Shay Phillips. Oh, shit.
So I know what y'all thinking right now. What the fuck is this fake ass Kimbo Slice over here trying to make me laugh? Supposed to be in the cage beating the shit out of people. Recently I've been trying to get back into dating, and I've been kind of struggling. I realize I struggle because I take words too literally. Like, I don't like when women call me daddy. Because something deep inside me, something deep in my DNA just makes me want to leave them. It's like every time she says, "Oh, daddy," I'm like, you know what? We all look. I'll be right back. She's like, "You're lactose intolerant." I'm like, "Shit, man, what you look at that? I have some reports. You don't smoke." Listen, bitch, you're gonna be on a draft day, all right? You're going to the NFL. A lot of people give me stupid ass questions sometimes. They ask me like, "Shane, like, what's your favorite workout? Like shoulder press, chest press, bench press?" I'm like, "Bitch, I ain't depressed. You know, work out so much."
Fuck yeah, Shay Phillips. Welcome to the show, Shay. This is your first time on?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. How long you been on stand-up?
About 3 or 4 years.
3 or 4 years. Where at?
Houston, Texas.
Okay, that was what I was going to guess. Hell yeah. What do you do for work in Houston?
I'm a machinist.
Whoa. Okay, what kind of machinery are we talking about?
My biceps.
Wow. Incredible. But seriously, what kind of machines do you work with?
CNC. I just press buttons and shit.
Okay. Awesome. Sounds professional.
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah. And you don't have kids?
Dude, not nowhere.
You have a girlfriend?
No.
You're just single. Running machines. What do you do for fun?
I like to lift weights. I like to choke people. I do jiu-jitsu and shit.
You do jiu-jitsu? Wow. Okay.
Like to eat a lot of food.
Yeah. What do you like to eat?
Barbecue.
Mm-hmm. Barbecue what?
Shit.
Very good. You just won the game.
You got out of me.
Hell yeah. Shay, how often do you come to Austin, Texas to sign up for the show?
First time.
First time. Look at you. You got lucky. Incredible.
Is that one of the dogs?
That is. Do you remember Lemaire?
You're fucking good, bro.
You're Lemaire. This is less scared.
Hey, I'm just saying. Lemaire got us HVH.
Hell yeah. Okay, Shay. Craziest thing that's happened to you in the gym? Anything ever stand out to you? Any white women ever accuse you of staring at them or something like that?
No, but I did have an old white lady try to kidnap me.
Ooh, tell us all about it.
So I'm at the gym and shit. She goes, "Oh, well, I just didn't know. Getting out to my car, getting blah, blah, blah." I'm like, "Lady, I don't work here." But instead, she started dragging me outside and shit. She's like, "I can't carry this by myself. Get inside the car, motherfucker." I'm like, "Hold up, bitch."
You think she was trying to have sex with you?
I think she only picked a bunch of heavy shit for her. I'm like, "No, dog. Yeah. You heard too, bitch?"
Yeah.
Emancipation Proclamation.
Absolutely.
What did she want you to pick up for herself? Catfish me, exactly. Was she fat? Yeah. Shucks. That could have been. Trying to get me. That could have been great. How old? Old enough? Yeah. Old enough so you'd be like, old enough for 401k? Yeah. Why'd you hesitate? I'm stupid. I want to keep it comedy. You gotta do that thing. Yeah, I got a better life, man.
Interesting. Shay, what's the craziest thing about your life that you would find interesting about you? You ever save anyone's life, accomplish anything big?
See, the craziest thing when I was in the military, there was a kid that was trying to walk home. But it turns out that this island runs like crazy and shit. So as the kids walking in the space, like, see these things on the water and stuff. So they said a kid. He's getting drowned.
Where was this at?
The Marshall Islands.
Wow. And what branch of the military were you in?
I was in the Navy.
And what did you do exactly in the Navy?
I was in construction forces.
Okay. Wow. Look at you helping someone else not drown. Absolutely amazing.
Have fun, that's dog.
Yep. Look at that. Okay, Shay. 3 or 4 years in Houston. Your first time on. Very fun. And here is. We don't have any mediums. I guess you're getting a big one. There you go. Shay Phillips. Boom. Shay Phillips. Oh shit, I did that one quick, huh? Oops. Hey, look, it's the lovely Heidi. This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Doing buzz there. Yeah. How many people like it when comedians do good on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on this show? Wow.
Are you sure?
They do.
Almost everyone's doing bad.
Yeah. They like it. This is
hot.
It is hot.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. For those of you watching on the internet, congratulations. This is the episode to be in the air conditioning
If
for.
it was cold, we'd be fucking killing.
Yeah. It would be a whole different episode.
It's crazy.
But, you know, it happens sometimes. Every once in a great while. Okay. Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next comedian. You guys having fun out there still? Do we care about how hot it is in the room? Make some noise for Nate Ortiz, everyone. Nate Ortiz.
I've been on all the apps lately. I've been on Tinder, Bumble, DoorDash. Just looking for love and McNuggets at this point, you know? I'll entertain a Salvadorian man if he's giving me Subway, you know? Just want to watch Snapchat a bit. I ain't paid $20 for that Tinder premium to find out the 2 women I matched with look just like me. Same facial hair and everything. It got to the point I had to ask my buddies for advice. Like, hey man, how do I get better matches? How do I beat this algorithm? They're like, hey, you should start losing some weight, bro. You start to look like a Puerto Rican mom from the back. So I said, what by dude? So I updated my Tinder profile. I said from the front, I look like if Hagrid started a Twitch channel. But from the back, dude, looks like I'm washing dishes while salsa dancing. Thank you.
Nate Ortiz. This is your first time on this show, right?
Yes. Yeah, for the very first time.
Awesome. How long have you been on stand-up?
5 years in Houston.
Wow, you're from Houston too, huh? Did you know Shay?
I'm sorry?
Did you know Shay?
I know Shay. We're actually the same weight.
Wow.
His personal trainer. All right, fuck you guys, dude. It's real.
Nate, what do you do for work?
I actually just got laid off Saturday. I was working at Scotchy's.
Yeah. I've noticed that.
No, they found out that I actually wasn't white and I was fully Puerto Rican. And they let me go.
Where was this shop?
I was selling Samsung phones. Not that like a. No, that's much. Our clientele is very Middle Eastern, very Nigerian. A lot of haggling.
So, haggling Nigeria.
I don't even know how to spell the word, so I just gave him a good deal.
Did you have the ass of a phone store manager? I'm surprised you let you go.
I did work at T-Mobile. That's actually the most Hispanic thing about me.
It's crazy.
So why exactly did they let you go?
I was very late 3 times.
Why? Why were you late?
I didn't come till 7 a.m.
There it is.
Yeah.
That's why you're shaped like that.
Yeah.
The mixture of bad food and cocaine
Yeah.
has you shaped like
I
that.
say good decisions, but okay. Yeah.
What's the most fun that you've ever had on cocaine until 7 a.m.?
My cocaine song is actually "You Can Call Me Al" by Paul Simon, and I like listening to it in tiny ways. But it's awesome.
Yeah, you do cocaine by yourself?
Oh, it's the best. I don't have to share with nobody. Yeah. I just lost my job, Tony. I can't. You get home, you go, oh, I still have some left from the party. Now it's time to keep going. Maybe jack off the beer. That's a good time. Till like 9 a.m. Yeah. It's too much. It's a real negative. Yeah. But for a while, it's awesome. When you're in your underwear days, you fucking Paul Simon. Yeah, it's pretty great. But that's a good time. Yeah, whatever. You have a great special on YouTube.
Thank you. It's incredible how much you look like an unhealthy version of one of my friends. Philip, can you come down here? I want to do it side by side of you and my friend Philip. Where's Philip at?
So the cocaine, I actually lost like 60 pounds, dude. So this is the healthiest I've been in years.
Look at it. Incredible. How much are you still doing a lot of cocaine?
Oh yeah, I was doing it a lot earlier.
Oh yeah.
You want it? You need a bump?
No, I'm good. Permanently good.
Do you have a bump?
Nope.
All right.
I don't do it. How do you afford it if you're out of a job?
I'm not really a comedian. I do the shows for the pay and the free drink tickets, so that's what it is. You got into fucking comedy for the pay? No, I got it for the free drinks, dude. Yeah. Well, you said pay. Whatever. No.
Even for free drinks, it doesn't make sense. So here's a healthy version of yourself. Stand side by side with me. Side by side. Keep going up, Philip. Keep going up. Now stand side by side. Swear to a camera. Look at a camera together. Look at the one on the right over there. Look at that guy. Yeah. See the faces? That's what you could look like if you just ate sushi and didn't do cocaine.
Phil, you've been losing a little weight.
I have.
Yeah, when you were chubby, you really did look like that guy.
I lost 30 pounds. I like 130.
Yeah.
So you're saying you should do meth. That's the thing.
That's actually more expensive. I tried. Yeah.
So, incredible. Philip, do you have any advice for him on exactly how to get his life together?
Well, I lost like 30 pounds.
Not.
You need to lose a little bit more than that. Eat healthy, drink a lot of water.
Did you ever hear that?
Do less coke. I don't know.
Or
I know, Tony, I know you saw me hesitate. Yeah. Because when you said Philip, I was like, what? Is there another Philip in here?
No,
I don't look anything like this.
Yeah, you look exactly like him. You have the exact same face. Unfortunately, he's just so much fatter. Only I can see it. But yeah, you have the same face. If something terrible happened and you completely went Lieutenant Dan on yourself, this is what you would look like.
I feel like this sucks for both of you, right?
Yeah, it does. Philip has a new podcast on the Your Mom's House Network. What's that called?
Not a Damn Chance podcast.
Not a Damn Chance podcast. There you go. There's a free plug. There goes Philip. And Nate Ortiz. Anything else crazy we should know about you? You seem like you have a lot of backstory.
my ex-girlfriend is non-binary.
Whoa.
Yeah. What was his name? We were the same bra. Yeah.
Was it always non-binary, or did that happen when you were dating?
I didn't know until we were fucking.
And then what did you find out?
Yeah. You used the wrong pronoun while you were fucking. She kept calling me brother, you know, like, oh, damn. All right, damn. I was like, wait, what? No, dude, I had a lot of hard times with whatever, because like I couldn't figure out words to say during an argument, you know. So I just kept saying shit my dad said. So I was like, "Hey, calm down, slugger." Yeah, yeah, you got that one, Jim. You can't call her a bitch. You got to be like, "Hey, jerk."
The whole thing's so weird to me. Was she non-binary when you started dating her? Or did
No,
this-
she looked beautiful, dude. And then we got together and then cut all her hair off.
And what else changed other than the haircut?
Her pits got hairier.
And what else changed?
Her legs everything got hairier. That was
Wow.
it was not a good experience.
And was she on medication at the time?
I don't know, liberalism. I don't know, like no, but I liked it because she was the only one to allow me to do some face fuck all night, which was really great. But
What do you mean by that exactly? You mean do
I
cocaine?
put poop on the chin, Tony. That was
Oh, fuck me. All right. Well, you know what? You actually did good. Oh, there you go. Just throwing jokes at some people. Bouncing them right off there.
okay, there you go.
There he goes. There he goes. All right, another bucket full. We are back into the 80s. It's 80.2 degrees for those of you paying attention. Somehow it's getting warmer again, everybody. Who likes it hot in here? Okay.
Hey, by the way, Dean didn't do shit.
Huh?
Where the fuck is Dean?
Dean
You
fucked up.
gave us 2 degrees less.
Yeah.
Fuck Dean. Bring Dean's bitch ass down here. Go shave his head. Give him a crew cut. Tell him to start acting right.
Pull another name. Let's go. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Joe Filey. Joe Filey. Whoa. Hey.
Fuck yeah, mother shit. God damn. Yeah, real tired getting called white trash. I think I'm like upper middle class trash. You know what I mean? Like we got some money with the problems, right? My sister invents her own parties and holidays. Like she had a skin tone reveal party. If you don't know what that is, it's just she fucked 3 guys that year and didn't have health insurance, and they all came to the hospital. My dad held the baby up like Lion King style. It was like a skin tone. It was crazy because, like, I don't know. It sounds horrible I have to say, but like, how good is my sister's pussy? Because, like, as a white guy, you know how you go with a black guy and a Mexican guy to the hospital to find out if it's my kid? And then you still stay around and raise the black kid as the white guy? Like, it was crazy. Like, 2 days before, I was 12, and 2 days before, I knew that the baby was going to be black. Because like, we were in the hospital, and the black guy's like, yo, I need to go get some, and left the hospital. Like, they have it here, my time. Thank y'all.
Joe Filey. Good job, Joe.
Thank you, thank you.
You've been on this show before. Am I
Yes,
correct, or have I just seen you hiding under my bed as a kid?
I mean, the bed, the bridge, but yeah, this is my 3rd time on it.
Hell yeah, welcome back, Joe. This had to be your best set of them all.
For sure, for sure.
Yes, absolutely. You've been working hard.
I got working, just not partying as much.
Hell yeah, absolutely. What kind of partying were you doing?
There's a lot of Coke. Well, I mean, the bag said Coke on it, but it tasted funny. But there's a lot of Coke for a while there, and a lot of shrimp, LSD, weed. It's 6th Street. Like, there's no rules here. I don't make the rules of 6th Street.
Absolutely incredible. And how long has it been since you had the operation to remove the backside horse part of your body?
About 2,000 years.
Incredible. Incredible. I still want to make wishes every time I I see you, Joe.
Listen, they're saying there's nothing wrong with the water in East Palestine, so I'm gonna keep drinking the tap water in Ohio. You know what I mean?
Yeah, where are you from?
Well, Youngstown, Ohio.
Oh,
You are from Youngstown,
Yeah,
Ohio?
I grew up south on there, and then East Florida. Youngstown.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at you.
Yeah.
Even for you, you're weird looking, dude.
I'm the one white guy that they didn't fuck with. I have a look, I know.
That is.
yeah. I didn't know it was quite good. I thought it was
No, it's not.
same beer.
It's not Amish at all in Youngstown, unfortunately. There's very few people that look like Joe Filey. I could see why the black people would be scared of you. Like,
Yeah, I'm scared the shit out of it.
what the fuck is that? All right.
I was the needle in the haystack. I guess you would say that was the needle in the haystack for sure. Youngstown. That was
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
What do you do for work, Joe Filey?
Right now I work.
Okay.
God
You imagine my weed.
I must have selling weed. They love it. Yeah. I don't know if it's like the Browery. They come in like, honey, this weed works. Fuck the THCA label. Like, we're getting the weed.
They're like, this weed will make your eyes move apart from one another. You have a girlfriend?
No, fuck.
What's dating like? Being, looking, having a.
Well, like, man, have you heard of the Dollhouse ATX? I know you're sponsored by the Yellow Room,
And right.
but the Dollhouse ATX is way doper. It's like Pornhub, but you like rent the chick by the hour. You like they have a search bar. Each chick has like categories. They're probably getting shut. Look, Redman's nodding. He knows. He's been there.
Oh, Redman knows. Well. Look who's been playing at the Dollhouse.
The craziest part was you followed him with the Sunset page. That's like I keep grab my when I follow.
Order in the court. We hereby find the defendant completely guilty.
Yo, isn't your wife here?
You can see her at the Dollhouse today.
All right.
No, actually, I heard about it. Okay. Is it the place where you can like rent like? Yeah, that's what he just said.
Oh yeah, it's like Liam Neeson style. They put sheets in the bigger rooms to divide them up.
What's the craziest thing you've done at the Dollhouse ATX?
Oh god. There was like this poor little Colombian chick, and it was like I wanted a Charlie Sheen, so like.
Hold on, nice and slow. Poor little Colombian chick.
You didn't happen to have a 30-cent OnlyFans.
I wanted a Charlie Sheen, so like I put some coke on my dick. I had her snort it and suck the rest. And like midway through the suck, she's like 200 more, and I just paid it to her because it was worth. That's not even a lie. Like, I wish it wasn't. My parents are gonna see this. They're huge fans.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going to see what you're up to.
Definitely siblings.
Yeah. So, $200 and you basically got a blowjob at a strip club.
Yeah, kind of halfway.
This is a ringing endorsement for Dollhouse ATX. I mean, I almost feel bad for the Red Rose and Yellow Rose because this is quite the ad read.
Listen, they don't have no Heidi's at the Dollhouse. Or if you're going to the Dollhouse,
Yeah. No doubt about it. They have running Heidi's. You can run, but you can't hide. The chicks there probably look like you.
There's a couple.
Yeah.
There's a $50 menu for sure. There's like a 3 p.m. happy hour.
My God.
The short meal.
So you make money at the weed shop and then you lug it over to the Dollhouse ATX.
Oh, that's like a once every 2 month thing. That's like a Red Lobster. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
every 2 months, you get some cheddar bay biscuits.
You really are from Youngstown. That confirms that everyone in Youngstown thinks Red Lobster is an every 2 month celebration. It really is. I was shocked when I grew up and got just a little bit of success. I was like, oh, wow, this is not the best restaurant in the world. It's incredible. I was tricked for the first 18 or 19 years of my life.
I went to ask my combination.
Yeah. The best. I mean, you could just count on it. Big shrimp cocktail. Come on. No doubt about it. So,
So you get coke on your dick, the sex slave at the place.
Sex slave, like in Thailand, they felt like sex slave shit.
Are you in Thailand?
Yeah, I've been to Bangkok before. But
Shit.
I have this look, brother. Like they know when I landed in Thailand, there's like 30 bitches there. Like he's the one. That's
You probably, if you were in Russia, you'd be fucking sick. You look like a Dagestani wrestler.
I can't fight at all. I carry a gun. Fuck that. CCW class was like 8 hours. You were just as tough as him. Like that's.
We're going to read a couple of Yelp reviews here for Dollhouse ATX. Here we go. Let's go. We went in here thinking it was a sex shop. We were half right. They have a very small collection of lingerie and sex toys, but they have several women there in lingerie. So I think they might be in the business of selling something else. If you want sex toys, go next door. It has a much larger selection.
Wait, who the fuck wrote that?
Because Matt M. Some piece of shit named Matt M. wrote that.
I was on the search for a giant dildo, and there was a bunch of naked ladies on that section.
Yeah, exactly. It's a 4-star review from James. It starts with, this is how you know it's good. It starts with, okay, here's the deal. You go in, and there's a lobby. It costs $65 just to get into the main area. Is that true?
It's like 55 on Sunday nights and Monday nights.
Wow, look at that. On
Discount.
yeah,
Early bird special.
working on a budget. If you want a private show, it costs another $65, and you pick your model. And if there's more than one working there, you've already spent $130 to get a non-nude dance. If you want nudity, it's $100. Is that true?
75 on Sunday.
There you go. So to get in from the lobby and get a full nude dance, it costs $165 total any day but Sunday. If you have money to burn and like the idea of being in your own room one-on-one with a hot bottle dancing and grinding in your lap, it's cool. I personally prefer that to going to, say, Yellow Ghost, where there's too many drunk assholes making the place noisy. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to our great sponsors. This is fucked up. Look what you've done.
I'll mention you when I go there.
No, it's okay. No, it's all right. Shout outs to Kill Tony. What's the worst thing that's ever happened to you at the Dollhouse ATX?
Oh, I don't like anything in my butt. One chick was too hot to say no, so I just let her play a little bit.
Whoa, what did she
But
put
I didn't realize like the nightstand had 2 drawers, so she opened the first one, and you look at like level 1 through 5. It's like I can take 5, but let's start with 1. And I didn't know there was like a level 6 through 10 in the second drawer down. I made it to 8 without yelling, so that was.
Were you facing the other way or something? You just didn't see
no.
what was going on?
I like you're face down in the bed and like you're peeping over, like she's holding her, and she doesn't want you to see what's in the drawer.
Right. And how much?
Wait, you paid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could have spoke up.
When number 5 was in your ass, like, let me talk to a manager right now. She was the manager. That was the manager.
Oh, shit. Wow.
It was a $75 manager special on a Sunday. I got paid.
This place is going to be packed on Sundays from now on. This is completely backfired. Backfire is also what happened that day for you. You have a big joke book from here yet?
I got a couple.
You have a couple
I
big
have
joke
2,
books?
but they're pretty cool.
Perfect. There you go. Fill them up.
Thank you, sir.
There goes Joe Filey, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let's do one more bucket full. We've had a lot on today. We've been flying through these interviews, believe it or not. Make some noise for your final bucket full. How about another hand for Heidi, everybody? Your final bucket full of the night. Make some noise for Ramus, everyone. Or Ram. Or Ramus. Okay.
Hello. So last time I was here, we think about bags and boxes. Yeah, and I actually worked for a moving company. I was telling Tony that, and one time I was moving this dude, I thought he had Down syndrome. So I'm looking at him weird. He looking at me weird. I'm like, I don't know, So I'm trying to be all extra soft. And then he said, like, yo, I went to SU in Phoenix. So I'm like, oh, well, yeah. I did shrooms and I smoked weed and drank and shit. And I'm like, I mean, they let people with Down syndrome do that shit. You know, it's not normal. And then at the end of the job, he gave us like $60. So I knew we didn't have Downs because otherwise he would have gave us like Cheez-Its, maybe some jelly beans, like a single marshmallow. But you gotta take it. You can't. It's gonna stick to your fingers, but you gotta take it. You can't not say no, right? Yeah, that's why Rabbi, thank you. Yeah, that's short of a minute.
Yeah. Okay. 50 seconds. Ramus?
I'll take it. Rabbi, actually.
Rampy.
Yeah, I think it was something.
Yep. A little space. There was space between the line down. S.
You might have called the wrong name.
No, I didn't. It's your handwriting sucks.
I'll take it. It's cool.
You see that? That looks like a Ramus.
No.
Separation between the
100% Ram. R-A-M-B. Yeah. Oh, but you're saying
right because it doesn't connect.
yes. I even did a capital B. That's here.
Yeah, that's your
Ram. B. Yeah, but you spell like lamb.
Yeah.
Ram. That's where the separate ram.
How long you been doing stand-up, Ramby?
I moved here in 2021 and I did about 10 open mics in Wisconsin before that, so about 4 years. But I have taken some months off because of like shit. You know, my dad talked about my house fast and some other stuff.
Damn. I'm just being honest. But I have stayed consistent with writing through that 4 years. So I've been doing it 4 years.
That was a roundabout say the way 4 years.
Yeah, got it. How did Dad die?
Leukemia. He beat it once and then it came back.
Wow. He beat leukemia once. Leukemia is your mom's name?
Depends on me to ask, I guess.
All right. So
She's gonna love that show.
I love it.
To be honest.
So how do you make money?
I work at a call center internet company, but I can't say it. Yeah,
You like that?
it works for right now.
What are the hours?
When do I get there or when the hours? 10 to 7.
Okay. Do you have any trouble waking up in the morning?
Before this time I didn't. I was an early riser, and now I'm like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna sleep till about 9:30. Give myself some leeway.
What do you do?
Like it's like self-care.
Sure. What do you do at nighttime for fun?
I go do mics, and then I also play.
Random police
that too.
for Red.
I dodge cops, but I dodge cops on Red Dead Redemption too. This kind of shit I do. You know what I mean? Grand Theft Auto.
Have you ever gotten arrested?
Never. Actually, you know what's funny? Is a lot of people get surprised that I've never been to jail. And then when they meet me and talk to me longer, they're like, I can't even fucking believe it. But it's just because I've been lucky, to be honest. Yeah. You never heard of Sam the Bull?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I was in Arizona, and at the time, about like 22 years old. Now I think about it, maybe I shouldn't say this.
No, go ahead.
Fuck it.
Go ahead.
Fuck it.
Let it out.
Yeah. Taxes are probably getting recorded. But he was doing like an ecstasy ring, and my dude that I was living with was dealing ecstasy. And every now and then we make a few bucks on the weekend or whatever, And all of a sudden we saw the dude that we were getting the pills from in the parking lot on the news. And I wasn't making very good fuck it, but I was in my drug dealer days. Wow. Yeah. 23 people in that ecstasy ring. You go look it up. It's real shit.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you were in it. You didn't
No. Tony's not incriminating Ram today. Ramus, as you say.
Yeah, Ramus. Ramus.
Ramby.
I love it. What's your love life like, Randy?
We talked about this last time. I don't know if you remember I was back to that. The bags and boxes. And I sang the song about the girl not calling me back. Yeah. So she still ain't called. I'm chilling, man. I'm really just trying to build my life up and not really worry about that side of my life. But,
No kids?
my daughter's 21, living her life, doing her thing.
Wow.
Yeah, she's very good, actually.
Great.
College and everything.
How much did you contribute to that child?
I raised her half. I lived in Wisconsin for 20 years, which was very much a sacrifice.
Yeah.
After growing up in Phoenix, it was like, fuck this shit, baby.
And how
We're in Phoenix. Wait, we're in Phoenix.
No. How'd you end up in Wisconsin?
Because her mom was from Wisconsin, and so we moved there. And And so I stayed there after we broke up to raise her. I met 50%. White mom.
White. How did the white parents take to you moving to Wisconsin?
Pops, right?
Can you give an example of what that means? These people.
All right. The whole family hates me.
Right.
Yeah.
But how do you know? Give us an example.
Oh man, that's rough, man.
Give us.
They might see this.
They might.
Yeah.
So what's one good school? Not maybe. Could be anything.
You ever have somebody look at you like this?
Oh.
Like for way too long, right?
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah.
It was constantly that. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay.
Even at Thanksgiving, they're supposed to have a good, hey, let's have that.
They never said anything disrespectful or anything, though? Nothing in particular?
Yeah,
Just a look?
I always follow some family members.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wisconsin was an interesting time. I would say that. Yeah. Like I recently went back there and a bar owner looked at me across the bar for a while, like, I think I know this motherfucker. Like I'm serious. And he just kept looking at me. I was like, I was looking at him. And I forgot that I tried to fight him. Yeah. I mean, you know.
How can you forget about that?
Well, you know, you live about 47, so if you live a life where you kind of fought some people, you forget. And it's 2 a.m. And he accused me of something I didn't do. So I was extra charged. And he's behind the bar yelling at me. And I'm like, hey, I'll fuck you up type shit. You know, well, I didn't. I was proud of myself. Actually. And I'm very much mature. I wouldn't fight like because
Incredible. You're 47 years old.
Yeah.
You successfully raised a 21-year-old daughter.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You've avoided getting arrested.
Yeah.
What
I'm a
is,
fucking miracle right now, right?
yeah. What's your
Here's the
secret?
funny thing.
What's
I
your
was
secret?
born in 6 months, 2 pounds, right? So
Wow.
I'm in a miracle over and over again. All them stats. I'm like LeBron, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm 47 and I'm still going, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Amazing.
I really feel that way. Like, I wake up every morning like, you're LeBron. Not Ronnie.
And then you go to a call center and take calls.
Yeah, I know, yeah, I know. I'm not gonna get
Someone's just yelling, get him.
I'm not gonna get Let's go, Shane. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, hey, I was at the drink. They took my drink away. They did. That's a bug. I have to sit it down. They take your drink? Yeah, well, I could bring it down the alley. You know, I could do that.
Yeah,
You never know. Like, yeah, we can do a black fist up.
there you go. All right, Randy.
I appreciate y'all.
You already have a big joke book?
No, I got a small one.
Well, guess what, buddy? You're getting into the extra dark edition Bill Tony joke book. Congratulations to Ram B. Not Ramus at all. It's Ram B. All right. It's been a hell of an episode. The hottest episode in the history of Kill Tony. We went from the 80s to the 70s, back to the 80s, and I'm pleased to report that we are back at 79.9 degrees right now. 50% humidity, a very rare treat. It does not work for comedy at all. But you guys are a bunch of superheroes, and we thank you. Congratulations to you. And for your hero-dom, you shall be rewarded. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the record holder for all-time appearances on the show, all-time interviews on the show, the reigning defending Hall of Famer, the Emperor of ExpressVPN, the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery, everybody.
Austin, I'm so excited to announce to everybody I'm actually about to start auditioning for my first feature-length film. The guy seems super nice. He actually sent the script to my father back in Memphis, which is weird as shit. It's like, how do you even get his fucking address? But I'm really excited. Ozzy Osbourne died, 30 years ago. I'm doing my first intervention tomorrow, and I've got a ton of anxiety because I just don't know. I don't know what to wear. And that's a true one. Okay, let's keep it moving. It's that. If you don't want me to join a cult, quit wearing all those groovy clothes in your propaganda videos. And we get free juice. Sign me the fuck up. Free love, no taxes, VIP access to a spaceship heading to heaven, and I get to wear the most stylish fits. Presbyterian Church, take the West down. Asking for that 10% tithe. Shit, my coat keeps it. God damn it, I missed that money. Presbyterian Church, take your ass down. Asking for that 10% tithe. Shit, my coat wants 100% of my assets, and they're going to keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? Have y'all seen the trailer for the new moderate to severe plaque psoriasis commercial? Okay, that's my time.
William Montgomery has done it again.
Yeah. I got the intervention stuff.
Yeah,
I wore a fucking Notre Dame coach's polo to my sister's intervention. Sat in a hotel in Pittsburgh, like, you gotta make some change. So we went to that. You can't wear something cold. You gotta go Tux. You gotta go Tux. Tux is fucking crazy. I know you're doing that. My name's Bob.
yeah, maybe coat and tie. I don't have a tie.
Coat and tie,
suit. Maybe a suit could work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you go Notre Dame coach's polo and work. My sister's starting going to hell.
Well, too bad I fucking can't stand Notre Dame, dude. I'm a Florida Gators fan. I cannot stand after the whole Manti Te'o debacle y'all handled. I can't stand Notre Dame.
No. Wait, how was that a problem? He was innocent. Also, yeah, whatever. You guys are totally irrelevant these days, so whatever. Had a good run.
Maybe this year. Okay, but
You had a good run.
William, this is incredible. This
College ball.
intervention you're doing, is this for a family member, a friend? What are they on?
Are they having a good time or a tired time?
no, it's a tired time.
They're sleepy. Yeah, I had a sleepy intervention myself.
Yeah, is that the one with Notre Dame jersey?
Yep. Notre Dame coach's polo.
Well, it was your sister.
She was just getting a little sleepy.
She's like,
Yeah.
downers.
Yeah, heroin.
And then, yeah, that just got off, and I think that's the situation I'm dealing with.
It makes it, yeah. Well, are they mean a lot? Now?
Um,
Have they turned mean when they're not on? Are they stealing stuff a little?
a little bit. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't have no
That's probably heroin. There you go. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
But it's surprising how quickly they come back. You go, there's that person I like.
Well,
Well, good luck.
Pray. Thank you.
What's your speech?
Yeah, can you give us an example?
Stop doing it! Yeah. You gotta stop doing that shit, man! So motherfucking ass, go! We need you eating cheddar bay biscuits again. He literally is not hungry anymore. He used to go to fucking that place with me all the time, and yeah, we're gonna get him eating cheddar bay biscuits again. We're gonna figure it out.
Are you saying cheddar day?
Cheddar bay biscuits?
Cheddar bay.
Yeah, cheddar bay biscuits. But yeah, oh my gosh, Tony, this past weekend, just to look at all set, I watched every single, and I've never done this. Tony, I'm going to say my heart was melting a little bit because when I'm doing these jokes, I don't really ever see y'all's reactions to it. People have their reaction, and it always makes me smile to myself that I can see your ass laughing at some of my jokes. And Red Band, I do have to say, I don't feel horrible about talking about your slutty ass mom every single time. It was like probably in 100 sets of mine, I was talking shit about your mom. So I did have a very nice weekend just reminiscing over these times. I'd never gone back and watched them.
Redman, you brought those prop glasses just for this moment with William? You've been wearing these? Are real glasses. But you put them on now?
Yeah, I always put them on here.
If I don't forget. But you ever notice that? You always put glasses on. Yeah.
No, he's never done that before.
Oh, man, it's classic. When the glasses come on, you know it's wrapping up.
What do you think about Red Band's glasses, William?
I think they make them look a lot smarter. And I have been worried that it's been looking kind of stupid recently. And I think, thank God with those glasses, they make you look a lot smarter. Red Band, I'm kidding, you look like a homeless kind of person. You look scary with those glasses. I take them off. Are those even prescription glasses, Red Band? Yes, they are. They are? How much do they cost? $350. That's embarrassing, dumbass. So I was thinking you're going to say something like that. But no, and Rabbi, you actually do look better. I swear to God, somehow you still look worse. I think. I mean, you still look okay. You're getting worse, but
Is this the intervention?
yes, yeah. Red band will get you out of your apartment. We have to get you. I know you've been holed up here a long time. We know you're fucking super depressed. You've been on the VR way longer than normal.
My girl's a stripper at the dollhouse, man. My girl's a stripper at the dollhouse, man.
Tell us about this new plaque and psoriasis commercial. Not many of us have seen it.
It's just this nasty looking bitch walking around with all these fucking, like, it looks like she got real sunburned on different parts of her body. That's what plaque psoriasis is. It's like this nasty disease people get. I don't know if it's sexually transmitted. I don't know how people get it, but it's just this real sickening disease people get. But yeah, no, so the commercial seems really good. It's just getting more, it's going to get people on these pills.
Have you, let's go back to the intervention for a second. Have you planned a speech for this? Have you written a
I
speech?
was starting to write some earlier. But I have to know if I'm going to finish it up.
Don't do it. Don't read like a.
So I shouldn't read. Yeah, what do you think? Do I go from the heart? Or
Do a brand new bit. I would, go from the heart on the intervention. You read it. It better kill. It better kill. Okay. It's like everybody reads like it's a fucking best man speech. I sat in a room and everyone was like, "Oh, I'm a little nervous." It's like, well, her.
Yeah. Okay.
Let it flow.
Oh, thank you to the fucking horrible person that belched right there. We're talking about a friend of mine that's quite literally dying. And I hear this monster burp right there. That was you? This nice homosexual couple right here. But you burping on his kid. Wow.
It's amazing how you do that. It makes the whole place light up all crazy.
Tony, I am stinky tonight. This is weird. I swear I think they did the formulation of Old Spice deodorant differently. I've been starting to stink at night. It's never happened before. I've never stunk like this.
This is a new thing. Have you changed your diet at all?
I just Metamucil out the frame. I'm up to 4 cups of it a day, and I did shit twice today, which is great because I did go a standard time of 3 days this past week without shit. Wow. But I'm doing so much row. I'm at 720 miles on the row machine since January, so I just feel like my body's actually really using all the bananas on the stuff I'm eating. It's going straight to my muscles, is what my guess is.
Right.
So that's why I'm not doing it. It's all the peanut butter crackers, fucking bananas and shit. It's straight to my muscles. So.
What else goes straight to your muscles? Give us some examples of things that go straight to your muscles.
You know I'm drinking a fucking protein shake with Scoop. But no, we're looking up a lot of jelly beans. I think a lot of these sports people are saying, yeah, the sugar, no, jelly beans are good. The popcorn, the buttered popcorn, jelly beans, I'm all up in those right now, totally. And I'm going to bring something to the intervention tomorrow. Ooh, you feel like everybody loves me.
Yeah, get on something.
Yeah.
I'll go with you. You think that's good? Try this.
Yeah, try these jelly beans.
But I gotta tell you, a lot of heroin people, they're gonna go straight to candy as soon as they get done. He's going right to those jelly beans.
Yeah.
If it's heroin, everybody.
Is it heroin? Is that the main drug of the person getting the intervention?
Yeah, mine's cornucopia.
Other than heroin and
Other stuff.
Oh yeah, it's not for me.
Wow.
Hurry that up.
I've never heard you use the word cornucopia before, William. Are there any other new words in your vocabulary this week that you're excited about? Just a little spot.
Licensed.
Whoa. All right.
Wait.
Didn't even have to.
This is a hard one.
You got sad horns on that one. Sometimes when you're not passionate about it, you get barely a drum, sad horns, and barely any lights.
Assessor.
If you do polysubstance drug usage.
Huh?
Polysubstance drug usage. That's what your friend was saying.
Oh, a polysubstance drug user.
You're
Polysubstance drug user. The words, this is a hard one, Tony. I'm so sorry. I mean, I'm really screwing up with this one. I can't.
You can say anything. Honestly, the ones that you don't really know that aren't that exciting are kind of funnier than the crazy ones. word this week from William Montgomery. Almost there. And here we go. Could be anything in the world. Really.
I gotta tell you, it's impossible. I'm trying to think of one word. I can't think of one word. Wyoming. Words are tough.
Domino! Wow, look at that. What's the one thing that you're hoping at the end of this intervention tomorrow? What's the one thing that you're hoping that the person that you're giving the intervention to will not say? I am gonna stop using drama. That's William Montgomery. It's been the hottest episode of Kiltonian history. We were able to get it down to 79.2 degrees. Guys, the drawing before I email this in. How loud can you guys get for our guests tonight? Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker, everybody. You get it. Brought to you by ExpressVPN. Tire Season 2. Matt and Shane's Secret Pod out on Spotify, everywhere else. Anything else you guys want to plug or anything? Matt?
I'll be in Atlantic City August 16th.
Hell yeah.
City Ocean Casino Resort. Please come.
The Kiltony, yeah. Thank you, Matt McCusker and Shane Gillis. The band will be at Blue Note in New York City the Monday after Madison Square Garden, 818-818. You got it. This episode brought to you by ExpressVPN. One more time for the best damn band in the land and our guests, Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker. Right, man?
Check out The Secret Show every Thursday, Sunset Strip, ATX.com. Love you guys.
We love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's Secret Show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So, in the course of my research preparation for postgraduate cruise to Amsterdam this year, I came across this remarkable story, this fantastic biography of someone known as Rabbi Isaac Ger of Amsterdam. And his story was just so mind-blowing. I got to tell you about it. Let me start first of all by talking about the period of time in which he lived. It's an era of the so-called Batavian Republic. This is a period of time when Amsterdam was invaded by the French, who brought with them the tremendous ideals that were encapsulated in the Revolution of 1789. Specifically important for Jewish history, but of course important for general world history, is the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen that the French had proclaimed as part of the revolutionary values. And when in 1795 the Dutch Republic became the Batavian Republic, they inherited some of these ideas. There were many local Dutchmen who said, yeah, this is great, let's look at this, let's stay with these French invaders, and let us adopt some of those ideas. The Jews at this time were rather divided, as they were among most of Jews were saying, no, let's adopt these new values. They're hugely important, emancipation, and so on. The division between Jews and was so intense that actually there were fist fights and fighting in the street over this, with some Jewish shortages attacking those who were revolutionaries, not just Jews but non-Jews. This was eventually called in August of 1795, when the authorities were taking public.
Welcome. How are you?
Those were the traditional leaders of the.
Hello. What's good? Hello. Pascal, can you hear me? Oh, how's your day going?
The old style particular Jew in charge and actually placed those the edges of the Jewish border to make sure that people behaved. But it showed that Jews were not united on this at all. Just to give you a sense of the kind of fundamental, sort of conservatism of many elements of the Jewish community. With beautiful Torah scroll mantle dated 1898, 100 years later, but it actually has written on it the Keter Torah, the Torah, in the year of the coronation of the Queen Wilhelmina. I've never seen a Torah mantle that actually specifically dedicated to the coronation of a non-Jewish king. Anyways, it shows you something like the patriotism and conservatism that's often evident in the Jewish community. At any rate, on the other side, the progressive part of the community, those Jews who wanted to adopt the values of the French Revolution came with the occasion, organized themselves in a group called Felix the Libertas, which essentially means happy liberty. One third of the membership of this group was non-Jewish and 2/3 were Jews. Their goal, the explicit goal of Felix the Libertas, was equal rights for Jews, modeled on the French example. To recap, if you want to go to some of the other videos when I talked about the era of Napoleon and so on, the French Revolution happened in 1789, and when they proclaimed this rights of man and citizen, there was a question, hey, what about us Jews? And the French government said, wait a second, we're not necessarily thinking about that. So they took basically about a year, they said, okay, support them. They're close enough to regular French people who live in emancipate them. And then a year later, by 1791, they said, okay, fine. All the Jews can be emancipated. What emancipation meant was obviously the right to vote and also the right of residency, very important for Jews who were frequently accustomed to being expelled from the territories in which they lived, right to pursue various occupations, right of higher education, and so on and so forth. But let us return to what's happening in the Batavian Republic. In 1796, in September, the Jews there were also emancipated and got the vote, and they began to exercise that privilege. Ultimately, in 1798, a Jew was finally appointed to public office. Moses Salomon Nasser became a member of the city judicial committee. Now, there's some great internal change going on at the same time. Felix Libertate wanted similar democratization, not only of the overall society, but also of this highly conservative Jewish community. They wanted to remove the quasi-democratic or oligarchic structure of the leadership of the Jewish community, which was called Kehillah, the Kehillah community. The Kehillah leadership was typically made up of obviously men, usually property holders. The right to elect those men was limited by property and wealth and so on. And although this is a structure that has served the Jews in good stead for really almost 2,000 years at this point, many people said they should expand the franchise, expand the way in which leaders are chosen. So the traditional leadership really didn't want to make that change. And even though the Batavian Republic was espousing a lot of these very progressive values, they really didn't want to get involved in the internal mechanization of the Jewish community. So they wanted to keep the old guard in place because they, after all, were responsible for keeping the peace, and they had done very well during previous years. So what happened was, in 1797, these progressive Jews, acting under the title of Libertate, separated, seceded from the single monolithic of Macedonia, and they established their own Kila, which they called Naya Kila, or New Kila, New Community, and they had their own shul called the Hadati Shul. You should understand that, today you have Jews and shul arguing over, whether we serve this kind of herring or that kind of kiddush, and they break away and set up a separate thing, new shul happens. That's kind of like the American way of doing things. But the traditional European way, you had one community for Jews, no separation. You may have had several synagogues that were all sort of organized under a single, almost feudal medieval kind of structure, and this represented a tremendous break. It would also be evidence later on, about 50 years later, of Rabbi in Frankfurt am Main would famously secede in something that was known as the Austrians, separation and secession of the liberal Orthodox Jews from the more liberal Jews in that city. So this actually proceeded it by a good century. At any rate, you have this new Kedila, and they have their own shul called Hadas Shul. They invited respected community judge of Dayan to be the new rabbi. His name was Rabbi Yitzhak Ger, 1738 and 1807. I'm going to return to that because it's the subject of our talk. But just understand the membership of this Naya Kehillah was pretty small. There were about 20,000 members of the old Kehillah. The new Kehillah only had about 700 people, and only 180 of them were actually paid members in 1799, like a taxation to keep the country going. So it was much smaller than large crew, but it certainly worth its weight in mathematics in controversy to Jews. I would love to go into this. I really intend to do a deep dive in this later before the cruise, but there was kind of like a year-long literary war between the old Kehillah and the new Kehillah, where they published competing Yiddish language pamphlets called discourses, where they attacked each other. The new community attacked the old community for their conservatism, and the old community attacked the new community for their uptiness and their separation and so on. And some of it reads quite pivotal. It's actually pretty amazing. The old community, for example, published fake advertisements for events to be hosted by the new community, saying that they were going to be serving lobsters and oysters, and they were going to have Friday night smoking rooms, all of which were huge violations of Jewish law, and completely false. They weren't doing anything like that. And the new community would attack them back and so on. I'm looking forward to reading some of those things later. But when we actually look at what were the things that the Naya Kehillah did that were so radical, they're pretty funny actually, and hardly liberal compared to what we did later on in Germany. The big changes were this. First of all, they're going to make their shul announcements in Dutch, not in English or Portuguese. They're going to make it in the official language. Now that's not so much shadow. Official announcements are basically like when is mikvah, the next prayer, and like who had a baby, and who got married, and who's who's sponsoring kiddush, things like that. It's not like ritual things. They are part of the overall ritual. That at the end of the services, you make these announcements. But switching to the Dutch language was a statement of civic membership. The Naya Kehillah wanted to emphasize. And although the rest of the liturgy, the rest of the prayers were in Hebrew, this particular one was in Dutch. What a shocker. Secondly, amazingly again, the new Kehillah insisted on singing the thought of the together. Oh my gosh. It's pretty funny because almost every synagogue I've ever prayed on a Friday night always has this particular psalm, or it's not a psalm, it's a hymn that was composed in 16th century Slavic Israel, beautiful Kabbalistic hymn, welcoming the Sabbath bride. That's almost always sung in this, although I did pray for many years in a very Lithuanian style, very subdued kind of Friday night service, where we would alternate between singing parts and then sing parts to ourselves. But anyway, the night said, no, we're all going to sing it together, which has become basically the norm in almost all synagogues today. The third really radical thing that they proposed was there are all these long medieval compositions called keys and extra things, long, kind of like Homeric, like epic poems that are composed, maybe not Homeric, but nevertheless long, that are inserted in prayers that make the service really dragged out. These things are extra, they're added later, they're very beautiful, but let's just do the prayers that we're supposed to, okay? And this is also an extremely common thing in most synagogues today, to skip all those pews and most prayer books today. They will include them, but put them at the back and say, here's some optional pews. These are relatively minor things, but nevertheless caused a huge uproar in the last time. One of the most bold of the changes, however, was that the United said that they would adopt the Sephardic of eating kidneys with certain foods, which are clearly not bread, like rice, for example. And Ashkenaz have nevertheless had the custom of not eating. But the United said that since we are essentially starting fresh, starting new, we're going to adopt new customs. We're going to adopt the Sephardic custom, and even though Ashkenaz that's a little bit more radical, but still, hardly earth-shattering compared to some of its roots. This conflict was hot and heavy for about a decade until Louis Napoleon entered and said, we're going to stop all of this, and he abolished those innovations. But he said that the leadership of the Nine has to be reintegrated, in some cases, in leadership positions in the old Kira, and in that context, they were able to ultimately affect the Rothschild policy. Okay, let's get back to our main topic, though, which is the story of this Rabbi Isaac Ger Rabbi. So Ger, of course, means convert. And besides the fact that there is a general Talmudic prohibition against reminding a person that they are a convert, or that they are descendants of converts, nevertheless, this is the way this rabbi was typically known for an amazing story that relates to his background. Sort of an amazing family of members from Sweden. Here is actually an artistic representation of him. Here's once again at 1738 to 1807. And this comes from a Mr. Ole Esquis of Amsterdam, who was apparently a descendant of Rabbi Frankel, and who posted in Mr. Mississippi Fred McDowell's home that may have the looks like a very cheerful individual. You see that like the artificial lake that was not common at the time of the 19th century like this. And sort of next to him in this kind of diorama, I guess it's like a rabbi-orama, is an allusion to his book, which was Zera Yitzchaki, book is book of 1789. And in the text, there's a reference to the three pillars upon which the world stands, from the famous passage of the Mishnah. The word stands on the pillar of Torah study, the pillar of worship, spiritual blessing, prayer, and so on, and on the pillar of act self-kindness. It's interesting that these two things were associated specifically with this rabbi. So what's his story? The family history is recorded by Israel Rabbi, who's one of the later descendants of the Blackwood family in the years of 1769 to 1822. And at the end of his life, he published the family history as a kind of a memoir. The patriarch of the family was one Jacob Rabbi, who was actually born in Sweden in the 1600s. He was orphaned as a young boy. He was raised in a military family. That his mother died when he was about 4 or 5 years old, and on her deathbed, she gave him a permanent command saying that he should study the 5 books of Moses, the Torah. And this has led some scholars to suggest that perhaps she was actually Jewish. She may have been captured in the Swedish invasion of Poland and Ukraine that occurred in the 1650s. So it's not impossible that Yaakov Rabbi may have actually been of Jewish descent. But at any rate, she gave him this command that he was a young boy, and later on in life, she would visit him in his dreams and say to him, why aren't you studying your Torah? Why do you not invest in yourself? So, kind of spooky. So he went out and he got himself a copy of the Bible and he read the Torah section of it several times. And over the course of his adult life, he began to slowly adopt more and more Jewish practices. He rarely attended church and he began to observe Saturdays as his daily rest. He slowly adopted the practice of kosher and so on. And finally, at the age of 69, he decided he wanted to actually formally convert to Judaism. He and his wife and their 8 children, including one named Matthias, who was born in 1737. So now the problem was, in Sweden, and in fact in pretty much all of Europe, it was forbidden to convert to Judaism. And we're talking about the early modern period and a lot of restrictions on these things. And the only place where he could do it conceivably was in Amsterdam. So he moved to this crazy little place to study Judaism, and ultimately they converted to Judaism. He and his wife Leah and their children. Jacob, Yaakov, took the name Abraham, and his son Matthias took the name Yitzchak, or Isaac. So that makes him like the biblical figure, Isaac, son of Abraham. His son, Isaac, ended up becoming a tremendous scholar of Torah, becoming ordained as a rabbi and becoming a very high-level rabbi known as a dayan, a judge. And then he was ultimately chosen to be the leader of the Diakonia. So his trajectory is from this unusual story of his father converting in his old age to Judaism and bringing Matthias with him, and then ultimately leading this entire journey. What an amazing, great, fascinating story. I've read a whole bunch of books. Looking forward to learning more about this. And I hope you'll be able to join me on this too. If not, I look forward to sharing some of our experiences in Amsterdam after that school trip. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Just a couple days ago, I came across and screenshot this amazing map. I saw a reproduction of it in a black and white photograph. I thought, wow, it looks so fascinating. And when I did a little more research and was able to look at it in color, actually on the Bibliothèque Nationale de France website, I was just blown away. I got to share this with you. It's so fascinating. This is a 14th century map by a Jewish cartographer named Abraham Kreskes. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about his biography, the relationship of Jews to navigation and map-making in particular. Then we're going to look deep at the atlas and then a little bit about his other Jewish activity, which is just fascinating. First of all, let's get his name right. It is kind of confusing, actually. He's known in much of the scholarly literature as Abraham Kreskes, but actually Kreskes was his given name and Abraham was his father's name. This was a typical way, apparently, that in the 14th century, many Jews in this region were referred to with these kind of double names based on a patronymic. He also had a separate Hebrew name, Elisha, and he used that in other contexts. He was born in Palma, Mallorca, which was a Spanish-speaking part of the Kingdom of Aragon, and his years are 1325 to 1387. So although Abraham Kreskes was definitely a world-class cartographer, it's not at all surprising to see Jews involved in this field in general. We see many, many Jews in the 14th, 15th, 16th century deeply involved in this. In fact, one might even say right up into the 21st century. astrophysics and things like that. The reasons for this are pretty obvious. First of all, Jews tended to be urban, literate, and numerate. They tended to pursue occupations which involve the knowledge economy. So they're involved very heavily in studying the latest scientific information. They tend to be pretty much abreast of what was going on scientifically throughout the time. Secondly, they're long associated with international travel. I spoke in an earlier video about the Rabbi merchants of the 9th century who were literally all over Europe, the Middle East, and Asia in their time. Absolutely fascinating. And we have travel lines from people like Benjamin Tudela, Tatya, Regensburg, and others who, record their travels from throughout Europe and even further to the east. So with the combination of these mathematical skills, the wide base of connections largely pursued for international commerce, and their long association with astronomy, it's not surprising to see Jews involved heavily in this. Jews were heavily involved in the creation of maps, of star charts, particularly in Spain and Portugal, because these were, maritime powers who were deeply involved in exploration at this time, and they were involved in the creation of navigational instruments like this beautiful astrolabe, which is held in the British Museum. And you can see that it's written in Hebrew characters and things like that because Jews were the ones who were using these things. So here's a look at where he came from in the island of Mallorca. He came from a small place called Palma. And as I pulled up a map for this background, I really have to take a minute to thank our sponsor, Kosher Really Go Cruises. It makes it possible to actually visit some of these amazing places. We're, God willing, going to the Netherlands in a few months, and then afterwards we're going down to the Rhone, the south of France. We've been to Venice, we traveled to Danube, we've been along the Seine, we're going to Bordeaux next year, and of course the amazing Douro River in Portugal, which is absolutely fantastic. Thank you for listening to that product placement. So the map was probably commissioned by John I of Aragon, and it was intended most likely as a gift for his cousin, Charles VI of France. It has been held ever since in France, and it's now available online as well. If you can I will put a little link in the information box so you can look at it yourself. And it has been studied for centuries by scholars. I'm going to look at the work of Ariel Fine. Dr. Fine did some absolutely fantastic work on this in a few different places, including a website called Smart History, which when I discovered it was just filled with her fantastic articles on Jewish art history. So I'm going to spend a lot more time looking at this website. But a lot of the research I'm going to present to you comes from Dr. Fine's work. So the atlas itself is made of 6 vellum leaves. They're about 65 by 50 centimeters in dimension, or about 25 by 20 inches. Over time, they have been separated. They were put onto like hard, stiff boards and then folded up so you can see they're kind of separated like this. The map that I have behind me shows most of the map. This is actually the geographic part of the map, which we'll return to. The first 2 leaves have kind of like introductory materials, which are more like astronomical and especially connected to the zodiac and things like that. It's absolutely fascinating. These are actually reproductions to give you a sense of how gorgeous the colors must have been, especially when they were original. Unfortunately, the original has been split in half, but if you go to the bibliothèque site, you'll see what it looks like actually today. Now, there's a couple of ways in which this Catalan atlas is so, miles ahead. I should use a geographic definition. It's just so worlds ahead. No, that's also geographic. It's so fantastically far ahead of other maps of its era. There are basically 2 ways of representing the world in the graphic format. You have, for example, kind of like a theological, philosophical type representation of the world, like this map Psalter, which comes from the century prior. And it's kind of interesting. It shows the relationship of religious figures like Jesus at the top and angels to kind of fanciful sort of imagined aspects of the world, where the Garden of Eden is, things like that, very interesting, but not especially practical when you're actually trying to navigate. And on the other hand, you have maps like this. They're called Portolan charts, which are especially laid out with latitude and longitude, and it looks a lot more like what we would call a map today, but by comparison, this is roughly contemporary with the Catalan Atlas. They're pretty dull. It's just like names of places and rough distances between them. What was so amazing about the Catalan of this is it really was something that it became like an encyclopedia. It was not just a reliable representation, more or less, of the dimensions of the known world. It also had really important, relevant political, economic, zoological facts about the world. He was also the first, by the way, to incorporate a compass rose, which of course is very familiar to us now. He was also supposed to use GPS, which shows you which way is north. So that's what makes this book so amazing and different, is he went far beyond both these kind of philosophical, theological maps on the one hand, and on the other hand, the porcelain charts, which are much more prosaic, and he provided something just like a wealth of information. So let's have a look at a few pages of the map. So here is a representation you see on the upper right. It's actually zooming into this. I've taken a screenshot from the Bibliothèque Nationale de France website. So this is the way it looks over there. It's zoomed in on that one section. And you can see that a couple of interesting things. First of all, it was not like our modern day maps meant to be read sitting in one position. You would literally either turn the map around, or I think they'd probably lay it out on a big table, and they'd probably walk around the table to read it from different positions. Because sometimes the material is presented, sideways, upside down, things like that. But it gives you, first of all, some interesting kind of like place names, of course, like the porcelain maps, but also gives you a sense of who's living there. You see, for example, the symbol of the Star of David with some frequency, which seems to indicate the presence of Jewish populations. And as we shall see, there's lots of representation of geographic features like mountains and so on, sometimes political, as you can see the island of Corsica towards the bottom center there, which of course was part of the holdings of Aragon, so it receives kind of like an extra special level of decoration and so on. Here you see, like for example, some recent political and economic information. Holding the gold coin is King Mansa of Mali, who made the Hajj to Mecca and brought along with him so much gold from Africa that it actually depressed the price of gold in Egypt for a decade. And so this map is giving the viewer information about, what kind of metallurgical products are developed and who controls it, who does what with it, and how, there's a little bit of history there, lots of economics and so on. Tremendous wealth of information. Sometimes there are fanciful elements like that big red squad on the right there is actually a Red Sea, which the map maker is careful to point out it's not actually red. I'm putting it here to be symbolic. But it's just the bottom of it actually is red. The water may be the regular watercolor, but the bottom is red. While we're in the Middle East, we really should have a quick look at the one in Israel, of course, which is represented here kind of interestingly. There's not quite sure the dimensions. It appears like he's represented the Jordan River flowing from the north, from Sharon, down into the Yam Kinneret, the Sea of Galilee. But it looks like the proportions of the two sections of the Dead Sea are kind of separated quite far from each other. And of course, speaking of proportions, the big church that sits in Jerusalem, right in the center, of course, is catering to his Christian patron. Although there are, of course, many references throughout the map to Jewish locations, including Mount Sinai, things like that. Here you have, moving to the east, a fascinating representation of an elephant, which is actually not too far off, but it's evident that the cartographer clearly never actually saw an elephant in real life, because you look at the proportions of it, the size of it, but nevertheless he tried really hard to rely on whatever accounts he could get of an elephant to represent it properly. Now, he also represents the known world all the way out to China. This is not too long after Marco Polo returned from his visit out east. So he's relying principally on travelogues, but not on navigational accounts to actually map out the Chinese coastline. And he puts a lot of weird things in there based on his limited information, like, for example, Gog and Magog, are the principal powers that are associated with Armageddon, the battle of the world. You can see the Antichrist is in these pictures. Towards the bottom left, you can see Satan there, lives in China apparently. know, and he is discussing things with Alexander, which apparently is the Greek Alexander the Great, also surprising. So it gets kind of weird the further east you go. The west, of course, not represented at all, because this is about a century before the Americas were discovered by Europeans. This is absolutely fantastic, packed with information, and had a huge impact on the whole history of the development of world economy, culture, and of course navigation, which led to the globalization associated with the 15th century. Now, I want to conclude by saying that one of the most fascinating things in my mind about this individual is that he is yet another representation of the fantastic aspect of the Spanish Golden Age of Jewish history. One of the really unusual aspects of this golden age, which is sometimes called La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, was that Jews, Christians, and Muslims, more or less for a couple hundred years, got along fairly well. There are some exaggerations to that. There's some significant punctuations of violence for sure, and it didn't last all that long. But this is an age when there's some absolutely amazing achievements by Jews when they were given the opportunity to participate more actively in general culture. And one of those aspects that we keep looking back on all the time is the notion that we see in several figures of individual Spanish Jews who were both world class in their Jewish activity and in their secular activity. This is something we rarely see in Jewish history. Today, for example, you'll have Jews who are incredibly great in studying the Talmud or writing Jewish books or creating Jewish art or something like that. But they won't at the same time generally be like president of the United States or Nobel Prize winners at the same time nuclear chemistry or something like that. It's very rare that you have both of these together. So, for example, in Spain, you have a Jewish poet and Talmudic scholar who published in both areas, named Samuel Navarrete, who is also the chief general of a Muslim army in Granada for 16 years. Right? Like, it just doesn't happen. You may have great rabbis in Lakewood. They are also not, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington. It just doesn't happen. But in Spain, we did have that. And Abraham Cresques is one of these people because not only was he making these amazing, new, innovative, hugely influential maps, he was also illustrating Jewish Bibles. In particular, there's a Bible called the Farhi Bible, after a later owner of the manuscript, that shows tremendous application of his talents to them. Like, for example, it's illustrated with 30 carpet pages. This is a uniquely Arabic style of illustration in which an entire page is covered with an incredibly ornate decoration. Here, for example, you can see a Quran which has typical kind of lush carpet decoration. But here, this is the carpet page of the Farhi Bible, decorated with words from the text and these fascinating kind of geometrical patterns. He's also decorated his Bible with all kinds of illustrative materials that would be incredibly useful for people to understand what's going on. There's a whole bunch of implements used in temple service that's described in the Bible. And on the right, you see the menorah and various other appurtenances about the temple itself. Absolutely fascinating, gorgeous, good. Okay, I hope you enjoyed looking at the Catalan this week. I hope that you will be able to join us on one of our cruises because we do some absolutely fantastic as we actually visit the sites where Jewish history was made. And if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow cruisers. I'm really delighted to have an opportunity to just say hello to you and tell you how excited I am about the cruises we have planned for this year. In particular, I'm so excited about two events especially excited when we're in cities like Rome to Antwerp, where we'll see a thriving modern Jewish community building on a lot of those historical lessons. So I'm really looking forward to spending some time with you up on the sun deck and in the lounge and, of course, at dinner and to ask you explore these really exciting places to visit. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to seeing you. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I came across something research with them for the cruise to the Netherlands. This is an amazing story about a fight in synagogue that happened on Shabbos Tshuva, Sabbath of Repentance in 1709. It's a tragic story, but it illustrates a lot of really fascinating things about what makes Amsterdam so unique as a community. So let me give you a little bit of the background. The event happened in the Ashkenazi synagogue, which in this image, which is dated 1808, which celebrates the entry of Napoleon into Amsterdam. You can see it is the grand building on the right. This kind of fast image. I don't know how accurate it would be, but it has like all the Jews really so happy to see Napoleon coming into the town. And across the canal, you see the great Portuguese synagogue. These two massive edifices built in the late 17th century really testify to the presence of Jews in Amsterdam, which they used to call the Bucko, the place, because it was the place to be, I guess. Anyway, the events I'm describing today happened in the Ashkenazi synagogue. So let's understand also who are the Ashkenazi, who are the Portuguese, what are they doing next to them? So here's a map of the region, and the first Jews to really make their way to Amsterdam. You should understand that Amsterdam as a city is actually fairly recent. It's a little bit like Venice in the sense that it was land that was reclaimed under the water. And the first Jews to make it there were the so-called High German Jews, or in Dutch, forgive me, my Dutch is not that great, Jews, the High German Jews. These are Ashkenazi Jews from the heartland, that is from the region of the Rhine River in northern Germany in particular, and they make their way over there already in the early 17th century. We've also got a lot of Portuguese crypto Jews who actually started arriving even earlier. Now, why are they called crypto Jews? Because these are Jews who are typically descended from those Jews who had been exiled from Spain and made their way into Portugal. And then in Portugal, where they thought they would be safe, at least for a while, they were all forcibly mass baptized in the year 1497. So that gave them kind of an unusual status, as we've discussed in many different classes, in that they had, a strong Jewish identity because, they were baptized against their will. But on the other hand, they were forced to live in secret against the word crypto, like hidden Jews. Sometimes these were called Moranos, that is an appropriate term. It really means swine or pigs, but it was the accepted term for much of the scholarship of the last few centuries. But they had Christian status, so they could move around with much greater freedom. They could pursue a higher education and do all kinds of things. Many of these crypto Jews from Portugal in particular made their way up to the Netherlands and to the city of Amsterdam, where they were able to slowly adopt their Jewish identities. And they openly identified as Portuguese Jews after some time being in the city. And finally, you have a lot of Polish Jewish refugees from the Chmielnicki uprising of 1648-49, and then later the Polish-Swedish Wars. being today called Ukrainian refugees, because most of them came from the western part of Ukraine, and this was an uprising of Ukrainians against Poles. The Jews were economically allied primarily with the Poles, and so there's a huge influx of Jews in Western Europe coming from this region. They are also Ashkenazim, so we have two different flavors of Ashkenazim. The Postdeutsche Jews, the High German Jews, and now the Polish Jews, or Ukrainian if you prefer, and also the Portuguese crypto Jews who are Sephardic. So that's our basic map of the major communities. The story that I'm going to tell you comes from a remarkable long book chapter, about 74 pages, that was written by a scholar named David Sloyes. His article is absolutely fantastic. I'll read it very slowly because my Dutch is not that great at all, and I'm studying it now, so I'm actually enjoying it quite a bit. It's a lot like German if the Germans put Dr. Seuss in charge of spelling. And while his article is well known to scholars who specialize in the field, his scholarship has been largely overlooked by other scholars of the 20th century, I think partially because of the fact that he published during the war years. In particular, this video is based on research from this article published in 1940. Now, who was the author? He was the secretary of the Dutch Main Synagogue and also the secretary of the Dutch Jewish Church Association, kind of like something like interfaith or a communal dialogue group of some kind or other. He was a long-standing civil servant of the Jewish community. He reached a lot of authority, primarily as second or third in command, many decades of service into working in what we would call in America, for example, the Jewish Federation. He did have a doctorate. He wrote his thesis on the Book of the Maccabees, and he published quite a bit of article-length studies based largely on archival sources that are not easy to access for scholars abroad. He was also a Dutch patriot, member of the Order of Orange, Nassau, in happier times at a wedding. I believe that's his daughter on the right. This is an undated photo, but he is in the top half, third from the right, next to the bride. And here he is standing in the center of this photograph in the year 1938 with Jewish Dutch soldiers. The end of his life, however, was tragic. The community was so indebted to his many decades of service that they hosted a massive birthday party for him for his 70th birthday. But in February 1941, the Nazis, of course, who had invaded Poland, established a Judenrat in Amsterdam. The Judenrat means the Jewish Council, and the Nazi modus operandi was they would come into a community and they would take over the existing infrastructure of Jewish leadership. They would frequently have to murder the president of the Jewish community, but then the rest of the council, who were primarily active in administrative roles, like Dr. Sloyes, were forced to continue with the Judenrat. There are a lot of controversies about the whole institution of the Judenrat, because some of these Judenrat leaders in particular lorded over the Jews with extra powers that they received through the association with the Nazis. Others, however, I believe like Sloyes, and we see others like Adam Chernyakov and Warsaw, for example, who felt that the only way to protect their community was to maintain some kind of communication with the Nazis and to hope to slow their progressive persecution of the Jews. Of course, when they found themselves in this position, they had no idea how far the Nazi aim of destroying all the Jews would eventually go, but that was their thinking. I see this from many of the diaries that are kept by Judenrat leaders of how they hope to stave off what turned out to be the inevitable fate. The fate of the Amsterdam Judenrat was similar to the fates of so many other Judenrats across Europe. Members of the Judenrat were protected from the brunt of Nazi persecution throughout the war as long as they maintained that level of cooperation, and then on the last train to deport them, we included finally the Judenrat as well. And that's what happened in the 24th of September. They were sent to Westerbork, and Dr. Sloyes was actually murdered in Sobibor in 1943. But let's go now to the actual story that he records based on his archival research from the Amsterdam Ashkenazi Synagogue. You should realize that at the end of the 17th century, this was a period of tremendous conflict in general in Amsterdam. We had a lot of conflict between several of the rabbis and congregations, and people, what we would call today presidents of their communities in Parnassus. Quite often these got quite numerous and involved a certain amount of litigation back and forth. There was also the huge tumult inspired by the Sabbatean movement, the false messiah Shabtai Tzvi, who engendered a tremendous amount of enthusiasm and opposition in Amsterdam as we get to the second half of the 17th century. And in general, one of the things that Dr. Swiggins talks about is that at the end of the 1600s, there's more and more of a tolerance of open ridicule of leadership. There is a lot more Russian power of people's speech, gossip, and heckling in the synagogues. Things like this that really should not happen in a democratic environment. This reminds me of a word that's been used quite a bit about our own times. There's a bit of stochastic violence. I had to cut this with stochastic for sure. It means kind of like something which is random, but it's so prevalent that it's bound to happen. Like, for example, if a kid is running around with a pair of scissors, eventually someone's going to get hurt. God forbid. Right? You don't want that to happen, but it's almost guaranteed to happen. Whereas the other Amsterdam resident from this time, a blind man walking beside a river is bound to fall in. It's not guaranteed, but the randomness of it and the likelihood of harm is such that it's going to happen. So this was also compounded by one last which destabilized the community significantly. That is a new government rule that all rabbis and cantors have to be proficient in the Dutch language, which you might think should be reasonable. But that's based on kind of a modern sentiment where Jews have largely adopted kind of a posture of many countries which say that. But this was not at all common in the late 1600s, and so it was a challenge. Most Jews from Eastern Europe were Ashkenazic community. Oh, by the way, I should also mention that the Volksdeutsch and the Polish Jews had to merge by government fiat into one synagogue. So you had these two Ashkenazi communities together. They were really, not necessarily so happy with each other. And so specifically what happened with the Ashkenazi synagogue in the 1700s is that they have a new chazan, a new cantor. It was Yechiel Michal Rabbi. He was apparently a very tall man, apparently very good looking, very charismatic. And as a chazan, he had a beautiful voice, a cantor. And then he introduced an interesting innovation. I had to poke around quite a bit to figure out what exactly he introduced. In the Dutch is he started using a zinger and a bass. So apparently what he would do when he was actually leading the prayers, this is totally not traditional Orthodox. This, of course, is Orthodox. This is well before you had Reform synagogues, like 200 years before you had Reform. So this is really totally new. He would have a backup singer, or cantor, that apparently had a tenor voice or something like that, and then he had another backup called a bass, and so a baritone, I guess. And so, in other words, when he was actually reciting the prayers, he would have kind of like, imagine kind of like two guys standing behind him who would like make his thing more beautiful, which I suppose is great if we're talking about theatrical performance, but it presents a lot of challenges in terms of Jewish law. For example, if the prayers require the cantor to recite the name of God, that's fine, it's part of the prayer, but no one else is allowed to sing the name of God except the prayer. And the singer and the bass, are they actually praying or are they just kind of like supporting? So what ended up happening is in the last decade of the 17th century, there were two camps of the Ashkenazi synagogue. Those who liked the innovative thought and artistry of the Nicola Berlin, and those who couldn't stand it. And there was like a lot of catcalling and anger. And there was at one particular moment in the ceremony where people would be called up for the 7 readings of the Torah during the Sabbath service. And at the end of the reading, it's very common that they recite a blessing on the person who is called up for that reading, called the Mishaberach. And in that Mishaberach, the person who is blessed is invited to make a donation to the synagogue, or pledge a donation, make a donation on Shabbat, and also mention his family and the rabbi and people he likes and say that they should all have blessings and privilege. And so what was apparently going on is that of these two camps, the pro-Zinger Bas and the anti-Zinger Bas, whenever a member of one of those camps got up and got an aliyah in the Meshberach, he would say, and a special thank you to Yechidel and the Zinger, the Bas who sings so beautifully, and that would provoke the anger of the other camp, and vice versa. And they got way out of hand, so much so in the year 1700, the rabbi at the time, Rabbi, imposing 200 Reichsnaugens. And anyone who started trouble during Mishparas would be ejected from it. So that seemed to work for a little while. But then, after Rabbi Leib Charif passed away, they appointed in 1708 a new rabbi. His name is Rabbi Aryeh Leib ben David of Kalish. Very, very well regarded scholar. But he did pronounce the unfortunately because on one of the holiest days of the year, Shabbat Tshuva, the Sabbath of repentance, the Sabbath that is between the holiday of Rosh Hashanah and the holiday of Yom Kippur, which is, this is the high holy days. And during this Sabbath, the idea is, those Jews who are familiar with this, of course, will realize that that Sabbath, you're supposed to really totally work on yourself to be a better person. So you can go into Yom for your sins. The opposite of 5, 0, December 7th, 17. A fight, a fist fight, a violent fist fight broke out in the synagogue over these words. It was so awful that the rabbi, Aryeh, had a heart attack. And, right away the community, they stepped up and they banned this innovation. They would not return. And they punished those who were rabble rousers. But the rabbi nevertheless passed away on the fun on the community into that era. It's a very tragic story, but I think it tells us a lot about not only the nature of this fascinating community of but it also, I think, causes people to reflect on how only ignorance and Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the things that I'm so fascinated with as I continue doing my research in preparation for the cruise to the Netherlands with Kosher Riverboat Cruises is this remarkable development of tolerance that is associated with the Dutch people, the Netherlands, and Amsterdam in particular. Now, viewed from an American perspective, quite often this tolerance is misunderstood as a kind of weakness. But when you look at it in its more complex particulars, especially when you look at the economics and the demographics and the religious tolerance, you see that it's really more of an expression of a kind of pragmatism. In other words, think about the actual land that this place represents, right? It's found land, it's claimed land, it's taken back from the sea. As the Dutch like to say, God made the world, but the Dutch made the Netherlands. And in many ways, like Venice, which was created as an offshore habitation to protect the inhabitants of the laborers coming from Central Europe, the Netherlands represented a group of people getting together and bit by bit claiming the lowlands and building pilings deep down in the seabed to create ultimately great cities that would become massive basically had to cooperate. They had to work together to create these polders, which are the regions of reclaimed land. They had to maintain the dikes. They had to build windmills in order to pump the water out of the wetlands. And this required an extensive amount of social cooperation. And this created a kind of an attitude, a mindset, which in the name of the great travel writer Rick Steves, the Dutch said, you know what, we're either going to learn to tolerate diversity or we're going to have to build a lot more prisons. That's the only way that they figured that they could actually achieve this massive project. It's interesting, especially from the perspective of Jewish history, because Jews economically, and as a result of their kind of tenuous situation through much of Europe, they look for these kind of frontiers in order to develop new economic niches. You see this as kind of like a trope in cultural history of the Jewish people. We see it here in Americas, where the Jews are among those who are, going out to the Wild West and settling in places like Las Vegas. And New York itself is one of those frontier places where Jews go and say, hey, there's opportunity here. There is a certain freedom from the oppressive history of persecution, and they look for new ways to develop themselves. And that's something that we find in the Netherlands in particular. So what I'd like to look at today is the fact that, tolerance in the Netherlands did not come as an act of a single fiat of, someone saying, you know what, I've got a great idea. Let's all do this. Let's all tolerate difference, and all of a sudden it happened. Not at all. There was constantly a tension between those who wanted to think of the Netherlands as something more medieval and those who wanted to think of something more modern, and that they looked to the pragmatics of tolerance, and ultimately that's what they decided on. What I'd like to talk about today is take a snapshot of the 16th century, which is an especially important one before the golden age of Jewish Netherlands really comes to flourish. But we could actually trace this pattern throughout Dutch Jewish history right out through the 20th century. The Holocaust is a great case in point of the struggles of these two views of how Jews should fit in Dutch society, but that's not my topic today. So unlike France, which has like a great, declaration of the rights of man and citizen, unlike the United States of America with, these are both 18th century examples, with the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, things like that, there is like some grand gesture. There's experimentation, there's moving back and forth, there's different ideas are tested out. Let's look at that period of a laboratory of ideas in the Netherlands when the discussion of what to do with the Jews came about. It's important to note as well, before we get into the actual material, that the Jews of Amsterdam and the Netherlands also have a bumpy road when it comes to tolerance. The Jewish community also struggled with diversity, and they didn't automatically adopt the same level of tolerance for the internal diversity as we see, of course, with figures like Ulrich Costa and Shakir Benedict Spinoza. And I think we're going to have to focus on that a little bit maybe in the next section. But for now, let's just set the scene for the 16th century debate that represents two poles of thought in Protestant. Let us now turn to two thinkers and their works, and we'll understand a little bit about the two poles of thought of Protestants in the Netherlands and how they articulate the Jews. And follow the argument by a senior scholar named Dr. Daniel Slepczynski, who wrote one of the classic works of composite history of the Jews in the Netherlands that was recently reviewed and republished with new updates under the title Reappraising the History of the Jews in the Netherlands, published by the Midland Library in 2021. And with regards to the material on Martin Luther in particular, I read a fascinating 1937 article by Hastings Harris, which was really great. Let's see. Okay, so who are these two figures that I'd like to look at? I'd like to look at first an individual named Martin Luther, who lived between 1491 and 1515. Very important Protestant reform thinker. Originally a Dominican monk, but after he met Martin Luther, the founder of Protestantism, in 1518, he said, that's it, I'm leaving the church. He disavowed his oath as a monk, and later, of course, he was, like Luther, excommunicated. Right? Bear in mind that up until the 15th century, the entire Europe Catholic, and there's a certain amount of dissent about that, certain amount of dissenting movements, but it was only with Martin Luther in the early part of the century that this Protestant movement begins to explode, and it generates a lot of uncertainty, ultimately a lot of war as well. This revolt into the Catholic Church grows, and it solidifies itself in various movements. Now, Martin Luther is ironically considered a pioneer of ecumenism, which means bringing together different groups of religious values. But that means ecumenism without Jews in place, between Catholics and Protestants and things like that. He was especially active not in the Netherlands, but in Strasbourg. But his thought was extremely influential, and that's why we're specifically looking at it. He was one of the early communicators or shapers of Protestant doctrine vis-a-vis governance, which is why it's especially relevant to the Jews, because he said a lot about how the state should live with his Jewish population. This came about in the year 1538 when a nobleman named Philip, his title was Landgraf, he came from Hesse, Germany. He asked Martin Luther, okay, how am I supposed to deal with the Jews in my region? And Martin Luther formulated a response that was ultimately not successful, but nevertheless illustrates a very important pull on his true strength of how to deal with the Jews. The way in which this posed to Luther is fascinating. Philip presented to him a petition that he said was given to him. A lot of scholars believe that actually this petition may have even been written by Philip, as he is looking for a convenient way to understand how to deal with his Jews, how to take advantage of their economic productivity without necessarily offending this emerging Protestant church, and so on. So Philip had a couple of possibilities, right? He could say, well, this wouldn't go with the Catholic approach, which we've done up until now, which on the one hand is animated by the doctrine of witness, an idea that was shaped by Augustine of Hippo in the 4th century, that the Jews should be tolerated, but in a subjugated state. Sometimes that's explained in monastic forms, like the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, where Jews are required to wear a special badge. And of course, there's the horrible persecutions of the blood libel and post-desecration charges, and after the Black Death of the 14th century, where Jews were burned alive, including a percentage in Strasbourg, where Luther himself was active. Go back to that kind of model, or Philip's company, maybe we should give the Jews more freedom, and that will generate more economic benefit for us because we can especially tax them. So this petition that he said was given to him in some mysterious way, but was probably written by him, probably with some advisors, probably with some Jewish influence. It had basically 7 requests. They went as follows. 1, Jews should be allowed to be economically active as long as they're not competing with the guilds. The guilds were very jealous of their rights and demanded that only people who were in the guild could practice that profession. So the Jews realized they weren't really going to be able to challenge that, so just let us do other things, any kind of stuff. We won't, become shoemakers if the shoemakers guild won't let us do something. Secondly, the Jews should be allowed to carry on any kind of, and they'll be subject to the laws of how commerce is dealt. They should be, held to the same standards as everybody else, and they should be, permitted to also do this. Third, the Jews should only engage in money lending, which was one of the major elements of the Jewish economy some centuries back, but it had already been fading by the time we get to the 16th century. The Jews proposed to only engage in money lending if it was under the supervision of the state, and the interest rate was regulated in some way, which is not such a bad proposal. The fourth one, that the Jews should be given the right to manage their own affairs, supervise their own activities, and to mete out punishment for those individual Jews who may have gone astray from those requirements. This is also something we see, in the way the Kehillah structure is functioning anyways. Fifth, the Jews will be happy to pay a tax through the line of everything to Philip himself. Right? So that was definitely a nice proposal and petition that he liked. 6, and this is one that I'm not sure, this definitely didn't come from the Jews, but someone added it, I guess, in a low number, that the Jews should be forced to go to mandatory sermons. This is something that we do see right up until the 18th century, where that in some communities you're required to attend church once a week. Attendance is taken, and you have to be forced to listen to sermons about the true religion of Christianity, often delivered by Jewish converts to Christianity, and it was like a tedious kind of thing that Jews had to go through with some frequency in many different communities. Number 7, that they should not argue about their religious beliefs. Also appears to be something coming from a Christian source, saying that Jews should not be allowed to engage in polemic, pushing back against Christianity. So anyways, those are the petitions. It seems like some sort of plan that Philip hoped Luther would say that in the new Protestant environment, now that Protestants are making up new rules, we should accept these things. They make sense. Now, what did Protestants think? At this point, we don't have a really clear definition of how Protestants will deal with the Jews. If we look to Martin Luther, we have kind of like a bifurcated record. For example, when Luther was early on in his work, he published this book in 1523. Das Jesus Christus ein geborener Jude sei, that Jesus Christ was born a Jew. That's a really interesting kind of title that can emphasize that Christians should pay attention to Jews and Jesus, so because after all, Jesus Christ was born a Jew. However, this was written, and Luther felt that the reason why Jews did not become Christians is because Catholicism was not the right church. But once Catholicism was reformed through his Protestant movement, then of course the Jews would become Christians. When this failed to happen, Martin Luther had a pretty severe change of heart, with a 180-degree turn. He published, among other things, about the Jews and their lies, which is a very nasty piece of work, definitely very critical of the Jews. And so Luther himself seems to be originally very positively disposed towards the Jews, and later, when they convert to his faith, becomes really quite nasty. So what exactly did Protestantism have to say about the Jews? This was the question that was posed to Martin Luther. He comes up with this document which is called the Cassel Advice, because it was composed in a town called Cassel in the year 1538. He begins by saying 5 basic starting principles. First of all, there's only one true religion, and government officials have to protect it by punishing all the other religions, the false religions, right? So it doesn't sound like a good start religion. Secondly, Jews are misanthropic, meaning Jews hate other people. This is an old anti-Semitic judgment way back, even to Greek times, because Jews have certain club rules, like if you want to invite a Jew to your table, you better be serving kosher food, or if you want to become a Jew, male Jew has to be circumcised, and so on. So Jews must hate everybody else. Third, Jews are condemned by God. Right? Fourth, Jews should be barred from economic competition. They should not be allowed to compete with Christians. 5, recognition is given that previous rulers, both secular and the church, ignored the previous 4 principles, and so maybe we have to make some compromise on those bases. So not a very auspicious beginning to the Catholic advice, not at all what Philip was hoping to hear. So basically, after these 5 principles, Luther lays out a system that definitely is not going to be favorable to the Jews. First of all, they've got to take an oath to refrain from harming Christianity, whatever that means. Secondly, they're only allowed to study the Bible. They're forbidden to study the Psalms. There's this growing thought that the Talmud is somehow what makes Jews as nasty as they are understood to be. And so therefore, you've got to forbid the Talmud. 3, open synagogues. This sounds a little bit like the doctrine of weakness, a little bit like the doctrine of law and Muslim mindset. Jews may continue to worship, but they can't expand. A third, this one appears. No Jews may argue with a Christian about religion unless the Christian is duly licensed to argue. There's a concern that if Christians don't discuss these things with Jews, they might end up being convinced by Jews and not the other way around. So only professional Christian preachers may argue with Jews on these things. And finally, same things we saw in Philip's petition, Jews must attend mandatory sermons. So the Catholic Christ begins with 5 really strong religious intentions. By the way, you recall the petition started with the economics and later added the religion. The Catholic Christ says, no, we're going to talk about religion first, and then we'll get to the economics. The economics have 3 additional rules. 1, Jews must be banned from finance, basically money, commerce, and industry, unless the state takes control of the finance. And Jews can continue to lend money as long as it's completely supervised by the state in every detail. Second, Jews may not engage in any work unless it is, this is a quote, I'm not sure if it's a quote from Rothschild or from the secondary sources, but they can only engage in work which is subordinating, wearisome, and unengaging. What kind of jobs are subordinate, wearisome, and unpainful? Several examples are listed: ditch digging, masonry, stone and wood cutting, line burning, chimney sweeping, sewer cleaning, and walking. Those are the kinds of jobs Jews are allowed to pursue those occupations. That's it. And third, the Jews should pay special tax for the privilege of living in these societies. So the whole thing was summed up by Rothschild. Listen, if you were to do this right, you would expel the Jews from Protestant lands. Right? They had been expelled over the course of the last couple of 100 years from many different parts of Catholicism. We would do that too. But you know what? If we're going to allow them to live here, then these are the conditions we need. Pretty harsh and evil, strict ruling that takes everything that's worst about the Protestant era and forward into the future. Now, it happens that Philip said, well, that's just way too harsh, and rejected the Catholics. As we would say, who borrows the shepherd looks like God. So that's just way too much. Remember, there's an economic motive here. The Jews are economically productive. We can tax them. They are loyal because they know they can't rely on anybody else. They're loyal to the local lords, so we should take advantage of them. Now, we still maintain a very close relationship with Luther, primarily because Philip is also very strongly anti-Catholic ruler. And by the way, the anti-Catholic sentiment is absolutely awesome. You look at this remarkable woodcut that appeared during Philip's tenure. Philip apparently read it and deeply agrees with it. He shows on the right Pope, I believe it's Paul III, and he's issuing some kind of bill, and 2 German peasants literally turn their backs to him and they pass reading at the Pope, saying this is such important. This is like pretty nasty kind of stuff that's coming out of this. But there's an interesting kind of coda civil we should watch. The Jews kind of dodged the bullet because Philip did not approve this Catholic advice. But there's an interesting kind of footnote because what happened in his personal life is that Philip was married to Christina of Saxony. He was apparently very, very unhappy marriage, despite the fact that they had 10 kids together. And early on, he ceased to be faithful to it. After a while, he actually went to Martin Luther and said, listen, we're doing this thing right, Protestantism. I know that Catholics aren't allowed to engage in rigorous relationships, but are Protestants allowed to do so? And by the way, when I read my Bible like a good Protestant, I go back and actually look at the text itself. I see that Abraham had multiple wives, Jacob had multiple wives, so Philip. He had in mind in particular Margareta von der Sala, who was an associate of his current faith. And he basically coerced both Luther and later Luther as well to go along with the second marriage, which was performed in 1540. And Philip went on to have 9 more kids with Margareta Gonzalez as well. But the scandal of his growth in the population reflected truly on all of them. But nevertheless, this is kind of like the compromises that they had to make to try and have his connection to royalty. But the overall message here, this is the one extreme poll where the vision of the Jewish place in the Netherlands is decidedly negative, that they should be boxed in and not allowed to have anything beyond their chimney sweeping and digging in trees and things like that. But thankfully, that was rejected as being not economically viable. On the other side of the coin, we also have the same century this remarkable work by Dirk Wolters through a fascinating individual, really liberal Protestant thinker, who wrote a book called Synodus Consciente, I hope I said that right, which translates as Synod on the Freedom of Conscience in 1582. Very unusual work. But what's his background? First of all, it's a fascinating kind of Renaissance man in many ways. He was, at 17 years old, he married a woman who was age 29, 12 years his senior, and his family disowned him and cut him out of their will and into their support of him. So he ended up becoming actually a copper engraver. He had some artistic talents, and he ended up becoming an all-round kind of intellectual. He translated Latin classics, Dutch, he wrote plays and poetry, he got very involved in politics, and he was a Protestant theologian. And one of his major projects was this remarkable document, which stands out as one of the early weekend tolerance, is Synod on the Freedom of Conscience. And it was a fictitious synod is normally a gathering of experts to discuss some important topic. And it was modeled on and kind of like reflective of the church synod that happened earlier. He created a fictitious synod, which he recorded the minutes of in this book. And it was all dedicated not to a particular church, but to freedom of conscience. In many ways, the same kind of device was used, for example, by Rabbi in Spain to depict the debate between Christianity, Judaism, and Islam before it became the Khazarians. That's the Khazari. So Kurd also used a similar kind of device in the sense that it is a synod and with all these characters speaking in like a play format, a dialogue format of their respective views. And the hero of it is one particular individual who happens to be Jewish, Gamaliel the Pharisee, who is mentioned in the New Testament in the book of Acts, chapter 5, verses 38 to 39, which is a discussion there of his inclination towards tolerance of Christianity. They have to be curious about the context. And basically, Gamaliel, who is probably modeled, at least Acts, not so much in Corinth, but in Acts, on Rabbi Gamaliel, the great seed of the Sanhedrin. It was actually a historical individual in Jewish history of great importance. He basically takes this position, which I don't think Gamaliel would have taken, but nevertheless, there was something different. It's true of what it is. That the scripture is perfect. And of course, Kornberg's Gamaliel means the Jewish Bible and the Christian Bible is perfect. But we can misinterpret it. People can make mistakes from it. And we are unable to discern whose reading is ultimately correct. Given this uncertainty as to who is reading the Bible correctly, we must tolerate each other. That's the basic basis of this work. And we go through all kinds of issues. Christians argue one point, Catholics, Protestants argue various points. And Gabriel goes on to say, for example, how ridiculous it is to force Jews to attend sermons. And wouldn't it be much better to allow people simply to have a free exchange of ideas, and then people will be able to follow their conscience? It's about religious conscience. He advocated a total also advocated the removal of all censorship, that everyone should be able to write and circulate any kind of idea they wanted. This was really amazing for the 16th century. We're talking about something that, it's 200 years before we get to even discussion of something like the First Amendment in American politics. But he's coming up with these ideas, and they were also rejected. They were also considered too radical for their time. But nevertheless, they exerted a kind of gravitational pull on the Protestant Dutch psyche that actually was very much in favor of tolerating Jews in America. In many ways, he's something of an intellectual hero, patron of the Jews for that. We should put this all into the context, and we should understand the 16th century is a period of tremendous change. It was a period when Protestantism takes over and dominates Northern Europe. There's armed military conflict as a result of the church reacting to this change and counter-reformation and so on. A lot of demographic change, not only as a result of the wars that sweep across the continent, but also migration, including those Portuguese who are Christians who represent a really unsettling new element in the there's tremendous economic change. The Americas have been discovered by Europeans, and a whole new world of economic development becomes possible. Amsterdam, the Netherlands, is at the center of that great maritime economy and commerce, which favors these new Jewish migrants and so on. And so the whole question of what to do with the Jews is so wrapped up with people trying to figure out how do we find ourselves between these two poles of medieval exclusionism and almost postmodern freedom. I just find it so fascinating. I really hope that some of you watching will be able to join us on this cruise. We only have room for I think a few more at this point in time. But if not, I'm really looking forward to sharing with you the fruits of my research and make some videos from the Netherlands themselves. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students and teachers. I am so thrilled to present this little bit of historical data that I recently enjoyed learning about as I was preparing for the Culture Grid book to the Netherlands and Belgium. This is one of the earliest pieces of evidence of Jews living in this region. It dates from the middle of the 13th century. It's so fascinating. Wow. I just don't know why more people aren't Jewish historians. Because this is just so much fun. I'm so grateful that I have the opportunity to do this and share it with you. So, first of all, what do we know about the Jews in Belgium? Not a lot. Most of the earliest data that we have is primarily references that are topographic in nature. There's a reference to a medieval town having a Jewish street, or even a Jewish castle, which is apparently a Jewish castle, probably a synagogue, something like that. The earliest documentation that we have dates basically from the early 14th century, and they're mainly real estate transactions that involve Jews, rentals and sales and things like that. They're almost always in Latin, although we do have one interesting document dated 1344 that has some Hebrew annotations as well that basically repeats the key data that's mentioned in Latin. Probably for one of the participants in the deal who wants to keep a record for himself in his own language. So as I was doing this research, I came across the work of a scholar named Emilio Figueroa. His years are 1846 to 1929. I was really surprised I couldn't find a lot out about him, although he was the author of a four-part article that was published at great length. It's almost a small book called Dote Documents sur Belgique sous l'Ancien Régime. Basically about the Jews in medieval Belgium and then coming up to his time. Fascinating material. And he published in the very prestigious journal Revue des Études Juives, essentially the review of Jewish studies in the years 1883 to 1884. I couldn't find much about him. This is the main work that he's cited for, although he is listed in French sources as a conservateur honoraire des manuscrits de la Bibliothèque Royale de Belgique, that he is an honorary conservator. I don't know what that means exactly, but he's conserving manuscripts in the Royal Library of Belgium. Very cool. He found a lot of really interesting things, like, for example, this, which is not exactly what we're going to study, but it's still cool. This is a Hebrew seal that was attached to one document at the Seigneurial Archives of Luxembourg, which is right nearby, and it's dated 1378 or possibly 1379. And if you look at it, see, and this is obviously a drawing of the seal. I could not find an actual photo of the seal. This is taken from his 1883 article. In the center of the seal, there it looks like a Jewish man, perhaps with nails, certainly with a beard, and wearing the traditional Jewish hat that was mandated after 1215. Interesting question about that. And then surrounding the seal, looking from, like, let's say 11 o'clock and then moving counterclockwise, and you can see it's all also written down there in the bottom of Hebrew. Yaakov, and then there is an abbreviation, Beit A, and then Yoel, strange word, which he translates as Jacob, and in the abbreviation, Beit A, he renders as son of the saint, or son of the Holy One, who would be Kadosh, and Yoel, which would be his father's name. Now, Yaakov and Yoel, which would be a very typical name for Jews to sign their names to. And the son of his father is typically the same name. What is this title? Kadosh or holy? It's not that common. But when you figure out the dates, you see that this document from 1378, 1379, it could be that his father, whose name was apparently Yoel Golcha. Golcha is a strange name. Maybe that's a place name, maybe that's some kind of surname that might have been used by the family. But why would he be a Kadosh? Why would he be a martyr? Someone who died on Kiddush Hashem? Because there was a lot of rampages against the Jews in the context of the Black Death, 1347 through about 1354. So it could be that Yaakov's father was martyred in an anti-Semitic attack in the context of Black Death. Could be, we don't know. But these are the kinds of really cool things that we that are well found for us. And we're going to look at one right now that I think is just so amazing. So this is something that was discovered in a town called Tienen, also known as Tirlemont in Belgium. You can see here on this map, it's just west of Brussels. And apparently when they were doing some construction in the orchard of the civil hospital in 1872, they came across a Jewish baby. It was apparently underneath a small chapel that was being renovated, only about a foot and a half down, so the graves were really quite shallow. And here you can see the picture of the hospital building at the time. I don't know where the chapel would have been located, like in the orchard, I assume in the back somewhere. But what they discovered was a series of graves, certain remains, and this remarkable stone. Let's look at this This gravestone, which obviously is written in Hebrew, measures about 63 centimeters by 64 centimeters, which is about 2 feet by 2 feet, and it's written in very fine block Hebrew print. It's serious print. carefully read most of it, but I think it will provide us with a transcription. Here's what it looks like. So it's with this strange word, ifutacha, which means engraved. Okay. Evan echad, one stone. And this must be the stone that he's referring to, right? This stone is engraved. And here's an interesting thing. The word echad, or one, is misspelled because the word Evan, stone, is irregular feminine, meaning in Hebrew it appears to be masculine. It doesn't mean, for example, a name, but it is always rendered as a feminine and it is declined. So it should really read Evan Achat, tough. So that's interesting. Why would there be a fairly obvious grammatical mistake? Unless it speaks perhaps to the level of learning of the community high enough that they have someone who can carve gravestones in Hebrew, but not so perfect that if there's a mistake, people won't catch it, or will let it slide. No, but let's follow the text. It reads, "Vehi mitzvah l'rosh bara dorivna bat Rosh." And it, referring to the stone, which is now, of course, rendered feminine, stands at the head of Marat Rivka. Marat is the honorific title. We would translate this to English as something like Madam or Mrs. perhaps. But it's strange because it typically, if you use Marat, you would also indicate who she was married to, but that's omitted here. So we have to assume that perhaps she was single, perhaps never married because she's not that her deceased husband not educated. And this is amplified by what's been happening later. Anyway, she is the daughter of Moshe. The father's name was Moshe. Sheniftera the shame. And she died with a name. Now, you look at the stone, and Uber Little writes about this, it seems to be written the shot with the fate at the end of the word, rather than a final name. That's probably due to the deformity of the stone over time, difficulty of reading it, because this is right at the very engine line. The letters are very similar except for the left-hand slash. So this makes a lot more sense than shot. Shot would be something like she died in a state of return or repentance, which would just beg a whole pile of questions. It's probably the word Christian, which would mean with a name, meaning she died with a good reputation. And that would definitely relate to her title, Maras, meaning, Mrs. or Mad on the list. Interesting. We don't know what she did to deserve this, but she obviously received a high degree of honor from people who put this together. And then it says the year Shnat Chamesh which is the year in 5016 in the Hebrew counting from the beginning of creation, right? Mundi, but in the Christian calendar, it would be rendered as either the year 1255 or 1256. We don't know what month of the year she died in, so that's why it's rendered, because the Hebrew year begins in the fall of the secular year. And then it has the phrase with these highlights on the bottom, which normally suggests that there's something special to be done with these letters, like they capture a numerical value or something like that. But Overload does not help us out with what this might be here. And it says, the milk up of and her rest is in the garden of Eden. So fascinating reference. Opens up so many questions. But what is really most important for us is that this is the earliest archaeological record of Jews living in Belgium, dating from the year 1255. It dates even the literary records by almost 100 years. I just love it. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited about the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands and Belgium. Let's take just a few minutes to talk about the remarkable Jewish history in Antwerp. This region, as you can see on the map here, is quite close to the Netherlands. We've spoken quite a bit about Amsterdam, which is an amazing city. I've never been there before. I can't wait to see it. But Antwerp is the home of a bustling modern Jewish community. I'm very excited to see that as well. In many ways, the history kind of overlaps what's happening to the north. The region was under common rule for quite a bit of its time. We only have Jews appearing there from the 15th century onwards, so it's a relatively modern Jewish community, and it's just fascinating. First of all, like Amsterdam, one of the most important early populations in Antwerp were the Portuguese Jews. These are, you will recall, Jews who were the descendants of Jews forcibly converted in 1391 in Spain, and then some of the expellees from 1492 moved into Portugal, where they were again forcibly converted in the year 1497. After that, many of them living as Christians were already, generations by this time. They begin to slowly trickle out of Portugal and find their ways to places where they can adopt, to varying degrees, their Jewish identity. Now, in Antwerp, the Emperor Charles V granted safe conduct to these Portuguese Jews in 1526, which was right on time because the Inquisition would arrive in Portugal as well in 1536. And according to Samuel Busquet, who was one of the refugees of Portugal at this time, who wrote The Consolation for the Tribulation of Israel, a really remarkable book, the Portuguese Inquisition was even more horrible than the Spanish Inquisition. So Antwerp played a very, very important role to be a kind of a conduit for Jews fleeing Portugal, that is, Jews who had been forcibly converted and living as Christians, and they have to get out of there in order to re-adopt their Jewish identity. One of the most famous of them is the great Doña Gracia Sea. Here she is most likely, according to many art historians, as a subject of the great Zeno. This painting is called La Rosso Compagno, which is just a luminous portrait of this very heroic woman who actually at one point declared a worldwide boycott on shipping lanes in the Papal States, which is just a mind-boggling story, but not for us now. Anyway, the sea family used Antwerp as one of their passages to get out of Portugal and to get to even more free places to the east. Ultimately, the Portuguese pressure increased on Antwerp, and they eventually had to crack down on a lot of the Jews who were using this as a way station. The Jews who moved there permanently were expelled. There was a certain number of them who remained illegally, and others only began to return after 1648. Now, under Austrian rule, which begins from 1713 on, indigenous begin to slowly include the Jews, and then remarkably, it falls to the French in the Revolutionary era in 1794, which results in complete emancipation of the Jews out of the region, which is extremely important. And finally, in 1830, Belgium becomes an independent country. There are about 150 Jews living in Antwerp at the time, and this is just the beginning of the real population growth of Jews living in Antwerp in the turn of the 20th century. What's happening? Why Antwerp? Well, the most important thing we should think about is that there are a lot of Jews who are making their way west. As you can see from this map here, which tracks the displacement of Jews from the Pale of Settlement, that's the region in the former Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live, a huge wave of migration, not only of Jews, but also of various Southern Europeans and Eastern Europeans who lived around this time, 1881 till 1917, after the world collapse and there would be a civil war. And you can see there's 1.75 million Jews make their way to the United States of America, 45,000 make their way to the land of Israel, smaller numbers in South America, Australia, and elsewhere. And Antwerp is one of the last sites on the European continent before they make their way across the Atlantic. This coincided with a huge rise in diamond industry, which was an industry that was something that Jews were very well prepared for culturally. There was a lot of finance involved, so the detailed work with gem cutting, and there was a long history of Jews involved in this. And so many of those migrants, but 250,000 Jews made their way to Western Europe. Many of them said, hey, why should we cross the pond? Let's stay right here in Canada. So if you look at this chart, you can see how the population grew remarkably from about 8,000 in 1900 to about 55,000 in 1909, with about 1 in 5 residents of Antwerp was Jewish. That's the peak of the population, of course, immediately prior to the Holocaust. The tragedies of the Holocaust, of course, also reached Belgium, although in some ways there were some highly distinctive features that Jews had. First of all, we should realize that many of these Jews were not actually Belgian citizens at the time, and so they felt unusually insecure with the German invasion, and they didn't realize that they were extremely exposed to the threat of Nazism, more so than citizens in many of the other countries that surround them. So a large-scale flight of Jews to Antwerp began primarily to France. And this combined, however, with a German economic interest in keeping the diamond industry functioning. Since the diamond industry was really dependent on Jews, they actually slowed off a lot of the discriminatory measures that was much more zeal in other parts of Eastern and Western Europe. So ultimately, however, the weight of the slavery that the Nazis had to their anti-Semitic ideology could not be overcome. And so the Jewish badge was instituted, there was violence, discrimination, and ultimately deportations to Auschwitz began in the summer of 1942. By the end of the war, some 50,000 Jews that were living in Antwerp had reduced to less than 1,000 who were able to emerge from their hiding places and successfully avoided deportation. The number of actual Jews from Antwerp who were killed in the Holocaust is a little difficult to calculate because many of them fled to other countries immediately prior to the war. It definitely represents a horrible devastation of the community that so few remain. However, the industry was still quite strong, and it was very, very important to the economic health of the community as a whole. And there were a lot of refugees from the war who decided to choose Antwerp as their home as well. Ultimately, the community rebounded. By the turn of the 20th century, there were about 15,000 Jews living in Antwerp. Again, only about a quarter of the pre-war population, but nevertheless, a significant amount of Jews were highly concentrated in certain economic areas and in certain geographic parts of the city. It actually has one of the highest rates of Jewish education in Europe. About 9 out of 10 Jewish children in Antwerp attend Jewish schools, which is a remarkably high figure. Contemporary population estimates say there are about 20 to 25,000 Jews in Antwerp today, very vibrant community, about 5,000 Jewish children in Jewish schools. So really remarkable. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Antwerp. It would be great if you could join us on this cruise, and if you're not able to, I'm sorry, but I'll be able to share some of this with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As I was doing my research for the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, I came across this individual who was just so inspirational. I just wanted to take a few minutes and speak about his activity during World War II. I'm speaking, of course, about Walter Zuskin, who was a German Jew who was living in Amsterdam, and he saved about 600 Jewish children during the Holocaust. And he's especially fascinating because one of the things that the Nazis did when they came into the territories and occupied them is they immediately relied on an organization called the Judenrat, or Jewish Council, which was typically made up of people who had, prior to the occupation, been serving some kind of communal capacity, and they were impressed upon by the Nazis to become essentially their accomplices, to put in place whatever demands the Nazis had, whether it was confiscations of money, of valuables, furs, radios, whatever, all the way up to deportation of the population. Typically what happened when the Nazis set up these is that they would come in and they would make demands, and the leadership would refuse. They would typically be shot on the spot, and the Nazis would say, who's second in charge? Who's third in charge? Sometimes they would have to go through several levels until they found people who were willing to cooperate with the Nazis because they were forced to. So there's a big open moral question with regards to the functioning of the Judenrat, because after all, the members of the Judenrat were accomplices to the Nazis in their horrific activities. But that's not universal. We definitely have some Judenrat leaders, like, for example, Adolf Hitler in Warsaw, who left a detailed memoir, a diary, before he took his own life when he realized he could not hold back the Nazis from what they intended for the Jewish population. So some of those Judenrat leaders were actually doing everything in their power to try and save Jews. One of those examples is Walter Zuskin of Amsterdam. Zuskin was a fairly nondescript individual. He was born in 1906 in Germany, and he eventually became the manager of a margarine factory. In 1938, sensing the distinct anti-Semitism Nazis had inspired, he and his wife and later their young daughter, Yvonne, fled Germany and they were hoping to make it to the United States. They ended up in Amsterdam when the war broke out, and his employment at that time was that he was a manager of the Rothschild, the theater of the Netherlands in Amsterdam, which served as a collection point for Jews in the Nazi deportation plans to Westerbork, which was his transit camp. Zuskin relied on his strong human management skills to maintain very good relations with the Nazis in Amsterdam, while secretly plotting against them to foil their plans to murder the Jews of the region. He worked together with an economist named Felix Halberstadt in the theater, such that when families were brought to the theater for deportation, he would make sure that the records of the children simply disappeared. And then they would be taken to a nearby nursery that was run by a Jewish woman named Henrietta Pimentel, who would then smuggle them out to a nearby teachers' college. The teachers' college was run by a man named Johann van Hoos. And from there, they would be taken away in whatever means they could. Small children were taken in backpacks, in shopping bags, even laundry baskets, and they were then shipped out to nearby suburbs of Amsterdam. In total, about 600 Jewish children were saved through this remarkable network that involved a lot of accomplices, Jewish and non-Jewish, to make sure they cooperated to save these children. They worked together with the Utrecht's Committee, the Children's Committee of Utrecht, and even the Dutch resistance to make all of this happen. Unfortunately, Zuskin himself and his family did not survive the war. Like many members of the Judenrat, even though they were very valuable to the Nazis, ultimately they were just simply last on the list to be deported. So in 1944, Zuskin and his wife and his daughter were deported to Westerbork. He tried to get them out of there with letters of recommendation that we had from his previous overseers. We had no luck whatsoever. They were later deported to Reichenstadt and finally to the notorious Auschwitz. He was separated from his wife and daughter on October 25th, 1944, and although he survived, they were killed. Zuskin himself would eventually die in one of the death marches in February 1945 as the Nazis tried desperately to pull back from the After the war, of course, his heroism is remembered. A film was made about him, and a bridge was constructed nearby in Amsterdam, one of the many canals, as a memorial to the way in which he was literally a bridge from death to life for 600 Jewish children. Absolute inspiration. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so thrilled that next week we will board our ship and we will begin our cruise of the Netherlands and Belgium. I want to share with you about one individual that I recently learned about as I was working on the lectures on the economy of the Golden Age, which is basically the 17th century. Joseph Pencil de la Vega, Jose de la Vega, his years are 1650 to 1692, and he's one of those amazing Jews who had made their way from the Iberian Peninsula to Amsterdam, his family in particular, and he did amazing, phenomenal things there, specifically in his literary work and in his analysis of the stock market. So before I get back to him, let's just have a quick look at the status of the economy in Amsterdam in the 17th century. A lot of that activity has to do with that they have a real market as a result of the connection of Europe with the Americas and also with the Far East as well. Have a look at this map of the translates bunch of kindred countries. These are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active and had a lot of connection with the local economies and a lot of import export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had fled the Inquisition and were looking for new economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets. Very important was the market in what was Brazil, hugely significant, and also in the northern part of South America and also in the Caribbean, huge significance for the settlement of Jews in North America in general, and particularly to see here New York, which of course was originally New Amsterdam, at least the Europeans that it's fascinating to think that the local governor, Peter Stoy, was on film here wearing a kippah. That's weird, I know, but I think it's just coincidental. He really didn't want to let the Jews in, but nevertheless, the officials in Amsterdam said to us, they're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with Dutch tradition not to allow them in, so he was forced to allow his tiny Jews in 1654 into North America. And of course, for our purposes, very important is South Africa, which would be very significant thanks to the diamond trade, which runs its way through Belgium and Amsterdam as well. So all of this new economic activity is happening, and it is concentrating itself especially in the stock exchange. The first European international exchange was established in Antwerp, not too far away from Amsterdam, in 1836. It had a lot of participation of Portuguese Jews, and in fact, when the Amsterdam Stock Exchange really got going in 1674, about 13% of all of the activity there was involving Portuguese Jews, which is very significant given the fact that their population in the city was in the single digits. They were really quite overrepresented here because it was a new economic niche that could be well exploited by their numerous and their literacy. Here's an image of the stock exchange from 1670 to what this must have been like in the 17th century. Now that brings us to Jose de la Vega. His father was a victim of the Inquisition. His name was Isaac Pencil Felix, and he was arrested by the Inquisition. He was born in a place called while he was held, he made a vow that if he were ever to be released, he would find his way back to openly practicing Judaism. Right? He was one of the many Jews, the descendants of Jews who had been forcibly converted in 1391 in a series of pogroms. The Inquisition, of course, was agreed to specifically prohibit those Jews from practicing their faith and maintaining their fictional existence as Christians. He was fortunately released, and he made his way first to Antwerp with his family, and later on to Middelburg. And there, he openly accepted his Jewish identity and began practicing Judaism without fear. He was also known to have been an extremely charitable individual. He's given out about 8,000 children, which implied that he must have been a very wealthy person. Now, his son, Jose, was born in the year 1650, and he proved to be quite a literary individual with a lot of writing, not only of letters that were published, but also of several books. The one that's most significant for our purposes is a book called Confusión de Confusiones. I wonder if that would be Confusión de Confusiones. I don't know Spanish well enough, but obviously the English title would be Confusion of Confusions. And it was published in 1688 as the first book describing how the stock exchange works. It has actually retained a lot of its value. It was translated to English, and it's still used today. It's a fascinating work. It has 4 dialogues involving a so-called fastidious philosopher, a prudent merchant, and an erudite stockholder. And he gets into all kinds of things. He explains what stocks are, he explains options, speculative maneuvers, and all kinds of fascinating things. And it's very important for historians because it tells us a lot about how this major European exchange in the 17th century operated. He's also a very funny writer, and there's all kinds of anecdotes and very pungent descriptions of life in Amsterdam and so on. It's really quite interesting. He includes, for example, 4 basic rules of speculation, which have retained their value in the present day. A lot of people really say that this is what it's all about. Here they are. I'll give them to you. First, the first rule in speculation is never advise anyone to buy or sell shares. Okay, that doesn't sound so much like an economic idea. It's more of like how to maintain, friendships with your brother-in-law and things like that. But don't give anyone advice. He goes on to say that basically, it's all up in the air. Things go up and down. You don't want to give people bad advice and then get them further. Second rule: accept both your profits and regrets. Don't, simmer in the awful kind of feeling of, oh, I should have, bought that when it was cheap and things like that. I should have sold it before it crashed. There's no point to it. It's just going to make you feel awful. It really sounds more like a self-help book than a formal financial analysis. But nevertheless, the third rule, and it relates, I think, to the first 2 rules. Profit in the share market is goblin treasure. I wasn't sure exactly what goblin treasure is, but he goes on to explain. At one moment, it is carbuncles, the next is coal. One moment, diamonds, the next pebbles. And the profits that you earn, they can blow up tremendously, and they can also, be moved almost the so-called bubbles, right? It's very, very important rule. The 4th rule: he who wishes to become rich from this game must have both money and patience. It's really fascinating. It is so important for the study of international financial markets that the Federation of European Securities Exchanges actually holds an annual prize, the De La Vega Prize, for research on European stock exchange. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this short video. I realize that if you haven't booked on a cruise, you're not going to be joining us. The boat was full for quite some time already, but maybe on a future cruise, and I certainly look forward to sharing more videos about how my research and my experience there with you, because we all love Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. These are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active. that's got a lot of connection with the local economies and a lot of import and export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had, fled the Inquisition and were looking for new economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets in all kinds of ways. And in particular, we see here in New York, which of course was originally New Amsterdam, at least once the Europeans came to the region. It's fascinating. I think that the local governor, Peter Stoiv, is not shown here, wearing a kippah. That's weird, I know, but I think it's just coincidental. He really didn't want to let the Jews in, but nevertheless, the officials in Amsterdam said to him, listen, they're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with the Dutch tradition not to allow them in. So he was forced to allow this tiny group of Jews in 1644 into North America. We're talking Amsterdam now, and they want our groups, Poland and Dublin, over a lot of places. And that's something about fascinating area. Sometimes when I'm thinking of Costa Rica, that does talk about it, the land itself, the culture of the people, and specifically their relationship with their Jewish minorities. It's much to see there has been not collective effort by the inhabitants of the region to actually make it thrive. These will know that water drills and spend the water elsewhere to keep the sea at bay. They were also prepared to overlook the more minor differences that affected private lives, like, for example, religion. But basically, allow them to open and one of the places to be able to flourish in a society like Amsterdam. Thanks very much for watching. Good morning, fellow students of Jewish history. So, yesterday was just an amazing experience going to visit the Portuguese synagogue in Amsterdam. It's a phenomenal edifice built in the 17th century. It really is a testament to the magnitude and, as you shall see, the generosity of the Portuguese immigrants in Amsterdam and what they expected for the large Christian Jewish history. One of the things that I really found especially fascinating was a unusual symbol that the Portuguese community adopted for themselves, specifically for their leadership. It's an image of a pelican striking its own breast and then feeding its blood to its otherwise starving children. What exactly does it mean? I think that the most dramatic representation of it is here in Rabbi boardrooms. This is where the leadership would gather to engage in discussions and especially distribute charitable funds to the community. And you shall see that's especially important. And it's frequently paired with the phoenix, which is a completely separate set of ideas relating to the rebirth of the community from the ashes, which is, of course, especially appropriate because the Portuguese Jews had just escaped the horrific Inquisition. Here's the real big question regarding this unusual symbol. Is it a Christian symbol? So the answer is yes, but there are two very major caveats that bring to bear when looking at it. First of all, it is highly unlikely the Portuguese Jews, especially with their detailed experience of Christianity, actual lived Christianity, because they were forced in earlier generations to actually pretend to be Christians as a result of their forced conversion several generations earlier, and with their experience of persecution under the Inquisition, they would never have consciously adopted a Christian symbol for its Christian associations. So they knew what they were doing and nevertheless they chose this symbol. Secondly, the symbol actually predates Christianity, reaching back into Roman and Egyptian mythology. And it's likely that this is what the Portuguese leadership intended when they adopted the symbol. They were going back to its original meaning and not thinking of adopting traditions later by the church. Very much so like the Phoenix, which also has those distinct Greek and Egyptian mythologies, and it would be absurd to say that they wanted to adopt, Greek and Egyptian mythology themselves. So let's look at first recorded instance we have of eloquence as an image comes from the 2nd century text, usually attributed to Clement of Alexandria, Egypt, a book called the Physiologus. And what Clement of Alexandria was trying to do was he was taking a whole series of myths about animals and then applying Christian meanings to what Christians can learn from these behaviors. This was later adapted in the Middle Ages to various bestiaries, and it became an especially popular book when we look at the pelican. In the Middle Ages, when the Eucharist was introduced and circulated, and so we have lots of representations in Christian knowledge. So what is the idea? I mean, the pelican, rather than letting its children starve, opens up its breast and feeds her own blood to her children. Blood, which is kind of gross, but there you go. The comparisons to founders of Christianity, of course, are very obvious, especially when we look at the actual ritual of communion. So, back to our question, why would the Portuguese use adopt this symbol? They're really looking back at the pre-Christian origins of it, like they did with the Phoenix, and they talk about how Jewish value of providing charitable funds to those in need is something that's incumbent upon Jews, and it's something that they value very highly. And this is especially appropriate because Portuguese Jews came into phenomenal wealth in the 17th century during the Golden Age, especially with the expansion of global trade, which they pioneered in many ways. And when we think about the 17th century, we can't avoid the massive influx of Ukrainian refugees, much like today, unfortunately, when as a result of the pogroms of 1648-49, there was a huge pressure for Jews to leave that region and find safer places to live. And it was incumbent upon the Portuguese Jewish leadership, the Mamad, to disperse funds for their youth. They did so with tremendous generosity. That's why the image of the pelican was especially prominent. There are many other details and the theories for why they believe those baby pelicans. But for now, let's go back. I think this is just so fascinating. I'm really grateful to be able to see these things in person. Grateful for their cruises, and I hope that someday you'll enjoy them with me as well, or at least on the end. Thank you very much for listening.
Now we're having a uniquely Jewish moment here. We stopped on the street in front of the synagogue, which has a plaque on the wall outside that denotes the structure as a collection point for Jews in anticipation of their deportation later to the death camps.
No, many pictures. The portion has not allowed to take pictures during transportation. So the biggest one picture that was taken from an apartment in front of the street, and this shows
We walked in here, and sure enough, we started playing. The two guys learning Dafyomi, and we started playing Jewish geography here, and it was like 5 languages. Was it Hebrew, Dutch, English, Russian, it was every language. Tried to match up there, and we're having a live Jewish one. Little things about Antwerp is that we have this experience here.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. We just returned from an amazing cruise in the Netherlands and Belgium with Kosher River Cruises, and I have to say that although there were so many fantastic things, I made a couple of short videos about a few of them. The highlight, without question, was this amazing Shabbos Christmas in Middleburg, where we visited this synagogue that is just so fantastic. I can tell you that. So if you walk down a street called Aaronstraat, you'll see this tiny little opening that goes through an alley. At the top of it says Beit HaKnesset, it's synagogue, and then it has the year Tahalel, which is Hebrew word you will praise. That works out to the year 1704. And that's really interesting. It's charming. I want to see what's inside. But what I think is especially unusual is that little plaque on the left, which is only in Dutch. It describes the story. And you can see that under the Star of David, it has the Lion of Judah. It has 4 dates. Built in 1704. Occupied by the Nazis in 1940, destroyed, in this case by a British mortar in 1944, my amazement, not only was the synagogue of Middleburg reconstructed as a physical entity, it's actually been repopulated. That everyone thought Jews had basically disappeared from this middle-sized town, but they began coming back once the synagogue was created. I'm going to tell you the whole story, and more importantly, I'm going to let some of the principal figures involved tell the story in this video. So first of all, let's just see where exactly it is. Here's a map of Europe. You can see the Netherlands where it's located, just about equal to London, but across on the continental side of the channel, of course. And in our cruise, we started in Amsterdam, which is a major Jewish center, and then we went all the way down through canal zones to the city of Antwerp. Very big population center there, where I had some great experiences tasting berries. Then we rode the ship down to the medieval village of Ghent and nearby Bruges, also very important. And then we made our way up to this little place called Middelburg, and nearby Viera. Viera would be very important because that's the home of Anne Vos, who is going to be a major player in the story. Then after the trip, we went to Rotterdam, where we actually saw, it was pretty bizarre, a reconstruction of Noah's Ark. And then shortly after it, we saw a rainbow, which was very spooky. At any rate, that was our whole trip. We went back to Amsterdam and flew out to Middelburg later. So let's focus in on Middelburg now. Here's an old map of the city, and you can see there's like kind of a ring road, a really old core, and then towards the bottom by the letter H, there is something that says a Israelitische Kerk, a Jewish church. In other words, this map labels the synagogue. The entrance is on Ehrenstraat to the right, but to the left is the home of the original builder of the synagogue. He had what they call in Dutch an achterhouse, a behind house. It's the same word that is used for the structure in which Anne Frank and her family hid during the Holocaust. And he wanted to dedicate that space to becoming a synagogue. So that's the actual structure we're going to see. We also have an illustration of the synagogue in an almanac that was published in 1780, which is very fascinating. It has a bunch of trees about what Jews believe and what we do in synagogue and things like that. And we have a pretty good idea of the plan of the synagogue. If you have a look at this modern drawing, you can see a Herrenstraat. The entrance is on the south at the bottom of the drawing. There's kind of like a narrow alleyway, and there's a garden to the right, sort of like an open space where the sukkah can be placed. The mikvah is placed just south of there, and then just north of there is that square building with that unique kind of roof that is the synagogue itself. We see that the roof was preserved as long as 1940 when this particular photograph was taken. It's prominent in the foreground here. And we even have some photographs that we get to the 20th century that shows that the heavy traditional kind of furniture that was in place in the synagogue. This is the view towards the distinct two windows featured in the reconstructed synagogue as well. Unfortunately, in the context of World War II, the entire town of Middelburg was emptied of Jews. They were deported to the death camps, and the synagogue was occupied by the Nazis. When the Allies reconquered the region in the context of the fighting, a British mortar landed in the synagogue and destroyed it. This is the view of the destroyed roof. And by the time the conflict was over, you can see that there's only a few shells of walls that stand around the open space that once was the synagogue. And over the course of time, this was neglected, and in fact, trees even grew in the consecrated ground. There's one that goes right where the contemporary bema stands today. And the elements had their way, and basically, by the time you get to the late 20th century, there was nothing left except for a few exterior walls. And this is the way it would have stayed were it not for the intervention of Anne Vos. He's shown here with David Lawrence of Costa Cruises in his remarkable home theater, which is just a few kilometers away from Middelburg. Here's a picture of some other guy with Dr. Vos's wife. By the way, he's not Jewish, but he just felt that it was wrong for the community to ignore this centuries-old holy place to Jews, and so he engineered a tremendous effort, bringing together all kinds of social groups and all kinds of local community organizations to support the raising of funds to rebuild the synagogue. He published a book on it, several articles of his are in this book, and and he succeeded. But that's not the whole story. That itself, I think, is quite remarkable. But what is really amazing was when the synagogue was constructed. Jews began to reappear in Italy, and now it is a fully functioning synagogue. So this is just an example of the amazing things that David Lawrence and Kosher Biblical Policing does. We invited Odd Voss and York Smith, a very important person in the community, to come join us on the ship for Shabbat. They came Friday night and had a meal with us, and before Shabbat began, we heard their story. So I have a video of them telling the story of this remarkable synagogue. I'd like to share a little bit of it right now.
After the war in 1945, almost everybody thought that Jewish life had come to an end here in Europe. Only some Jews came back from the camps from Ukrainian places, and the synagogue was damaged. But after 15 years, after the restoration, Jewish life recovered here in Europe. There are other synagogues restored after the war, but most of them got another destination. Sometimes as a church, even a mosque or a museum. And sometimes as a museum that tells us about Jewish life from before the war. Depicting Jewish life as a vanished land. But the synagogue of Middelburg is not a museum, but a synagogue where every Shabbat and every Yom has divine services.
Well, let's just recap. You have this shell of a building, 300-year-old synagogue that is destroyed. And a local non-Jew says, you know what, it's not right, we better rebuild it. He rebuilds it, and that attracts one or two Jews.
And we got very important support from the churches of Middelburg, from the city council of Middelburg, from other authorities, and from hundreds of private sponsors.
They raise money to buy a Torah scroll that attracts more Jews. And ultimately, you have a community of Jews praying in Middelburg that hasn't been seen for half a century. It's a remarkable renaissance.
You know, the man who make a testimony very thankful for him.
And then we were very fortunate to hear the personal story of Luke Smith, a man whose mother was Jewish and survived the Holocaust by going underground as a young girl, meaning posing as a Christian. By the time the war was over and her entire family was killed, she was just a teenager. She just went on living as a Christian, and she raised her children afterwards as Christians. In fact, one of his brothers is actually a priest, and they occasionally have to call him to make a living. Luke's story was absolutely devastating.
There was a little boy, 4 years, because he started always when you walk to the beach. Look behind you, because tomorrow it can be heaven again. So I was raised with fear. Fear to be a Jew, fear to be part of the family, of the Jewish family. And I didn't know anything about Jew.
You have Shabbat happening there.
So we started to take the Catholic. To make the Catholics, to start to make the Catholic room to Friday night. My students was also there. And I was always thinking, I'm the only Jewish man here. I never met Jewish people, I didn't use it. And then finally I read from the surgeon in the hospital working as first, and he was busy with a restoration of the synagogue in Middelburg. I didn't know what a synagogue was. So we met first time in a hotel where some Jewish people have Rosh Hashanah. I heard something about Rosh Hashanah. And I know the first night of Rosh Hashanah we came there, and one of the women that made around the column, and the man who talked to them, he makes the blessing about the heart. When we walked back, he said, we have celebrating Rosh Hashanah. He said a blessing, so it was for me, it was a miracle. And then the synagogue started to be problem was, you had a very nice service, a very nice service, but we didn't know what to do with it.
They don't have a full-time rabbi yet in Middleburg, but they're bringing rabbis from neighboring communities.
Then I am going to Amsterdam, Hamburg, I read out, and the whole year I have to say that, and I learned a language which is rare. You can imagine that it was from here to Rotterdam and back, and I thought, when I change the site, if you go to school in Middleburg, I go to play every day. So the first 5 years, I go every morning to Simple to play alone, because there was no one else to join. And I couldn't read Hebrew things. So I did Adoran, you know Adoran? I think the field report is another 55 minutes, and then it was done. So I started. And then I go, and we started, it's the Friday evening, one Friday evening, the real night coffee, and dinner, and apple, and everything. People come, and more people come. And slowly get a little Jewish community. And now, we have what the art says, we have celebration every Friday and every Sunday. We have celebration of new people worshiping God. And I'm still learning. It is a very special thing because I was learning and people were also learning with me. Because the first time of worshiping God, I had to learn how to do this thing. I had to put the people like this. I can sing how to slowly. And I learned then how to do singing. And then they want to more, and I learned more. And so we started with only how to do Friday night to the whole service where we started in the festival.
They have Brit Milah going on there, circumcision, and young people, children in the community. Yeah, here's a opinion event with a child who's somewhat older than 3 months, but nevertheless, it is beautiful to see this happening.
Since that time, we have on Sabbath morning 50 or 20 Jewish people at Syria. They can talk to us. Young people, little people from Rotterdam, start to work. There was much time to go to Rotterdam if you want to live in Middleburg. But still, they come. We're growing. Sometimes Sabbath morning we have million. We never did that. So it's amazing. It's really amazing.
Well, mitzvahs, they celebrate the holiday cycle there with Sukkot, they have weddings there. I mean, it's just so absolutely fantastic that this community has come alive again.
Today it was, for me, I was riding on my bicycle today. You didn't know me, but I never saw so many Jews in Middleburg walking. I saw people looking. There was a guy with a keyboard. There was one in the description. It was my bicycle. It was so nice to see. It was a miracle for me. But I stayed also for a year to see that there are still Jewish people, there are still Jewish life, and that you are still there. And
it's so amazing to visit this shul on Shabbat. Obviously, I couldn't take any live footage on Saturday while we were there, but what an amazing place. I'm so grateful to Kosher River Cruises for giving me the opportunity to see this community be resurrected under the direction of people like Muslim and Bonfires. Wow. I can't wait for the next cruise. Thank you very much for watching.
this man makes the children there, and we meet each other. Now I can say here before you, so many Jewish people in Middleburg, they can join you here to eat kosher in Middleburg on a ship. We walk through the Red Sea, and means tomorrow you in the synagogue get to see you all, and we have some questions you can talk from.
fast of the tentative, which this year falls on December 25th, is one of the most unusual fasts really in the Jewish calendar. It commemorates many very sad things that happened in Jewish history, perhaps the most significant which, however, that marked the beginning of the fall of Jerusalem. That is the first fall of Jerusalem, resulting in the Babylonian captivity. For the next 10 minutes, what I'd like to do is just think a little bit about what that exile and the subsequent exile really meant within the context of Jewish history. And then I'd like to bring it forward to the 20th century, just reflect for a few minutes on how that affects the Jewish world today. Judaism regards Jerusalem as the navel of the world, which is a phrase that appears in the literature. And this is something that they have in common in particular with Christian cultures. There's an amazing map. This is the famous cloverleaf map of Heinrich Windsor. And he represents here the world in a very classical kind of way, like a cloverleaf, at the center of which, of course, is Jerusalem. If you look more closely at it, you see that England is kind of stuck off the edge here, and then you've got even America, and the Northern Belt, right? Where you look at some sea monsters, threats, and things like that. And you go over here, some look like a merman, perhaps, or maybe it's mermaid, I can tell it's like this position. And then, of course, right at the center, representing the axis of Europe, Asia, Africa, and in many ways, reflecting the fact that at the edge of the Eastern Mediterranean, Israel really was, and Jerusalem in particular, was the city through which, in the past, the country traveled by land between those two continents. Looking at it in closer detail, you can see that the three crosses hanging on the side of Jerusalem clearly indicates contains Christian orientation to this, but in Jewish culture, this sentiment is the same. Jerusalem is it is at this time, though, the fast of the Tentative, that we mark the first attack on the walled city by Nebuchadnezzar, shown here in the 17th century depictions. But it marks a turning point, which is the first of the Jews were forcibly expelled from there. And it's marked with a verse in the book of Kings, 2 Kings, chapter 25, that reads, "In the 9th year of his reign, on the 10th day of the 10th month, Nebuchadnezzar moved against Jerusalem with his whole army. He besieged it, and he built towers against it all." Through the Talmudic tradition, we have the fast day that is marked on the Tentative, marking this particular historical. There are few archaeological reminders of it, such as this ancient arrowhead from Egypt, but they definitely left a tremendous scar on the Jewish city. The massive exodus of Jews from Jerusalem shown here in Genesis 2 shows famous rendition took them all the way out to the region of Mesopotamia. You see in this map traveling north and then curving around the region of Syria, following the Euphrates River down south to the heart of Babylon, where ultimately they would establish communities and ultimately the Talmud would be written into Babylon. But at the time, it was incredibly difficult exile, very difficult for the Jews. It's very well expressed in this remarkable piece by Edward Belgian. He's a German Jewish artist from the 19th century. And you can see in the outside frame is a quotation from Psalm 137, "By the rivers of Babylon, where we sat down and left, but we remember exactly." And you can see in the image, towards the left-hand side, there's some mysterious civilized architecture, the foreign strange architectural background by the Euphrates River, and the patrilineal here is trumpet, which you can see on this drawing right there, is on his chain, and he's holding his lyre because, of course, forced to that's a first to sing a song at the time. And this really very beautiful expression of the sadness which is marked on the potatoes, and of course the tissue that which was beautiful expression. Fortunately, the Jews were able to return to Israel shortly thereafter. Under King Cyrus, there was a general liberty proclaimed to all the territories that the Persians conquered, and they dedicated levels of religious freedom that harkened back to the pre-exile era. This particular item, which looks like a coin of the cloud, but it's just a way of promulgating official documents. You can see it's in size with the head and stick onto the actual blade. This proclaimed the ability of many of the peoples of the First Empire to return to their ancestral worship. In the case of the Jews, welcome, because they have a term of to Jerusalem shown here in the Persian region of Yahud, which is the main region of what may be called Judea, and they were able to reestablish a temple for several hundred years. In the first century of Palmyra, however, the temple was destroyed yet again, this time by the Romans, and in ways much more fearsome destructions than that of Ezra and Ezra's last exile. Here you can see a schematic map of the city, seen by the topographic lines how the city is built on the top of the hill where there's some other mountains reach right in the middle of the mountain. And the rebels were holed up inside the city, somewhere around 20,000 rebels who unfortunately engaged in very infighting and fought with each other so bitterly that they even destroyed each other's siege foodstuffs, their stores that they set aside to protect themselves against a long siege, which of course was absolutely suicidal. In some cases, the rebels were actually literally suicidal, such as the fortress of Masada to the south of Jerusalem, which held out for several years until the Romans finally broke through the defenses, and 960 men, women, and children were living at that mountaintop site of suicide rather than turn themselves over to Roman activity. But looking at the city here, you can see that 4 Roman legions under the son of Emperor Vespasian, Titus, came from the north. They had some skirmishes with some rebels outside the northern gates, but then they decided to swing around and reach the outer wall at its eastern point. They swarmed into the city proper. They then attacked the inner wall. Regular walls are protected against things. The Temple Mount is the structure that's on the central right there, so the center. And after a week of fighting, they actually reached it and got into the old city itself. They were not, however, able to attack the Temple Mount because the rebels had pulled up there and were able to defend themselves against the Roman attack at the Antonia Fortress, which is shown at the northwest corner of the temple. So what Titus decided to do was to build this massive siege wall that surrounded the entire city, taking advantage of the local problem, and essentially starved the rebels for the next 2 months. Then in late July, millions attacked at the same spot, the northwest corner of the temple, and was able to swing and ultimately the temple itself was set ablaze on the 9th day of the month of Av, which was late summer. To this day, commemorated as fasting for Jews, they sit on the floor and read books of lamentations in public. It's a very sad day for the last. After destroying the last holdout of the rebels on the mountaintop of Masada in the forbidden Judean desert, the Romans imposed tremendous sanctions on this population, stripping away tens of thousands of captives to be slaves, Rome imposing huge and endless taxes, and many other symbolic prohibitions. The Romans also chose to propagandize their victory as much as possible by, for example, creating a whole series of these coins, the Judea coins. Judea has been taken down here. So that was so to say because Judea was already under Roman control from the 63 before the Common Era. That is, for over a century, they had been territory was really putting down a rebellion more than it was capturing the territory. But nevertheless, the resilience of the rebels, the fact that they held off the Russians so long, they wanted to take good advantage of the victory, and they were also in turn the reasons why it made sense to do so. On the left, you see the Emperor Vespasian. On the right, you see the Roman soldiers standing and looking down with forlorn Jewish women, and in between them is the Balsam Pine, which was one of the most popular exports also built a ceremonial arch in Rome itself. That was the site of a major parade celebrating the victory and ultimately executed in the war. Many Jews for hundreds of years refused to walk under this arch because there is a representation on the inside of the stealing of the spoils from the temple. This is what it looks like today. Scholars at Yeshiva University have reconstructed what it might have looked like to Romans because they preferred to paint their stuff. And so this, you see the Romans all wearing the victory over their heads. The signs the left leg is the order of the law, perhaps the Secretarial of the tablets of the law. Second of the middle says, Andadora, the order, to Jewish Torah. Right, the Sacra, the holy thing of the Jews would probably be shorthand the ritual table there in the stage. And this is how it was in the Nevertheless, Jews always regarded Jerusalem as the center of remedies and destruction of the early 2000. Jews historically were not great makers. We don't have a lot of Jewish monks, but this other Christian application is located Jordan that was actually discovered the floor of a 6th century church there meant to guide pilgrims to the land of Israel. And what's interesting about this map, which is called the map of Rabbi, it's quite highly damaged, as you can see. That's as a result of the destruction that went on over the centuries, but also because it had the constant efforts of some Muslim congregations to remove any images of Jesus. The map is kind of interesting because it's oriented not towards the north, like our contemporary maps today, but towards the east. That is the top of the map is east, as if you were standing at the bottom at the edge of the Mediterranean Sea, looking forward. In fact, one of the words for east in Hebrew is Kedem, which means forward as well. Here, Jerusalem is identified as the center, just like we saw in the last one. Look at the details. It's actually a very accurate representation of what we believe Jerusalem must look like in the 6th century. In fact, there are certain features of this map which were only identified with archaeological research in the 20th century. It's fascinating building that there. But on the 10th of Teves, it's not only a time for reflection on the sadness of the destruction of Jerusalem and exile, but it's also a moment to look forward to the ultimate redemption. And that's especially so, I think, in this year, which is an unusual year because the 10th of Teves actually falls on Friday. Typically, fast days like fall on Fridays are not fully observed. Christian holiday focus on the appropriate into the Sabbath, which begins Friday night, in a state of extreme effort. But this particular fast requires fasting right up until the Sabbath begins. And I think it's especially instructive for us to note that just like the Sabbath represents the redemption from the tribulations of the week, so too the times that we'll experience in Israel in the 20th and 21st century an ultimate redemption as well. Let's have a quick look at some 20th century developments. So this is a map of the partition plan that was designed by the United Nations, actually League of Nations, in 1947. And it was an attempt to deal with the ongoing stress between the Arab population and the Jewish population in the region. And the decision was to divide up the area with 7 distinct, fairly connected. You will see here the orange units by yellow color were to be set aside for Arabs that basically more or less conform to the demographic distribution of the Arabs. And then the sort of greenish aqua color was supposed to be a Jewish state, the first Jewish state established in the region since the Roman Empire took it over in the first century. And it's an amazing achievement, really mind-boggling. And so that's another three sections. Jerusalem, here we zoom in, was such a difficult problem to solve then and now that the United Nations suggested it should just be designated an international zone. As the history developed, the Jews in the region accepted this plan, and the Arabs and the surrounding countries did not. The first of several Arab-Jewish wars, which ultimately resulted in a settlement of the Israel. Surprisingly so, because they were surrounded by Arab. And this is what the armistice lines look like from 1949 until another major war in 1967. You can see that the blue area is now held by the Jewish state of Israel. Gaza is held by Egypt, and the West Bank is held by Jordan. When you zoom into Jerusalem itself, you can see that it is actually divided because the front lines fell in such a way that most of the city, the bluer part of the city, was behind the Israeli lines. That's kind of sort of a yellow color. And the old city with the Temple Mount and more heavily Arabic population fell in the Jordanian side of the mountain. So Jerusalem was actually divided with the Jewish quarter of the old city on the Arab side of the border. Everything changed, of course, in the Sixth victory of 1967, which was really one of the most stunning victories of the 20th century. When Israel anticipated a major attack from Egypt and Syria in particular, launched a preemptive strike, and within 6 days had not only consolidated their territory, but it also expanded it significantly with the mountain range of the Golan in the north, the entire West Bank of the River, the Gaza Strip, and the Sinai Peninsula all became part of Israeli territories. The consequences of these territorial acquisitions were quite significant. Ultimately, the Sinai Peninsula would be returned to Egypt in exchange for a peace treaty that occurred in the late 70s and early 80s. Gaza was ultimately simply abandoned in the early 2000s. And the West Bank was associated with the Palestinian autonomy of the 1990s. Jerusalem remained a very difficult problem to solve in the context of the local politics. But what is extremely significant for our point of view is the fact that with this war, Jerusalem is once again united under Israeli control. And that's very significant, very iconic photograph of the time when the soldiers approached the western wall and into the temple for the first time since it had been sealed off by the Jordanian forces. Many of these only represented the culmination of Jewish aspirations for Jerusalem that went back 2,000 years. Photograph on the right is the destruction of that image with these soldiers now that it's a little bit more mature. This has been a very brief presentation, but I want to remind you that tomorrow morning there is the by Rabbi on the concept of redemption, tying this history that we described in legend and many other things. Hope you find this very useful. It's easy, fast, very speedy. Thank you very much. Chances are, if you know anything about Canada, you have a fairly basic understanding of this as a revolt where some Greeks or where they somehow Assyrians or somehow Assyrians invaded the land of Israel and somehow oppressed it, and then the Maccabees rose up against them, drove them out, and then rededicated the temple, which had been defiled, and there was this miracle with some oil, and it lasted for 8 days. And so, like all Jewish holidays, they tried to kill us. We survived. Let's eat. But when you actually get into the history of it, there's so much other fascinating material. I'd like to take you through 8 very quick glimpses into the Maccabean book that might be a little different from what you're working with. First of all, we should understand that it was essentially a civil war. It described a fissure between two large groups of Jews and how they felt they should relate to the world around them. This is a result of the political situation in which Israel had been under Greek dominance, that is, Hellenistic dominance, cultural dominance, since Alexander conquered the region and then died 723 before the comeback. The Greeks were guests of the Jews long before they became an occupying power, but let's just try to understand the political circumstances first. So here, if you have a look at this map, you'll see that after Alexander died, his empire was divided amongst his successors. The 2 empires that are especially important for us are the Seleucid Empire, which is in the yellow and occupies much of Central Asia, and the Ptolemaic Empire, which is based in Egypt. Now, the reason why the Seleucid Empire is often called the Syrian Empire is because much of their activity was based in what was based called Syria, but they were fundamentally Greek in orientation. The original leaders in particular were all of Greek descent, and they were all participating in larger Hellenistic culture. But when you look more closely at where Israel is located, right here, you'll see that on this map they have separately labeled it both yellow and purple because it was at the borderland between the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire based in Syria. And as a result, Israel was handed back and forth for much of the time, and only after the year 200 was it fairly firmly in the hands of the Syrian Greeks, and that's when most of the adventure of the Maccabean revolt occurs. The version of the story that you probably heard as a child had a very important role of this map, Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire between 175 and 164. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, shall we say, religious toleration than his predecessors had, and he was responsible for some terrible persecution of Jews in the middle of the 2nd century. He was also a bit of a madman. In fact, he had the nickname Epiphanes, means God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that you might want to take if you were an emperor of a large region like this. But he was known behind his back as Epimanes, which in Latin would be translated as the sugarman. He used to do things like, dress up as a commoner and go to the bathhouses and, just try to run it out with the regular people. And then he used to enjoy revealing himself as being, in fact, the emperor himself. And then he would ask, to have oil poured on him whenever present. He still had a very troubled childhood. At any rate, what is he specifically doing, messing with Jewish religious practice? There was a ruling controversy within Israel itself. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an internal dispute among Jews, among those who were in favor of increasing their commitment to Hellenistic values. And on the other hand, there were those who were more traditionalists who said, no, this is too much, you can't take us this direction. Now, Antiochus was stinging from some military losses and had a significant tax burden that he had to raise from his population. Began to become involved in this internal dispute because the highest office that Jews could hold in Israel was the office of the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And there were 2 major factions who were vying for it: the Hellenists, which were favored by a man named Jason, and another even more strict figure named Menelaus on the one hand, and the traditionalists who favored someone named Konya, also known as Onias. The Hellenists, first with Jason and then even more so under Menelaus, offered Antiochus more tax revenues, specifically suggesting that they would raid the temple treasury itself. And so Antiochus, who otherwise would never have gotten involved with slavery, backed the Hellenizing part, first Jason and then another Menelaus, because Menelaus offered more money. And after one humiliating military and political defeat, Antiochus chose to press his advantage with the Hellenizing elements by ransacking the temple itself, dedicating it to Zeus rather than to the god of the Jews, and banning many traditional aspects of traditional Jewish practice, such as circumcision and the observance of the Sabbath. This sparked a revolt, but the roots of the revolt were really between the Jews themselves, between those Jews who wanted more accommodation of Christian values on the one hand, and those who disagreed and said that the Greek world had to be held as alternative. It may be surprising, but our history of the African Revolt, which was a glorious national uprising, represents a high point in many ways of the Jewish struggle for religious and political independence. But this source, which is roughly contemporaneous with the period, is not well regarded within the Jewish tradition. How do we know about the events of the Maccabean Revolt? Well, we have three really important sources, and a few other smaller ones roughly from the period as well. Let's look at the three most important. The first is the Talmud. The Talmud seems to be a little bit cautious about describing this otherwise amazing event of the Jews actually achieving political and, more importantly, spiritual independence from an oppressor. And there are a lot of questions. Why does the Talmud spend a lot more time talking about this? Why is there no tractate devoted to the holiday of Hanukkah, like there is, for example, to the holiday of Purim? In fact, Hanukkah, it gets just a few pages really in Tractate Shabbat, and it is in the context specifically of how to light the menorah. That's one of the biggest aspects that's discussed there. How do you ritually observe the holiday of Hanukkah? But as a historical source, it's somewhat disappointing. Another very important source, but a very difficult one to use, is Flavius Josephus, who is kind of like the Oprah Winfrey of Jewish history in the first century. He was certainly the most famous historian. He was a Judean general who first aligned himself with the rebels in the First Roman Jewish War of the year 66 to 73. And then, when he was about to be captured, a very dramatic episode, he turned coat and he joined the Romans. He rose to great prominence with the Romans, primarily as a historian, as an official expert on everything Jewish for, at first, Titus, the general who was responsible for destroying Jerusalem, and then later for the Roman world as a whole. He moved to Rome. He wrote an extremely important history of the Roman Jewish War, undoubtedly the most important history that exists. And after that, he went on to write a massive book called Antiquities of the Jews, which essentially covers all of Jewish history from creation right up until his death in the late first century. Extremely important work that tells us all kinds of things. However, as I just given you a couple of comments about his biography, there are some difficulties. Josephus, which was a language of educated people in the Roman world in the first century. So he was writing kind of as a captive celebrity at the same time. He's officially adopted by the Roman emperor. That's why he has his surname Flavius, that was added to Josephus. So we're not exactly sure what his motivation was. Much more to say about him, but for now, let's just rely on the fact that it's a somewhat problematic source, although it's very hard to get away from Josephus whenever you want to study anything in the ancient Jewish world. But Josephus relies very heavily on this book, the first book of the Maccabees. This is an amazing account, which in only Now, this what you think would definitely make it into the Jewish Bible. I mean, wow, this is a totally amazing story. But the rabbis, when they went through the canonization process to determine which books made the cut and which books did not, they elected to pass on the Book of Maccabees. Now, I hope to discuss this a little bit more in the next lecture, but you should understand that the rabbis, by this I mean the Pharisees, were not especially enthusiastic about everything that Hashmonaim, the dynasty that the Maccabees founded, represented. And there's a lot of questionable things about whether or not they wanted to support and encourage and identify themselves with the Maccabees in every way. There are a lot of ambiguities that have emerged from the first and second book of Maccabees that made the rabbis think, you know what, this might not be the best thing to put in everyday's Bible. So even though it was included in the Bibles as formed by Christian groups, the Jewish Bibles do not include the Book of Maccabees, and you have to read it like on Wikipedia or something like that. Nevertheless, the Book of the Maccabees is absolutely fascinating for our purposes, and it's going to give us a lot of historical depth and a rich understanding of what was during this culture. The Maccabean Wars were absolutely fascinating, and they were a series of battles that were primarily led by Yehuda Maccabee, an incredible figure who was a brilliant military leader who understood that the asymmetrical nature of the conflict with a large Syrian Greek army of as many as 70,000 troops simply could not be engaged in a straightforward middle-of-the-field kind of battle. And so he pioneered a lot of fascinating guerrilla tactics in order to defeat his enemy. But let's go to the beginnings of the war. As I mentioned earlier, there was a big political divide over how Hellenistic should the Jews be. And in a town called Modi'in, some enthusiasts of the Hellenistic way of life came and ordered, in accordance with the decrees of Antiochus, that the local population should sacrifice a pig to the god. A family led by Antiochus with his several sons took the urge, and rather than sacrifice a pig to the god, which would have been an act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoting the act of idolatry. This sparked a genuine guerrilla war where the sons of Antiochus and he fled to the hills, quite literally, the Judean mountains, and from there they engaged in small attacks on the Syrian Greek forces and more significantly on Jews who supported them. A tremendous amount of internal conflict here that made it a local conflict. The Syrian Greeks were not brought in big numbers until it was discovered that the local Jewish authorities simply could not handle them, and then increasingly large real formal soldiers were brought in. This is when Antiochus himself passed away early on in the conflict, and his son was incredibly painful general. He acquired a reputation for ferocity and brilliant strategic use of his terrain. One particular battle early on, he seized the enemy commander's sword and he used it personally, symbolically, for the rest of the campaign. At another very important battle at Emmaus, he managed to defeat a group of regular forces who may have been as many as 4 times the size of his own Magdag band by force marching his own soldiers to attack the base when half of the enemy was out looking for the Maccabees. They set the base on fire so that when the group that was looking for the return, they found that they were outnumbered One of the most dramatic battles, however, was a battle that involved the use of war elephants, absolutely terrifying creatures. Imagine what it must be like that they would put some kind of fortified station on the top where more than a few soldiers could sit on top of the elephant and then attack from above. And so one of Yehuda's brothers, Elazar, thinking incorrectly as it happened, that Antiochus himself might be in one of those war elements, Elazar decided to attack the elephant from below and stab it, which he did successfully. However, the elephant deathwards fell upon Elazar and crushed him. This particular incident, by the way, was celebrated in Christian art, because of course the Christians are reading the book of the Maccabees. Jews are not, but the book of the Maccabees becomes very popular among Christian readers, and so it has been described in all kinds of amazing medieval pieces of art describing this particular event. Let me just take you through some of them because they're just so fascinating. As you will note from this particular example, the Europeans who are describing this as the 20th century German thing, they don't know what an elephant actually looks like. So they sort of imagine some kind of a horse, maybe, or it's got some kind of a funny nose. Okay, fine. Here's another one, which also has the elephant as some kind of horse-like creature. In fact, it looks exactly like a horse because apparently artists could not believe that an elephant could exist. Plus, we have lots of other examples. Here is one that makes a horse look something like a, sort of a happy government picture, like some side, something like that. This one's great. I think it has kind of like a sort of a cat-like, tiger-like look. And this one is truly original, right? It's got sort of a salamander kind of effect going on. Here's the last one, I promise. We're back to the horse again. And it looks a little bit like a Dr. Seuss kind of representation. Fascinating. But sorry for that sort of detour into the depth of the desert. But basically, under the remarkable and brave leadership of the Maccabees and Yehuda's leadership, the Syrian Greek forces eventually captured the troops. At this point, you might be wondering, what about the miracle? What exactly happened with the miracle? So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but in historical sources, it actually gets remarkably little. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict that took several years to resolve. Eventually, Yehuda was able to take back Jerusalem, take back the temple grounds, cleanse it of all of the Antiochus-inspired idolatry, and restore it back to its original function as a monotheistic site of worship of God. Let us recall that the very name Hanukkah means dedication, in the sense of dedicating the temple. And one of the key elements is the menorah, which is shown here in the Danish arch of Titus. This is a piece of Roman monumental art that commemorates the defeat of Judea by the Romans in the first century, a little more than 200 years later. And as you can see here, they're carting away the spoils from the temple, including the menorah, the old candelabra. This is, by the way, more or less how it looks today. But Stephen Klein at the University has done some chemical analysis of paint flecks and has been able to determine that it would have originally appeared the Romans like this in a painted version, which personally I actually like the way we have it today. It's much less garish and so on. But here you can see on the left there's a sign, the law of the Jews in Latin, which presumably would have been some kind of representation of the Torah. And then you can see labeled the candelabra of the Jews, of course, the menorah, and on the right, the holy thing of the Jews, which may have been the Shofar. scroll or start the altar or something like that. At any rate, one of the earliest sources have a really clear description of the miracle, which to get such high bills. The earliest source that we have for the description of this miracle is a Baraita that occurs in the Talmudic tractates of Shabbat, which 21 to be precise. The Baraita or Baraita is essentially a statement which is ancient in nature and was an oral tradition was handed down, but it was not included in an important collection of teachings that was brought together in the early 3rd century by Rabbi. So it's difficult to date the Baraita very well, but that is essentially the place where we get the source of the story. Oil for 8 days, there are other elements, other early sources, such as what they call a school of fast days that was not really fast days per se. It maybe was days of which fasting was not permitted, but the Hanukkah was one of those days. Other early sources do make reference to the need for a human menorah, some kind of way of giving rice to children because of the defilement. But the 8-day story is actually not represented. What is interesting on top of this, however, is that we have time another date of this event is the 25th of this day. That's the first night of Hanukkah, which happens to be the exact day that the Antipas first defiled. So it is an anniversary of the defiling of the temple that marks the rededication of Hanukkah of the temple once again. So what I would like to say about all this is that the miracle of oil is fascinating and there's a lot of written on it, but my humble opinion, the most significant, at least from a historical perspective, is this incredible military victory that represents an assertion of Jewish independence from religious persecution. Quite arguably the first such successful rebellion against religious persecution in the course of history. That's an amazing thing. That's an amazing narrative. The story does not end with the dedication of the temple. One of the many things I had to admit to this very brief presentation is the fact that Yehuda Maccabee earliest supporters all Hasidim, meaning pious ones, and it's where the traditionalists completely wanted to get rid of all this Hamanite elements and so on. And they followed him with tremendous zeal and with tremendous self-sacrifice. The Maccabees describes in amazing stories about the lengths they would go to, like Eliezer, in order to defend their religious values. The Maccabees' remarkable serial successes could only bolster their support for the importance of his mission. However, he had so much early success that ultimately the Greeks had to sue for peace. They did not, however, simply leave the country. In fact, the Maccabees would not have full independence, that is, including economic independence and the freedom from paying tribute, that is, taxes to the Syrians, for over 20 years. They wouldn't get that until long after he was gone, when he was 142, and even then, only briefly. So, we're not talking about a full political independence. By the way, have a look at this interesting picture here, which I did not resist putting here. This is dated 1918, and it's a fascinating kind of artistic representation of the similarities between Yehuda Maccabee, who managed to take back the temple and establish some kind of independence. And on the other hand, there is General Allenby, who, in the context of World War I, walked to Jerusalem with British forces and then placed it, of course, under all the mighty, both eternal, and that phrase means is acronym of Maccabi. But on the other side, under Alavi, says there will come for Zion of Judah, right? So it's oil. I don't know if the Israel in about 25, 30 years would feel quite as alarming about Alavi and the British in particular because of the harsh nature of the Indonesian mandate to satisfaction of the British after the White Wave that we saw. But it's actually similar to what we're talking about here, because what happened is the Syrian Greeks realized that fighting in this local conflict over whether or not the temple is Hellenistic in nature is really not in their beliefs. Antiochus has died. There are succession conflicts over who's going to take over after him. And so the general Lysias says, you know what? Let's have a do-over. I say we go back to status quo. Obviously, Antiochus had overstepped his boundaries and had banned your traditional practices like observing Shabbat. And I know we messed up your temple. Like us. How about we just go back to the way it was before 167, before all this happened? And Yehuda said, no way. Maccabi was zealous for the cause of Jewish nationalism and Jewish religious freedom to the utmost. Said, no way. Tolerance is not enough. We want God. However, he lost the fact of his most ardent supporters. So that was Volante. That actually sounds pretty good. In other words, the Hasidim felt that it wasn't really worth it to keep fighting Syrian Greeks when what they really wanted was religious freedom. As long as they were free to do what they wanted, with Shabbat and circumcision and temple ritual, okay, so we have to pay taxes to somebody, and we pay it to the Greeks. What's the big deal? And so you should actually lost some of his main supporters because the majority of the people, although they were incensed at the idea of infringement on their religious values, once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo, they were prepared to abandon it. And there's much more to say about the political fallout of that decision, but ultimately that's what happens. Lysias put in another Kohen Gadol, who was actually much more amenable to the Hasidim than Menelaus, who was ultimately executed. And they were prepared to manage the Greeks at arm's length. In many ways, the end of the Maccabean revolt, even though Yehuda would press the issue further, and this Now, it's a messy history that I described so far, but let's just take a side note here. As I mentioned earlier on, the book of the Maccabees did make it. Obviously, the Maccabees were aware of the thing that they had of the events in the Talmud, which was studied, of course. They had some access to Josephus, but they hardly ever looked at the book of the Maccabees, so they didn't have much more than a hazy idea of a lot of these things when we move through the Middle Ages. Christians, however, as we showed you with some Hebrew influence, were fascinated with it. And especially when you get to the era of the breakup of the church, with the Reformation, the Counter-Reformation, there is a new Christian interest in the Maccabee because for Christians, he represents, correctly, I think, a symbol of fighting for religious freedom. And Protestants and Catholics both see this as an opportunity to strike out their statement on the value of freedom of religion. And you see in the 17th century already several poems and plays appearing that celebrate Yehuda Maccabi in particular. You see none other than Campbell himself even composing music, an opera to go with the Maccabees story. You see Henry Wadsworth Longfellow in English composing a 5-act first tragedy dedicated to it. That's absolutely fascinating because he is seen as a figure responding to religious reasons. He is also seen in the 20th century by both Christians and Jews as a figure of national, as the idea of self-determination becomes much more popular among the stateless peoples of the world, and then you begin to see him as someone standing up for the rights of national determination of the Jews and, of course, other people as well. Here, we'll look at this example. This is by a Swiss writer, Karl Boxer, and the title is for today, Judas Maccabeus, of course, our hero. Ein Kleinvolk kämpft und Glaube und Freiheit. A small people, this is the subtitle, a small people fights for faith and progress, which I think is a pretty good phrase here of what the Maccabees stood for, but we can see written in 1943 under the Nazi occupation what this means to oppressed people of Europe. Moving forward in history, I'd like to talk about a couple of customs that have become indelibly associated with Hanukkah, although as we shall see, somewhat later than you might think they should. I have to give you a little bit of personal reminiscence first. I grew up in a very small town of northern Ontario. We were the only Jewish family, and I have to say, Hanukkah was a depressing time for me. All my friends were totally psyched about Christmas, Santa Claus, presents, and I was just lumped up everywhere. It was really something. It was lovely. This comes right out of a cartoon by Charlie Brown. On a younger truck driving through town, as it knocked off a small piece of a pine tree, and I found it was about 4 or 5 feet tall, and I dragged it all the way home. I begged my parents to let me set it up, and so my mother had mercy on me, and she let me set it up. The next morning I came out, and all the needles fall out, dried out, and I felt terrible about it. So I have like ambiguous feelings about how my confidence fall at the same time here on Christmas. And one of the biggest reasons why it was so hard for me was because all the other church things massive things. And I got, guilt, which is basically money, right? And I wanted to get a lot of money. My parents didn't have a lot of money. And sometimes it wasn't even, like actual, like chocolate, like here's that. And so I got to tell you, Hanukkah guilt. I've always been sort of gratified. Here's the historical reality. It's not a thing. It's a relatively new innovation in Jewish practice. Probably not older than 300 years or so, and that is, by the way, new in tradition. There is no explicit reference to giving gifts to children on Hanukkah before the 19th century. And that may be shocking to some of you. You might like, for example, take Instagram photographs of necessary gifts for children every single night of 8 nights, which might have made me feel better when I was a kid, but that didn't happen in 1967. So there's no reference to it. Where does it come from? You do find in some of the halachic literature, commentaries of the Shulchan Aruch, like for example, that suggest in the 18th century that charity is associated with conflict, that there is a custom of young people going door to door to collect charity for a cause. Other sources reference a custom of children giving, not getting, giving charity to their teachers as a gift, coins that we have historically, and there are a lot of them. I actually have one myself. But otherwise, I have to say there is really no explicit reference to Hanukkah Gelt in the halachic literature until the 19th century. In the 20th century in particular, as Christmas becomes much more commercialized, particularly in America, so then you'll have this phenomenon where as the Christian world moves, the Jewish world also moves. So just like Christians don't have a very deep rooted tradition of gift giving on Christmas, there is a small tradition that you see in some countries, but again, not that deep. But in the very commercial enterprise called the United States of America, it became quite a bit of a thing. And so therefore, Christmas presents, and therefore you have that becomes often about Hanukkah Gelt becomes sort of moving along after the large sorry to be a bitch. That's what I know. Okay, I can't get into too much more trouble since I already did that. Rabbi also mentioned that with the connection to the principle kind of like, let's have a custom that we do make a reason for it later. So one of the arguments for Hanukkah is that you needed more gambling. Also not such a thing that's big in the tradition. But the gambling is because the legend pretend to be gambling when the Greek soldiers walk by so that they would think the kids were just playing when in reality they were actually studying. That's where we get the idea as the goes of the cradle, which is an iconic Jewish talk that is labeled with these 4 Hebrew letters, which read Nes Gadol Hayat Sham. There was a great miracle there. Beautifully, the first they're not such that word is Nes Gadol Hayat Sham. That there was a miracle that occurred here. We had a shit shake, it is unfortunately, if you're a big fan of Israel and gambling with Israel, this is not from a Jewish source. It actually comes from a medieval case. It goes back to the 1500s. The German letters are actually identical. That the letters on the German couple is Mitch, how God's shall have, which means if it lands on the end, you get nothing. If it lands on H, you get half. If it lands on G, you get everything. If it lands on the S, you have to put more in it. Does that sound familiar? Probably. But I don't want you to think that this is somehow accidental, because we have this deep idea in the Jewish tradition that there is no such thing as good. All these things are separate things. It's made explicit by the great things that really have. Who knows in the literature regarding Hanukkah? There's a reference to Vayami Shahayim Bazman Hazeh. In those days, in this time, in other words, in our time. And Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler and others point out that this is philosophy. Time is like a guide, like a spiral, like some kind of floor. And that we go around the curve, and maybe it's an expanding tire, that we go around in circles and eventually come back to the same point that we will have long time ago. On a calendrical rhythm and stuff. That's not all I want. That the holiday of Hanukkah, which is so much associated with defending religious institutionalism, it's assailed every year by an overwhelming tide of assimilationism. That struggle that we found and just to see them defend Jewish particularism Jewish way of thought, Jewish way of practice, Jewish way of life. I gained some overwhelming tidal wave of sameness, of fit in, be like everyone else. That's the same struggle that we have today. So with that thought, I'm realistic and kind of in far-off Rome, the Emperor Nero is very displeased with the defeat of Cestius Gallus, but he realizes that he has to take matters in hand, and so he sends a much more significant general, here shown as Vespasian, to deal with these rebels in Spain. And at this point, we should transfer to Josephus, who originally was given command as northern general, and he's a very important figure for us because he is the primary historian that we rely upon not only for his first revolution war, he was a first person participant in that war, so he's actually relating things that he saw himself, but he also goes on to a great career as one of the really important historians overall, providing a particular a detailed look at Judaism and antiquity. We have application to the temple pictures. Anyway, Josephus, a fairly young man, is associated primarily with the Pharisees, although he had some experience with all of the relevant groups at the time. He's given command of the north, very important region, but unfortunately the first step is attacked by this region, who comes in with 60,000 troops, and in the space of 67, he essentially conquers the entire region. In the center there, you see the city of Yotapata, which is where Josephus was housed, and he actually withstood a long siege of over a month until finally they were forced to surrender. As a result of a bizarre suicide pact that Josephus manages to survive, he surrenders to Vespasian, and then convinces Vespasian that he could be a very useful ally for him and a tutor for him. Vespasian ultimately takes Josephus at his word, and he ends up becoming kind of the official Jewish expert. In other words, he turns coat, becomes an ally of the Romans, betraying his country, which makes him a difficult source to rely on in many ways, but nevertheless, Josephus is our main resource for the entire period. And Josephus will describe the rest of the period. In Jerusalem, there's tremendous chaos. The rebel leaders who were active, particularly in the Galilea region, flee the conflict and make their way to Jerusalem, where there are now several. There are the leaders of the local aristocracy and the high priesthood, who were at the center of what ended up becoming sort of a provisional government that was set up at the beginning of the war in 66. But the competing factions fight bitterly and, in fact, execute the heads of the United leadership, including the high priest. There is tremendous rivalry between all the factions of the zealots, but to the point that they not only fight with each other, they even burn each other's siege supplies, which turns out to be disastrous because Vespasian will ultimately organize a siege against them. It gets so awful that the zealots who are based in Masada at this time is a very important fortress on the banks of the Dead Sea, not too far south of Jerusalem. They actually attacked the nearby village of Jerusalem on Passover night as a result of this kind of internal conflicts. Meanwhile, the Jews are fighting with each other bitterly in Jerusalem and in the region. Vespasian takes his time and mops up the naval resistance at Yaakov. There was battles there, and some smaller conflicts around Jerusalem, but he leaves Jerusalem alone throughout the year 68. At that point, Nero dies, and there is a very significant competition in Rome for who is going to be the next emperor. Ultimately, Vespasian is invited to take that role, and he returns to Rome in year 7. He hands the command over his son Titus, also a very able general, who would ultimately bring the battle to its conclusion by attacking Jerusalem himself. By the time Titus approaches Jerusalem, there are two main leaders left. Shimon ben Gloria and Giscala. And they're fighting bitterly with each other, but when they realize they're about to be attacked by Titus, they decide to put aside their differences temporarily. By the time Titus arrived, there were about 25,000 rebels in the city who were fighting against 4 wooden legions or 8,000 battle partners. And after the siege, how the battle goes. First, Vespasian has reached the outer wall in the summer of the year 70. They enter the northern part of the city, and after they're able to reach the second wall that lets them into the old city towards the Temple Mount, which is the primary goal of the they attack the Iconium fortress, which is a region that was built by Herod to the north of the Temple Mount complex. You see in the square area there on the central right. But the rebels actually managed to push away Vespasian's attack in mid-June of that year. Vespasian then turns his attention to building a siege wall all the way around the city in order to choke off any food supplies that could come in. He lets the Jews essentially starve for about 2 weeks. They're softened up by hunger. Let us not forget that zealots, in their zeal to beat one another, they actually burned most of their siege supplies. They did not have extensive foodstuffs. And after about 2 weeks or so of the impermeable wall being in place, then he makes a second advance in late July of the year 70. The fortress ultimately falls, and this results in the destruction of the temple itself. This occurred on the 9th day of the month of Av, late August of the year 70. And to the present day, this particular event is marked by fasting from Jews all around the world. They sit on the floor, they eat the different lamentations, and then they endure this day of mourning for the first 2,000 years. The temple is burned to the ground. The fighting will continue like usual for the next 2,000 years. Chances are, if you know anything about the family, you have a fairly basic understanding of this as a revolt where some Greeks or where they somehow Syrians or somehow hyphenated Syrian Greeks invaded the land of Israel and somehow oppressed it, and then the Maccabees rose up against them, drove them out, and then rededicated the temple, which had been defiled, and there was this miracle with some oil, and it lasted 20 days, and so like all these holidays, they tried to kill us, we survived. That's the basic understanding of the Maccabean warfare that we tend to get after classes at times of Torah or Sunday mornings and things like that. But when you actually get into the history, there's so much other fascinating material. First of all, we should understand that the Maccabean was at its essentially a civil war. It described a fissure between two large of how they felt they should relate to the world around them. This is a result of the political situation in which Israel had been under the Greek dominance, that is, Hellenistic dominance, Greek cultural dominance, since Alexander conquered the region and then died 7 years later on there. As I mentioned in the previous videos, the Greeks were guests of the Jews long before they became the occupying power, but let's just try and understand the political circumstances first. So here, if you have a look at this map, you'll see that after Alexander died, his empire was divided the reason why the empire is often called the Syrian Empire is because much of their activity was based in what was today we call Syria. But they were fundamentally Greek implementation. The original leaders in particular were all of Greek descent, and they were all participating in larger Hellenistic culture. But when you look more closely at where Israel is located right here, you'll see that on this map they have cleverly labeled it both yellow and purple because it was at the borderline between the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire based in Syria. And as a result, Israel was handed back and forth so much of the time, and only after the year 200 was it fairly firmly in the hands of the Syrian Greeks, and that's when most of the adventure of Academic rules occurs. The version of the story that you probably heard as a child had a very important role in this map, Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who was the leader of this group between 175 and 164. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, shall we say, religious toleration than his predecessors had, and he was responsible for some terrible persecution of Jews in the middle of the 2nd century. He was also a bit of a madman. In fact, he had the nickname Epiphanes, means God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that you might want to take if you were an emperor of a large region like this. But he was known behind his back as Epiphanes, which in Latin would be translated as sugar. He used to do things like, dress up as a commoner and then go to the bathhouses and, just try and slum it out with the regular people. And then he used to enjoy revealing himself as being, in fact, the emperor himself. And then he would ask, to have oil poured on him by everyone present. He seems to have had a very troubled childhood, which I've talked about in the previous lectures. At any rate, what is he specifically doing messing with Jewish religious practice? The reality is that most of these polytheistic empires were very tolerant of many different faiths because that's really part of what polytheism is all about. If you have your God, I have my God, or if you have many gods, I have my many gods. Hey, let's trade those like, hockey cards or something like that. And that's the typical response of the Seleucids and the predecessor dynasties to general, because it was just another one of these great countries in their face where we have to bother with it. But there was a ruling controversy within Israel itself. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an internal dispute among Jews, among those who were in favor of increasing their commitment to Hellenistic values and increasing their tolerance of polytheism, which is something that traditional Jews have looked down upon very strictly. And on the other hand, there were those who were more traditional. It was a deliberate rule divide, with Jerusalem in particular being dominated by Hellenizing elements, and the two sides tended to be favored by the traditionalists. Now, Antiochus, who was stemming from some military losses and had a significant tax burden that he had to raise from his population, began to become involved in this internal dispute because the highest office that Jews could hope to reach in Israel was the office of the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And there were two major factors who were vying for it: the Hellenists, which were favored by a man named Jason, and another deeply more extreme figure named Menelaus on the one hand, and the traditionalists who favored someone named Konya, also known as Nice. The Hellenists, first with Jason and then even more so under Menelaus, offered Antiochus more tax revenues, specifically suggesting that they would raid the temple treasury itself. And so Antiochus, who otherwise would never have gotten involved in such a thing, backed the Hellenizing party, first Jason and then under Menelaus, and after one humiliating military and political defeat, Antiochus chose to press his advantage with the Hellenizing elements by ransacking the temple itself, dedicating it to Zeus rather than to the god of the Jews, and banning many traditional aspects of traditional Jewish practice, such as circumcision and the observance of the Sabbath. This sparked a revolt, but the roots of the revolt were really between the Jews themselves. So those Jews who wanted more accommodation of values on the one hand, and on the other hand, those who disagreed and said that the Greek world had to be held as one. The Maccabean Wars were absolutely fascinating, and there were a series of battles that were primarily led by Judah Maccabee, an incredible figure who was a brilliant military leader who understood that the asymmetrical nature of this conflict with a large Syrian Greek army of as many as 70,000 troops simply could not be engaged in straightforward, middle of the field kind of battle. And so he pioneered a lot of fascinating guerrilla tactics in order to defeat his enemy. But let's come to the beginnings of the war. As I mentioned earlier, there was an urban and rural divide over how Hellenistic should the Jews be. And in a town called Rothschild, some enthusiasts of the Hellenistic way of life came and ordered, in accordance with the decrees of Antiochus, that the local population should sacrifice a pig to a Greek god. A family led by Rothschild with his several sons demurred, and rather than sacrifice a pig to the god, a bit of act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoted the act of idolatry. This sparked a genuine guerrilla war where the sons of Rothschild and he fled to the hills, quite literally, the day of Athens. And from there, they engaged in small attacks on the Syrian forces and more significantly on the Jews who supported them. It's a tremendous amount of internal conflict here that made it a local conflict. The Syrian Greeks were not brought in as big numbers until it was discovered that the local Jewish authorities simply could not handle them, and then increasingly large groups of real former soldiers were brought in. This is Matisyahu himself passed away early on in the conflict, and his son Rabbi proved to be an incredibly able general. He acquired a reputation for ferocity and brilliant strategic use of the terrain. One particular battle early on, he seized the enemy commander's sword and he used it personally, symbolically for the rest of the campaign. At another very important battle at Emmaus, he managed to defeat a group of regular forces who may have been as many as 4 times the size of his own ragtag band by force marching his own soldiers to attack the base when half of the enemy was out looking for Judah Maccabee. They set the base on fire so that when the group that was looking for Judah returned, they found that they were outnumbered after an exhaustive search, and the entire contingent was destroyed. Remarkable strategy for battle. One of the most dramatic battles, however, was a battle that involved Greek use of war elephants. Absolutely terrifying. You can imagine what it must have been like that they would put some kind of fortified station on the top where more than a few soldiers could sit on top of the other and then attack from above. And so one of his brothers, Rothschild, thinking incorrectly as it happened, that Antiochus himself might be in one of those war elephants, and Rothschild decided to attack the elephant from below and stab it, which he did successfully. However, the elephant in its death throes fell upon Rothschild and crushed him. This particular incident, by the way, was celebrated in Christian art. Let me just take you through some of the because they're just so fascinating. As you will know from this particular example, the Europeans who are describing this as they don't know what an elephant actually looks like. So they sort of imagine some kind of horse, maybe it's got some kind of a fucking makes the horse looks like a like thing, sort of a happy woman in a picture of some side or something like that. This one's great. I think it has kind of like a sort of cat-like, tiger-like look. And this one is truly original, right? It's got sort of a salamander kind of effect going on. Here's the last one, I promise. We're back to the horse again, and it looks a little bit like a Dr. Seuss kind of representation. It might be one of the above the miracle. What exactly is the miracle? So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but in the historical sources, it actually gets remarkably good. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict that took several years to resolve. Eventually, Yehuda was able to take back Jerusalem, take back the temple grounds, cleanse it of all of Antiochus-inspired idolatry, and restore it back to its original function as a monotheistic site of worship of God. Let us recall that the very name Hanukkah means dedication, in the sense of dedicating the temple. And one of the key elements is the menorah, which is shown here in the famous arch of Titus, this great piece of Roman monumental art that commemorates the defeat of Judea by the Romans in the first century, a little more than 200 years later. And as you can see here, they are carting away the spoils from the temple, including the old candelabra. This is, by the way, more or less how it looks today. But Stephen Fine at the University has done some chemical analysis of paint stripes and has been able to determine that it would have originally appeared to Romans like this, and they painted, which personally I imagine like we have today, it's much less garish and so on. But here you can see on the left, there's a sign, the law of the Jews in Latin, which presumably would have been some kind of representation of the Torah. And then you can see labeled the candelabra of the Jews, of course, the menorah, and on the right, the holy thing of the Jews, which may have been the shofar, the table, or some part of the altar, or something like that. At any rate, one of the earliest sources have a really clear description of the miracle which gets such high billing. The earliest source that we have for the description of this miracle is a Baraita that occurs in the Talmudic tractate of Shabbat, page 21b. The Baraita or Baraita is essentially a statement which is ancient in nature, and it's an oral tradition is handed down, but it was not included in the important collection of teachings that was brought together in the early 3rd century by Rabbi. So it's difficult to date the Rothschild very well, but that is essentially the place where we get the source of the story of the oil that continued to burn for 8 days, which should only have burned for 1. There are other elements and other early sources, such as the Talmud, which is a school of fast days that was not really fast days per se, it made this days of which fasting is not permitted. And other early sources do make reference to the need for a new menorah, the need for some kind of way of kindling lights, presumably because of the defilement. But the 8-day story is actually not representative. What is interesting atop this, however, is that the time now is note the date of this event is the 25th of this day. That's the first night of Hanukkah, which happens to be the exact date that the Antiochus first defiled. So we use an anniversary of the defiling of the temple that marks the rededication of Hanukkah of the temple once again. So what I would like to say about all this is that the miracle of the oil is fascinating, and there's a lot of interesting things written on it. But in my humble opinion, a such significant thing, just from a historical perspective, is this incredible military victory that represents an assertion of Jewish independence from religious persecution. Quite arguably, the first such successful those Syria successes would only bolster their support for him and for the importance of his mission. However, he had so much early success that ultimately the Greeks had to sue for peace. They did not, however, simply believe in the country. In fact, the Maccabees did not have full independence, that is, including economic independence and the freedom from paying tribute, that is, taxes, in the next 20 years. They wouldn't get that until long after it was gone in 142, and instead, so we're not talking about a full political independence. What happens is the Syrian Greeks realized soon that fighting in this local conflict over whether or not the temple is Hellenistic in nature is really not in their interest. Antiochus has died. There are succession conflicts over who's going to take over after him. And so the general Lycia says, you know what? Let's go, let's do over. I say we go back to status quo. Obviously, Antiochus had overstepped his boundaries and had banned the traditional practices like circumcision and observing the Shabbat. And I know he messed up your temple and you didn't like us. How about we just go back to the way it was before 160? Before all of this happened. And I would have said, no way. You're not going to be guys zealous for the cause of Jewish nationalism and Jewish religious freedom to the utmost. Said, no way. Tolerance is not enough. We want to be God. However, he lost the backing of his most ardent supporters. He said, status quo ante. Well, that actually sounds pretty good. In other words, the Hasidim felt that it wasn't really worth it to keep fighting the Syrian Greeks when what they really wanted was religious freedom. As long as they were free to do what they wanted with Shabbat and with the temple rituals, okay, so we have to pay taxes to somebody and we pay it to the Greeks. What's the big deal? And so you could actually got some named supporters because the majority of the people, although they were incensed at the idea of the infringement on their religious values, once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo ante, they were prepared to go back to and there's much more to say about the political fallout of that decision, but ultimately that's what happened. Lysias put in another coin Bardo in Alcimus, who was actually much more amenable to the Hasidim than Menelaus, who was ultimately executed. And they were prepared to manage the Greeks at arm's length, which was in many ways the advantage of the Maccabean revolt, even though you would press the issue further and it would be conflict. Because you have this huge idea in Jewish tradition that all of these things are not very explicit about the people running it. We know in the liturgy, which definitely is quite regarding when it says, Vayamin ha'erev, because Hashem, in those days, this time, in other words, our time. And Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler and others point out that in Jewish philosophy, time is like a guide, like a spiral. One of the most important dates in the history of the Holocaust is the 9th and 10th of November 1938. This is also known as the December pogrom, or more popularly, Kristallnacht. Kristallnacht was a term that was actually coined by Joseph Goebbels, who wanted to try and create a kind of a positive spin, a heroic sound to this night of violence, these nights of violence. And the term Kristall, of course, means crystal or really broken glass in this context. The night of glass is referring to the wide scale and damaging of Jewish living stores in cities throughout Italy. Kristallnacht is remarkable for many reasons. First off, it represents a dramatic escalation of space-based attacks on the Jewish population as a whole, with literally hundreds of smaller attacks occurring throughout Germany and Austria as well. And it represents a dramatic escalation in terms of the violence of the attacks as well. The precise number of those still is not certain, but it most likely is in the triple digits. There are also an unknown number of rapes, and certainly numbers of wide-scale damage of property was addressed from this prominent feature of this found the destruction of synagogues, maybe 300 synagogues burned to the ground. There's also a massive collection of Jews for the new concentration camp system that had been growing throughout the 1930s. And this represents actually the first time that Jews are actually seized for simply being Jewish in the Nazi Empire. Some 26,000 Jews were rounded up in the context of atrocities of Kristallnacht and sent a chilling message to the wider Jewish population that they were definitely not welcome in Germany, which were actually going to be worse. So let's take a minute and go through the events that led up to Kristallnacht, and specifically the pretext that the Nazis used to justify this organized statewide program. It's very clear from archival documentation that this pogrom was long in the making, and that there were plans laid in place simply waiting for some kind of pretext to justify a wide-scale damage of this nature. It happened that the date of a pretext occurred quite close to the anniversary of the beer hall putsch that we discussed earlier, and so this happens to fall very nicely into Goebbels' lap as a major propaganda victory. But the night's pretext focuses on the activities of a young 17-year-old, Herschel Grinchmann, shown here as photographed. Herschel Grinchmann had been living in France and was distressed to hear that his parents had been abused by the Nazis in a recent roundup of former Polish citizens living in Germany. Basically, Poland had revoked citizenship of those people who had left the country a few years earlier, and this actually applied to quite a few Jews who were of Polish origin who are now living in Germany. Fearing that they would be saddled with a large number of Polish Jews in their territory, Germany retaliated by expelling them to Poland. Poland, however, was not willing to accept their former citizens, and so for a tense standoff that lasted actually several weeks, there were Jews living in a kind of no man's land in the border region of Poland and Germany before they could finally be repatriated into Poland. Grinchmann, who was a student living in France at the time, received a postcard from a relative who was living in unbearable conditions at this time, and he resolved to do something about it. He went out the next day, he bought a pistol with the intention of murdering this man. Johannes von Bauchek was the German ambassador to France. Grinchmann made his way to the embassy, and finding himself unable to contact Bauchek himself, he instead shot Ernst von Marat, shown here, a minor consular official. So Grinchmann murdered von Marat specifically simply with the intention to make a statement against Germany for their maltreatment of his own parents. Incidentally, he would later regret this on a personal level. He would fast every Monday in repentance for his killing of von Rath, but nevertheless, he did it quite consciously as a political act intended to demonstrate to Germany his displeasure with how they treat his parents. Goebbels, however, seized on this with a tremendous fervor because it represented an opportunity to finally put in place this night of rage that ultimately was expressed as Kristall. 2 nights went by in Germany with massive looting throughout that place. It was made to look as if it was spontaneous, and the principal engine of destruction was the Sturmabteilung. The Sturmabteilung, also known as the Brown Shirts, had suffered a major blow to their status in 1934 in the Night of Long Knives, when Hitler had sought to push them to the side to make his Nazi movement seem more palatable to the German population as a whole. But nevertheless, the Sturmabteilung continued to exist during this as the stormtroopers. And Kristallnacht was really something that was almost perfectly suited to the makeup of this particular book. Goebbels argued for a night of rage that spread across the entire country, clearly well organized in advance. The stormtroopers rampaged throughout the cities and towns of Germany, destroying shop windows whenever they felt that a particular store was owned by Jews, burning synagogues, looting them, destroying and desecrating Torah scrolls, and even engaging in home invasions where rape and murder were the norm. Again, the number of Jews killed is a matter of some debate. This happens to be a very fluid time, and many Jews fled. The final number is not known, but estimates, very reasonable estimates, number from just under 100 to almost 300. 26,000 Jews, however, were arrested in these widespread roundups of Jews and sent to the concentration camps. We'll have a lot more to say about those concentration camps later on in this series. But this is the first time, as I mentioned, that Jews were rounded up simply for the fact that they were Jewish. And this set a major precedent for future Nazi activity. The Jews were also subject to a tremendous degree of collective punishment. The Nazis argued that the Jews collectively in Germany were responsible for Deutschland's actions, and they held the entire Jewish population accountable, demanding them pay some $500 million in German currency to repay not only the damage that it was the stormtroopers that wreaked upon their cities, but also as a punitive damages for the murder of their consular official. Incidentally, there was a strange epilogue to the entire story of Deutschland. He was caught and arrested, and the Nazis wished to put him on a show trial. He, however, deftly maneuvered past that in fact the reason he murdered von Rath had nothing to do with the Nazi maltreatment of his parents, but rather it was a matter of a lover's quarrel. He was engaged in a relationship with von Rath, and he killed him as a result of some spat. The Nazis, of course, were foremost by this argument. They certainly couldn't put Deutschland in a show trial if he was going to call out a German official as a homosexual. So therefore, the show trial ultimately was dropped. Deutschland, however, disappears, and his fate is largely unknown. He was declared dead in 1960. The reaction to Kristallnacht is perhaps even more significant than the event itself. Here's an image I personally find very chilling. This photograph is of a parade float that was taken just a few months after Kristallnacht. You can see an absolutely horrific thing. The float itself has the title Der Judenfresser, which literally means the one that feeds on Jews, or the Jew eater. You can see it's some kind of attempt at humor that there's this kind of monstrous thing. And here there are people who can kind of climb up as if it's some kind of ride. They put on these paper noses to mimic Jews in an anti-Semitic fashion, and then they step up and they actually enter into the mouth of this beast. Now, this is actually a long tradition in German art. Here's an example from the 14th century church wall Nuremberg that shows something called a hell mouth. And this is a large piece that is some kind of a representation of hell. And all of these various sinners, you can see the figure, the bearded figure, just second from the right. In fact, the Jew is wearing a huge book, one of the distinctive articles of clothing that Jews were required to wear after the 13th century Fourth Lateran Council. And there are also some church figures in there as well. Various sinners who were forced to descend into hell by entering the hell mouth of this great beast. And that's what the German town is depicting here, where the Jews are going to walk into their Judenfresser, the Jew eater, the hell mouth. And in fact, that is ironically exactly what was going to happen to Jews in just a few months with the onset of World War II. But to return to Kristallnacht, there was a huge outcry worldwide over the attacks on Jews. Here you can see the New York Times reporting immediately on November 11th, Nazis smashed through and burned Jewish shops and temples until Jews was called the heart. Really very well orchestrated kind of activity. There was a tremendous amount of finger pointing and finger wagging at Hitler, but ultimately not much was done. And in fact, not too many Jews were allowed visas to various countries either. So it was simply kind of like an outward show of displeasure without really much enforcement going on. In Germany, fascinatingly, Hitler was quite unhappy to see that there was general disapproval among the population over Kristallnacht. But not so much for its anti-Semitic context, but more because of the tremendous amount of disorder it implied. Germans were not happy with the idea of hooligans, even affiliated with the Nazi Party, running around their streets, destroying businesses, which of course had a significant economic impact on the entire country. And so Hitler essentially had two very important takeaways from the entire experience of Kristallnacht. The first is that based on his reading of German domestic reaction, Germans would tolerate the persecution of Jews, but it had to happen out of sight. It could not be something that was so obvious and so riotous as, attacks in the street. Jews had to be transported elsewhere if they were persecuted. And secondly, based on foreign reaction, the world will act upset, but there will be no real consequences for Germany, no matter what action they take. This played very heavily into the overall strategy that Hitler had of pushing the envelope, as we will discuss in the next class when we get to the actual purposes. Nevertheless, this is a very important date in our understanding of the Holocaust. It was the first major escalation of attacks on Jews, and it was a harbinger of much worse things to come. Thank you for watching. Thank you very much for coming. It's wonderful to have an audience here. I'm amazed that so many people have the same kind of passion for learning Jewish history. I spent way too much time preparing this class, so I hope I can squeeze it within 1 hour. I will do my best to do that, but I hope that you enjoy it as much as I enjoy doing the research on this. So let's go straight to the material. We're going to focus on the tumultuous first century of Jewish history in the modern era. I'm speaking now about the first century of the first millennium, right? The zero is up to 100, and we'll just edge over a little bit into the second century. We'll cover the following events in this lightning tour of Jewish history. We're going to look at the first Roman-Jewish war that began in the year 66 and extended by most scholars' counts in the year 74. Some will date it a little bit earlier. We're going to look at the Kitos Rebellion, sometimes called the Kitos War, which it's certainly not a war. It's not exactly a rebellion either, but we'll get to it to try to understand what exactly happened at that point. Then we will continue to the incredible Bar Kokhba rebellion, which is actually one of the most dramatic points in Jewish history, and I hope to share with you a little bit about what that rebellion meant for the future of Jewish survival, and that will basically take us through our schedule for today. We're also going to look at the positive side of the ledger, and in all of those battles that I described, the Jews essentially lost. We kept running our heads up against a wall, tremendous barriers. The Romans were able to defeat us at every turn. We inflicted tremendous losses on the Roman occupying powers, but nevertheless, we were defeated in each one of those battles. But the one battle, the war in reality that we won, was one of the battle of the mind, and it's expressed in the codification of the Mishnah. So we're going to look at what exactly the Mishnah is and how it provided for Jewish survival over the next centuries and, in fact, millennia. I would like to bear in mind some of the thought of this great historian, the phenomenal Salo Whitmire Baron, who is generally regarded as the greatest Jewish historian of the 20th century. He was a towering intellect with multiple languages at his disposal and a phenomenal grasp of so many different cultures. He's a very difficult scholar to read. I mean, when you look at his massive 16-volume, unfinished social and religious history of the Jews, you really need a PhD just to figure out what he's talking about. And it is written in English, but nevertheless, it's brilliant, brilliant work. And in this regard, he warned us against what's been called the lachrymose school of Jewish history, the tearful vision of Jewish history. The lachrymose view of Jewish history is this kind of indoctrination. It's very common in day schools. It's a great kind of model for Jewish history if you want to build Jewish identity, where the Jews are oppressed over and over again, and then nevertheless they manage not only to survive but to thrive, and they have a heroic kind of renaissance despite the most awful suffering. There is remarkably a lot of truth to that vision of Jewish history, which other scholars have called the books and pogroms and books view of Jewish history, where Jews are creating these tremendous intellectual achievements and contributing to world civilization despite their oppression. And we will see it, I think, fairly clearly in today's lecture. But there are moments when Jewish oppression is pretty close to total, and we don't see the other end of the story, not even in our own lifetimes. And there are times when the achievements are so phenomenal that we don't realize them in our own lifetimes. But I nevertheless would like to offer you some caution about the model that we will be using to theoretically understand the period. Let's look at our sources quickly before we get to the actual history. We're going to, of course, rely heavily on Josephus. We met him last week. We looked at the testimonial of Flavianum and his problematic relationship to the period. We're going to see that problematic relationship actually occur here, because whereas in the previous period, Josephus was a chronicler, he was working with sources, he was working with archival documents. Now he's actually a first-person player in the story that he is describing, and he corresponds with many of the figures who are writ large in this history. So he is a participant observer in the history that we'll be studying today. We will also be relying on some Roman historians like Dio Cassius, some church historians who will look at this period of history from a very different perspective and yet offer quite enlightening perspective on the material that we study. And we will be relying on the Talmud, which, although it is not a very reliable source for history, as we said before, because it's not trying to write history, it's trying to teach ethical, legal, theological concepts, and yet historical data is sometimes very useful for that purpose. So we will see the Talmud view on some of the passages in Jewish history discussed today. We will also be looking at some great archaeological finds, most notably the amazing mid-century of the Bar Kokhba tunnels. Here's one of my children here who is exploring some of the Bar Kokhba tunnels, which are now open to select groups to go through them. These are the tunnels that were dug by the rebels in the 2nd century to evade the Romans as they were mounting guerrilla attacks on them with tremendous efficacy. By the way, if you're ever, this is sort of a product placement. He's wearing a cap I got from Kosher Riverboat Cruises. So if you want to do something fun this summer, yeah, okay. Anyways, that's my son. Okay, and one of the an example of the amazing documents you get from the archive or the archaeological finds are, for example, the Babatha archive, which is a phenomenal trove of the most precious documents in an otherwise completely anonymous woman whose name was Babatha, and she was hiding out with the rebels during the Bar Kokhba period, and she left behind a precious trove of documents that says so much about the experience of women from a woman's perspective. Really quite amazing document. So these are the kind of things we're going to rely on today, and I look forward to getting to them over the course of the next 15 minutes or so. Okay, so let's go right to our history. Where we left our heroes last week, we had just seen the death of Herod, and we took a few minutes to leap forward in time to look at early Christianity, the growth of this movement, and its impact on Jewish history in the first century. We will, of course, be coming back to this very significant movement over the centuries. But what about the political life in Israel after the death of this phenomenal leader who had left such a major impact on the life of the region? So he had 3 sons, and he nominated one of them, Herod Archelaus, as his successor. However, once he died, the other 2 brothers were unsatisfied with this, and the Romans had actually dictated that the region should be divided into 3. You can see in this color-coded map, Archelaus, who was designated as the prime inheritor of Herod, but the Romans, of course, did not allow the Jewish client kings to designate their successors. They would have to approve them themselves. So they gave Archelaus the major chunk of what would be later Israel, right? The regions of Judea and Samaria, Idumea, from the Mediterranean coast to the Jordan River. And they gave a second son, Herod Antipas, the Galil and the Perea, which is actually on the other side of the Jordan River, also considered part of Judea writ large. And then to the north, Herod Philip took his Gaulantes and Decapolis. These are the 3 divisions. The brothers were unsatisfied with the division, and so all 3 of them went to Rome to complain to get a better deal for themselves. While they left Israel behind, of course, it fell into disarray. There was an altercation between the ever-present and often offensive Roman soldiers and the Jews living in Jerusalem, and it actually broke out into violence that was actually taking place on the temple grounds. The Roman soldiers under the procurator Sabinus, we'll speak about what a procurator is in just a moment, actually took advantage of the violence to loot the temple. This is one of many times the temple would be looted over the next 100-odd years. Before it was completely destroyed, it was considered a major source of funding for various officials within the Roman government. Let's not forget that the Jews have been dutifully submitting the Matasisa shekel, the half-shekel tax it's mandated in the Torah, that they should give a half shekel every year towards the upkeep of the temple. And these funds keep coming in, even through the Roman period, and even after the temple is destroyed, Jews will still be contributing this Matasisa shekel, which is quite a significant amount of money. After the temple is destroyed, of course, one of the punitive measures that the Romans would take is they say that you still have to contribute this Matasisa shekel, this fiscus Judaeus, but it is not going to be applied to the upkeep of the temple, which we have destroyed. It is going to be applied to a temple dedicated to Zeus in Rome, which added insult to the taxation burden, but nevertheless was a constant flow of cash for the Romans. So the Roman soldiers under the procurator loot the temple, which was a precedent that we would see would have dire consequences for the Jews afterwards. And what else is going on? So while the 3 would-be kings are in Rome, there are 2 other Jewish people who are standing up saying, we're actually the real kings, and they're claiming the right to the throne. So you have to imagine that the entire region is descending into political chaos at this time. Varus, who is the governor of Syria, Israel is technically within the political bounds of a region that was led from Syria, comes down to put an end to this political infighting, and he captures as many rebels as he can, and he crucifies 2,000 of them. Crucifixion, of course, was the favored method of execution for the Romans. Very, very painful method of death. People would be left out on the street for days
as a deterrent to future would-be rebels. So you get a sense of the kind of savagery of the period. And as for Archelaus, the leader of the three brothers, he is ultimately exiled because the Roman emperor has enough of all this, and he sends them off to the south of France, to this town called Vienne, which is actually one of the places that we visit on the riverboat cruises. Okay. So now let us think a little bit about the political organization of the Jews at this time. They're living under someone called a procurator, which is not exactly a provincial leader, but nevertheless someone with a tremendous amount of power. We will get back to the Jewish client kings who are present throughout the first century. The procurators were based in Caesarea. You'll recall this is the city that Herod built specifically for the Romans, with all kinds of amphitheaters and gymnasia and a beautiful deep water port and things like that. And Caesarea was really known as a Roman center, even though there would be some important Talmudic rabbis who would establish a foothold there, like Rabbi Abahu, for example. But it's distinct from Jerusalem. This is a very, very Roman city with lots of Roman architecture, lots of Roman gods, lots of Roman idolatry, and so on. The term procurator replaced a term that had been used up until the middle of the century, which was prefect, sometimes spelled the A-E with the English spelling, or just with the E as you spell it in America. And it seemed to indicate a decline in status of the prefect. The prefect had more authority. The procurator was primarily a financial figure, collecting funds. The most important prefect, of course, in the history of this time is Pontius Pilate, and in 1961, this stone was discovered in Jerusalem. Pontius Pilate, you recall, he was the prefect who put Jesus to trial, and he wanted to, substitute him for Barabbas. And when the masses decided they wanted Barabbas to go free, something which has no precedent in any example of Roman law we have from the period, then Pontius Pilate famously washes his hands of the affair, expression in English. Here he is, you can see the inserted letters, which are kind of wiped out, are from Augustus, which would be from the Caesar, Tiberius, to Pontius Pilate, the prefect of the Jews or of Judea. This is dedicated. This is kind of like the first shul plaque in history. I thought that was funny, but I just made it up now. So, okay, so it's interesting though. It clearly is a point of data to prove the existence of someone named Pontius Pilate, and one can, by extension, argue that many of the other stories have some historicity as well. The relationship of these prefects to Syria is not clear, and quite a bit of ink is spilled among Roman historians trying to figure out exactly who reported to whom. But in general, it seems that the Syrian governor was where the real military political power would come, and that's very significant, as we shall see, during the First Roman-Jewish War. But what's not as well known is that for most of the first century, the Romans were actually remarkably tolerant of this bizarre people they ruled in Judea. We were so different from every other culture that they had encountered. We worshiped an invisible God. We were extremely insistent that we would not worship any other gods. We would not bow down to idols, which in the civic religion of the time, you have to realize it's the moral equivalent of standing up while they play the national anthem at a ball game. Refusing to stand, which of course is in today's politics is a principle, very demonstrable act of defiance. And if today we're upset about it, you can imagine in the Roman Empire how much more so they would have been upset about it. Nobody took, except for Caligula, we'll see in a second, nobody took the religion really that seriously. Nobody thought that the emperor was actually a god. Nobody thought that the statues really had power, but this was just what you did. This is just, normal Roman behavior. And we Jews refused to do these things. We refused to work one day out of 7, which was considered incredibly lazy. We practiced circumcision, which was considered barbaric, which was considered, a mutilation of the human form. all kinds of, and of course we refrain from very basic dietary elements of the Roman diet, like pork. So there are all these kinds of things that the Romans didn't understand about the Jews, but nevertheless, they basically gave us space to do what we wanted to do. As long as we came up with the money in our taxes, our tribute, as long as we were not rebelling openly, then the Romans were perfectly fine with the Jews. We see a couple of examples of this. For example, here's one exception. The big exception is Caligula, who is really one of the most bizarre and awful of the Roman emperors. He ruled between the years 37 and 41 when he was assassinated about 4 years too late. He actually believed he was a god and wanted everyone else to believe the same. And after there was a major pogrom in Alexandria, Egypt, generally considered the first anti-Jewish pogrom in history, there was a demonstration in the city of Yavne. We'll come back to Yavne a little later today. It's a very important city in this period of time. Jews were demonstrating against the setting up of smaller idols in the city of Yavne. And so he said, it's ridiculous. If the Jews in Yavne, this small provincial town, are going to be upset about a few statues, I will show them. I want a statue made of myself, and I want it planted in the temple in Jerusalem. And he actually ordered the stone, and he ordered it carved. It was actually carved in the city of Sidon in the north of Lebanon. And even the local Roman governors, the local Roman prefects were saying, please, the Jews, what's the point of this? You're just going to make a lot of trouble, and really trying very hard to dissuade Caligula from this particular course of action. In the end, Caligula died before the icon could be installed in Jerusalem. It actually ended up being shipped somewhere else. But this is one of the major exceptions to the general rule that until the 60s, the Romans were generally fairly tolerant of Jewish idiosyncrasies. Other examples, if a Jew was called to court in a Roman court of law, they were exempted from attending on Shabbos. I'm not even sure if we can say that about many modern European countries. If they have courts of law on Saturday, would a Jew be exempted? I know that kids going to non-Jewish universities have difficulty getting out of classes on Shabbat. Can you imagine the Roman Empire would say, well, that's no problem for you. By the way, I'm a dean at an amazing college, Torah College. We have a lot of people complain about anti-Semitism rising on campus. We have precisely 0 incidents of anti-Semitism on our campus in Brooklyn. Okay. So the Romans were also satisfied with just token of observances of their authority. Like, for example, they were perfectly okay knowing that the Jews were offering sacrifices in the morning and in the evening for the benefit of the empire. We'll come back to the controversy around the sacrifices when it ends later. But they said, okay, that's fine. You don't want to bow down to our statues. You don't want to celebrate our feasts. That's fine. You're doing the sacrifice thing. That'll be your assignment. So basically, they were willing to go along to get along as long as we got the money and as long as we did not fight back. They also made some really tremendous efforts not to display standards with the form of any living creature within the boundaries of Jerusalem. This didn't apply for the rest of Judea, but they were very sensitive in general not to walk into Jerusalem, let's say, with military banners that had an eagle on it and things like that. They had instructions, depending on which emperor was in charge and which procurator was in power at the time. By and large, for much of the first century, they're really pretty good about these kinds of things, because Jews at the time were very, very particular about the graven image, which of course relates to the second commandment, which says you shall not make such graven images, and the interpretation that was common then was literally no images of cows, fish, people, anything. And so these things were observed. So for the most part, they were not terribly awful as oppressors go, but we'll see that this is going to go south very rapidly in the 60s. So let us turn now briefly to the 2 major client kings of the first century. They're both named Agrippus. They're actually both named Herod Agrippus, but they're usually referred to simply as Agrippus or even Agrippa. Agrippus the First, this is a coin minted by Agrippus the First. He ruled in Israel between the years 37 and 41. You can see this is actually a penta. This is a copper coin. It is the smallest denomination of currency in the Mishnaic and Talmudic period. This is the minimum, it's about the size of a dime in real life. This is the minimum amount of money that it takes to seal a transaction or an agreement. Famously, in the Tractate Kedushin, this is what it takes to get married. Getting unmarried is considerably more expensive, I understand. But you can see that on the left, it says in Greek, Basileus, which means king, and there is a parasol, which I think is kind of like a symbol of protection, of shade, something like that. And on the right are sheaves of wheat, which are symbolic of plenty, of harvest, and so on. So Agrippus was an unusual figure. He was raised in Rome from the age of 6. We see this quite often with minor royalty, that they are raised in a kind of a hostage environment in the host city in order to learn the values of Rome, which he, of course, absorbed quite heavily. He was somewhat of a dissolute character, frequently in debt, and he was moving from place to place, borrowing money, essentially against his family name. And at one point, he was so impoverished and so heavily in debt, according to Josephus, he actually contemplated suicide. However, he fell in with the Emperor Caligula, who found in him a kindred spirit, and he actually traveled with Caligula's retinue. He was kind of like a Caligula groupie. And then when Caligula was assassinated, oh my gosh, he was in big trouble now, because what is he supposed to do? He has tied his entire career to this individual. He makes his way to Israel, and he becomes something of a Baal Tshuva. He actually becomes much more interested in Pharisaic Judaism, that is the traditional rabbinic Judaism of the great rabbis that would later form the basis of the Judaism we know today. And the rabbis actually express some of their admiration for his support of Pharisaic ideals. For example, this famous passage of Tractate Sota, where Agrippus the king is given an aliyah, within a particular context, and he's called up to read the Torah. And as he's reading the Torah, he begins to cry because he reads the verse, "You may not appoint a foreigner over you." And he, of course, is from Herod, his grandfather, and Herod was the Idumean, and so he feels, as much as I like these people, as much as I'd like to be appointed over them, I can be those because the Torah says I'm in. And as he's crying, the entire nation said to him, "Fear not, Agrippa, you are our brother, you are our brother. Achinu ata, achinu ata." It's a very beautiful passage for which the Jews are all criticized because, hey, it says in the Torah, the passage, it doesn't change. And the kingship would have come through the father. So he's kind of a complicated character, but he was not a Zoifum. He was not so stark. We know, for example, that he sort of practiced kosher style. Like when he was in Jerusalem, he was really straight and narrow. He loved the rabbis, showed up for Daf Yomi, he did everything. But when he was on the road, he was great with going to theaters and to the naked gymnastics and things like that. And we even have coins in which he printed images of himself, which were totally verboten in Jerusalem. But outside of Israel, he had no problem transgressing these Jewish norms. So it was a little bit of a complex character. His son, Agrippus II, who reigned from around the year 50 until possibly the year 92, there's a lack of clarity about that. He's an even more complicated character. This is an amazing portrait from 1875, Nikolai Bodarevsky, the Apostle Paul on trial, because Agrippus II actually shows up in the New Testament, the Christian scriptures, where Paul is put on trial and defends his Christianity before King Agrippus. So like his father, he was raised in Rome. He comes to Israel about the year 53. And just as his father was a groupie of Caligula, so too is the son a groupie of Vespasian and later Titus. And it's absolutely astonishing that while the temple is besieged by Titus, and while Jews are being killed by the Romans, he is doing banquets with the leader of the Roman generals. It is absolutely astonishing that he can simply be completely allied with the Romans, but that is the fact where he put himself on the political spectrum. He had a very scandalous relationship with his own sister, Berenice. So there's, in this painting, Berenice, the queen is right next to Agrippa on the throne there. He corresponded with Josephus himself. Josephus reproduces some of his letters, so we get a sense of his personality directly as a result. And he had some interesting curiosity about Christianity, as we see from this particular famous passage that occurs in the book of Acts, where Paul defends the charges against Christianity to Agrippa, not successfully, but nevertheless a fascinating correspondence about the period. So those are the client kings that are active at this time. Let us now turn to the war itself and try to understand the roots of this first Roman-Jewish war that ended in such disaster, so much so that we commemorate it every year with a fast on the 9th of Av. The war lasts from about 66 to about the year 74. And what's going on is it begins in the north, where there are many, many people who are upset with Roman rules. They are upset with the procurators. They're very upset with the heavy taxation. They are upset with the impositions on their Jewish culture. And as we discussed last week, they coalesced into a group which are known in general as the Zealots, the Kanoim. In Josephus, he tends to call them not zealots, but bandits, because again, remember, he's writing for a Roman audience, and they see these people as kind of like, hoodlums who are wandering around the north and attacking Roman caravans, things like that. Many of them are together significant followings. There's Judas of Gamala, there's John of Vizcala, Simon ben Gioria. Many of them will be very important figures in the actual fight against Rome later, especially concentrated in Jerusalem. Just to give you a sense of the kind of atmosphere that was developing, Josephus describes as typical. He actually gives us half a dozen kind of examples like this. Some Jew from Egypt who is known simply as the Egyptian. He claims to be the Messiah. He claims to be the new political savior of the Jews. This is happening a lot first century. And he wants all the Jews to meet him in a particular place on the other side of the Jordan. They'll gather together and they'll go back to Jerusalem and they will proclaim his messiahhood. The Romans hear about this and they simply take a group of troops over there and they massacre them all in the field. They don't even arrest them. They don't even give them a chance to explain. They just take care of it in one fell swoop. And although the Egyptians may have been, to use the technical term, a Meshuggah, to kill them all was seen as a very brutal and excessively harsh response. And so it just accelerated the dissatisfaction with Roman rule. You also have the rise of a group called the Sicarii from these short knives called Sicarii that they carried. And these were essentially political assassins who murdered Jews who opposed their radical views. Their modus operandi, as recorded by Josephus, is they would, these Sicarii would dress like, regular Jews. They would go to some marketplace where there were a lot of people milling about, and then they would pull the knife out from their robes, and they would stab the person they wanted to kill, a moderate in particular. And when the body fell, they would quickly put away the knife, and they would feign like horror and shock and say, "Who did this? How is that possible?" And then they would blend away into the crowds. The Romans would come in, they would arrest them from time to time, but then they were very happy to give them back for ransom. And so the Romans were, as it were, complicit in putting the Sicarii back out on the streets all the time, and this was just causing a tremendous amount of ferment within the Jewish community. Let us recall that their prime targets were not the Romans, but were moderate Jews. We also see this kind of thing happening in the Middle East in lots of cultures, right, where moderates cannot speak out because the radicals are simply too violent. So society is rapidly evolving in the north in particular. So in order to deal with this, the Syrian legions are going to have to come down. And the spark of the flame is associated with a local procurator, particularly harsh individual named Decius Florus. He, at one point, decides to raid the temple for a remarkably small amount of money, 17 talents of gold. Not exactly sure how much a talent is. That was not the term that was used, and I read it in a 19th century source, but it's definitely a small amount of money. he goes in, he takes the money from the temple, and the Jews of Jerusalem are upset, of course, because the temple has been raided. But even worse, they mock the procurator by passing around baskets, asking for collections for the poor procurator, that he's so broke that he has to actually sack the temple for 17 talents. Gessius Florus is so insulted, he comes back and he attacks the Jews who are making fun of him, and crucifies even those who would have Roman citizenship, not simply the rabble, but even prominent individuals. This is in the summer of 66. Jerusalem is very upset. They fight back, and Florus, because he doesn't have quite enough troops there to mandate his will, they actually retreat to Caesarea, and they call in the big guns. They call in the Syrian generals. It is at this point, by the way, where we have the intersection of the accounts provided in Josephus and Roman historians with the account provided in the Talmud. The Talmud has, and I won't go into in great detail here because I'm looking at the clock and I want to be able to cover to the end of our period, but I'm sure you're all familiar with the story that we read about on Tisha B'Av of the botched wedding invitation of Kamsa and Bar Kamsa, right, where they're two people with very similar names and they're mortal enemies, and one of them is making a wedding, and so he sends his servant out to invite his relatives. I forget whether it's Kamsa or Bar Kamsa, but by accident, the servant invites his mortal enemy. The mortal enemy says, "Wow, I can't believe it." Let's say it's Kamsa is invited by Bar Kamsa. Bar Kamsa invited me to his wedding. I feel so amazing. He wants to make it up. I'm going to go. I'm going to bury the hatchet. We're going to make friends again. So he shows up at the wedding, and Bar Kamsa says, "What are you doing here?" He says, "You sent me an invitation." And Bar Kamsa says, "You can't be here. This is my wedding. I hate you. You're my mortal enemy. Get out." Kamsa is so embarrassed. He says, "Look, don't kick me out while all these other dignitaries are here. I have a big wedding present for your children." He says, "I don't care. You know what? I'll pay for half the wedding. Just let me stay. Don't embarrass me." Bar Kamsa says, "I don't care. You've got to go." He says, "I'll pay for the whole wedding." I would have taken him up at that point. But at that point, he says no, and he sends him away. And the rabbis, the Talmud excoriates the rabbis for being there and not intervening and not saying at this point you should be mavater, you should compromise, let them stay already. Anyways, he goes off, and at that point he cooks up a plot that in the Talmudic version he submits a intentionally defiled animal to be sacrificed. And the rabbis are discussing what should we do about this animal, which is to be sacrificed on behalf of the Roman Emperor. If we don't sacrifice it, then the Roman Empire is going to be even more upset with us than the local procurator was. If we do sacrifice it, then of course we're compromising Jewish law and we're offering an illegal sacrifice. And even the possibility of killing the person who offered this blemish sacrifice was discussed and discarded because they said, we're not going to do this over a sacrifice. And at this point, the sacrifices were stopped. And by not offering that sacrifice, the reverberations are felt throughout the Roman Empire as well, because this was like a tremendous chutzpah, a tremendous slap in the face of the Romans, that the Jews will no longer even, as we do even upstairs in the synagogue on Saturday mornings, we'll always read a prayer for the government, right? It's actually mandated in the Mishnah that we have to pray for the welfare of the government. It's as if we're making a pointed statement of saying, you know what, this government we're not going to pray for. And so it contributed. This is where the story in the Talmud, the story in Josephus intersect. Sestius Gallus, he brings down a legion and some associated troops, perhaps 6,000 battle-hardened soldiers. He brings them down to teach the Jews a lesson. He marches straight through the south. He goes to Jerusalem, and he burns a few of the suburbs of Jerusalem, but for reasons which are not entirely clear, when he can't get into Jerusalem on the first attempt, he mysteriously retreats. Josephus cannot explain exactly why he retreated, but on the way back, he is attacked at the Bet Horon Pass. If I just go backwards here, you can see this is a drawing of Bet Horon. There is a fairly narrow pass from a higher elevation to a lower elevation, and there's a valley which is quite exposed. As they are coming through this fairly narrow pass, that's when the rebels attack and they completely destroy the legion. Cestius Gallus, the leader, the governor of Syria, he manages to escape with his life, but he's completely humiliated because he went there with 6,000 soldiers and he's coming back just with the ragtag elements of the original force. And this was at the hands of some, totally dominated minority population that really should not even have even the wherewithal to attack them. By the way, a lot of the war loot that the Jews took from the corpses of that legion was extremely useful in the future war that was going to ensue, because they were unarmed. The Jews didn't have anything other than pitchforks and things like that. The rebels returned back to Jerusalem, but everybody knew that you can't take out a governor's legion and expect to be left alone. At this point, they prepared for war, and they appointed our Josephus to be in charge of defending the north. Thinking that correctly, the next attack would come from the north, and the Galil was the front line. So Josephus marches up there to be, although he has, as he describes, a lot of hesitations about the cause because he really likes the Romans. Don't forget, his writing is for the Romans, but he decides to take up the cause, and he happens to be an extremely brilliant general, the most effective general of his time, and we know this because, Josephus tells us just how great he was. At any rate, what happens is the Emperor Nero says, I can't believe those Jews destroyed an entire legion. That's incredible. So we have to send, we're not sending Cestius Gallus back there because obviously he doesn't know what he's doing. We're going to send a much more well-trained general, Vespasian, shown here in this picture. Vespasian is tasked with the charge of going back to Israel and destroying the rebel movement. He will invite his son Titus to assist him in this task. And unlike Cestius Gallus, he takes a very methodical approach. He's not in a rush. He realizes that the siege of Jerusalem is going to be long and hard. It's circled by 3 walls. There is a sharp valley and the most important area of attack, and he's going to wear them down. He's not in a rush to attack Jerusalem, but he mops up the rest of Israel fairly quickly. In particular, at the Battle of Jotapata, or Yotzphat, which is in the north, where Josephus was active, they besieged the Jews there. Josephus describes his, he really does sound like a pretty brilliant general. Like, for example, to try to make the Romans think that they have no problems, they have lots of supplies inside the fortress of Yotzphat, they have plenty of water, and they don't. They're dying of thirst. He has the soldiers soak some of their laundry in the precious water they have left and hang dripping wet laundry on the outside walls, as if to say, we've got so much water here, we're wasting it by washing our clothes like this, in order to convince Vespasian that he can stand this for a long, long time. And many other such devices that Josephus, in his very fertile imagination, provides for his readers. But ultimately, Yotzphat is forced to fall under Vespasian's might, and Josephus finds himself alone with about 40 other soldiers, and they all agree to enter into a suicide pact. They are not going to surrender to the Romans. Josephus does not really want to participate in the suicide pact, so he comes up with this idea. I have a better idea. How about we all draw straws, and the person who draws the shortest straw will kill everyone else. It's a hard thing to kill yourself. Let's put one person in charge of it. And then after they're all dead, then he'll kill himself. And of course, he draws the shortest straw. Isn't it amazing, right? His idea, he's holding the straws. He managed to draw the shortest straw, kills all the others, and then does not kill himself. He surrenders to Vespasian. And that Vespasian puts him in chains, but again, with his tremendous ability to think on his feet, Josephus greets Vespasian as Emperor Vespasian, which he is not. He's merely a general. And he says, why do you call me emperor? He says, because I have seen, I'm Jewish, we're connected with prophecy. I have seen that you will one day be emperor. And basically, as they're talking, they get a messenger that Emperor Nero, it's not Nero at this point, I guess it would be Nero, has died. got my timing right. And Vespasian, you're called back to Rome to choose a new emperor, and ultimately Vespasian will be the new emperor. So he leaves Josephus alone with Titus, his son, who takes over charge of the attack on Jerusalem. This is, by the way, the monument at the city of Yotapata to Josephus and to the fighters there in this first battle 2,000 years ago. Now, the attack turns to Jerusalem, and it is really awful. It is something that deserves a lot more meditation than we have time for today, but it's really something to explore on Tisha B'Av. The rebels in Jerusalem showed phenomenal ingenuity and remarkable bravery and hold off the Romans in an incredible manner. In fact, at one point, when the Romans were encamped on Pahat Sophim on Mount Scopus, the Jews actually mounted a surprise attack and nearly destroy a legion while it's besieging them. It's a really incredible thing. They do things like when the Romans build these siege engines to bring them up close to the walls, the Jews tunnel underneath the roads, and they put in lots of wood, and then when the big heavy engines are coming along the roads, they set the wood on fire, collapsing the tunnels underneath and destroying the siege engines. So amazingly ingenious kind of devices are used to try to hold off the inevitable. But what is also true is they have a stunning inability to get along. You have in Jerusalem several different zealot groups, summoned by Gloria, John ben Vistala, who are fighting with each other in an incredible way. I mean, thank God we don't do that anymore. Like now, when we have an election, we just decide, right? We don't have to do it over and over again. But they even descend to such terrible depths in an attempt to try and weaken their rival, the Jewish zealot group. They actually burn their own grain stores to try and weaken the reserves of their rivals. And of course, this weakens the entire population living in Jerusalem. And we've already spoken about the moderates in Jerusalem who want to have none of this, but they are frightened into silence. So it is really, although the Jews are really amazing warriors with tremendous strategy and tactics, without leadership, they turn on each other in such horrible ways and really are responsible for the devastation that would follow. Titus's siege, eventually they're able to break through, and the walls of the temple are destroyed in the summer of the year 70, resulting in some absolutely horrific massacres that, of course, are commemorated on the date of the 9th of the month of Av. So that represents the end of the main part of the First War. The last holdout, of course, is at Masada, which the Jews actually took in the 60s. The rebels took that fortress, which was originally one of the palaces of Herod, and they managed to hold out on this mountaintop for another few years, and it's rather an amazing, dramatic story. And then, like the story that I described in Yotfat, the rebels of Masada also commit suicide when it is clear to them that they will not be able to hold off the Romans anymore. The aftermath is also quite significant, and with a longer time to present, we can talk about how the Romans really made a tremendous amount of political hay out of this defeat. We should recall that although it was a long war, we're talking about 8 years, it was not the conquest of a new territory. It was merely putting down a local rebellion of a very insignificant people, and yet the Romans made a tremendous amount of political propaganda out of this victory for their own internal purposes. They built, among other things, this amazing arch dedicated to Titus, the general that brought the war to a close. And of course, as you go on the right-hand side of this arch, you see the famous bas-relief that shows the Jews being taken off into captivity with the spoils of the temple. My colleague Stephen Fine, who's a great historian at Yeshiva University, the other great university that has a very low anti-Semitism rate in the city, he did some phenomenal work with the remains of pigmentation that's very deep in the stone, and he was able to actually recreate the way it would have looked to Romans in the first century, because the Romans actually painted their statues. This is what it would have looked like to Romans. It's rather garish. I think I like it better with the monochrome. On the left, you can see in the standard it says Leges Judaeorum, the law of the Jews, which may have been, a Torah scroll, or maybe even the Luchos, the tablets. Then, of course, you see the menorah. And then to the right, it says Candelabrorum Judaeorum, the candelabra of the Jews. And on the right, it appears to be the Shulchan, the table used in the temple. It says Sacra Judaeorum, the holy thing of the Jews. And they have they're carting away Hatzotzrot, the long trumpets and things like that. And this was meant to be a monument that enshrined the victory of the Romans over the Jews. They also minted about 24 varieties of this coin, Judea Capta, which means Judea is captured, that invariably has on the left Vespasian, who was the emperor at the time, while his son was, of course, the general. And on the right, you see Judea Capta, Judea is captured. And usually there is a balsam tree, which was one of the principal. You see a Roman soldier and a forlorn Jewish woman representing fallen Jerusalem, who is sort of like in a Tachanun-like pose. That's clearly very sad. Some of them are quite a bit more brutal, like, for example, this version here, where she is bound. She actually has her hands tied behind her back, and quite a bit more submissive. Asian looks even more in this particular example. But these coins were incredibly popular, and they really seem to harp on this. It was so important to them to demonstrate to the wider Mediterranean basin that they had really put an end to Judea. Okay, so that's a quick lightning tour through the first Roman-Jewish war. I've only got about 5 or 7 minutes left, but I will take you briefly through the Bar Kokhba revolt, which is incredibly important. So we'll do it very quickly, though, so at least we can cover it. There's a lot of repercussions for the Jews. The Jews are banned from the city of Jerusalem at this time. Jews are forced to pay that extra tax. There's hundreds of thousands of Jews killed. The numbers are hard to really comprehend. Josephus, I believe, cites 600,000 Jews murdered, which is a phenomenal number. Even if it's a fraction of it, it's still a huge portion of the population. And the Jews are still restive. The Jews are still angry about this. There is a flare-up in the so-called Titus Rebellion, sometimes called the Titus War, which is about 60 years later. And it occurs in the context of the Emperor Trajan, or Trajan, in his attack on the Parthian Empire, particularly in the region of Mesopotamia, down here, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come close to each other, specifically the city of Ctesiphon, which many of you may know better by its Talmudic term, Mechoza, which is just across, it's a suburb of Ctesiphon. And this is essentially the heartland of the Jewish civilization is in this region here. Not the heartland, but the Babylonian heartland, where the Talmud is written. And when Trajan comes into the region, the Jewish minority are actually quite loyal to the Persians, and they fight back against the Romans. And there is a backlash from the Romans, not only against the Babylonian Jewish minority, they are, of course, pushed back, and the Persians are able to maintain their independence. Later, they will become the Sasanians. But all across the Roman Empire, there are attacks on Jews, including in Israel, by Lucius Quietus, which is where you get from Titos. And it's essentially these widespread little small rebellions that are put down with tremendous savagery by this individual. It occurs there's a significant amount of discussion in the Talmud about this, but we don't know a lot of the details about how it unfolded overall. At any rate, it certainly did not constitute a war in the larger sense. It's more like so to speak, a police action, to use an American term. The Bar Kokhba revolt, however, is quite a bit more significant. This is a coin minted by Bar Kokhba, the Jewish rebel of the 130s. It's actually, you might wonder, that's pretty amazing that this rebel, they're essentially living in caves in Judea. How did they get the wherewithal to actually set up a mint? Well, the truth is they took Roman tetradrachms, like the coins made out of silver, they heated them up, and then they just stamped Jewish things on top of them. So you can see on the left, there's an evocation of the top of the temple, reconstructed, as it were, because they argued that Jerusalem would rise again. And on the right, you see a lulav, and this is kind of like their way of taking over the Roman coin system as best they could and forcing it to be Jewish. Basically, Bar Kokhba, we didn't know a lot about him. We didn't even know exactly how to spell his name. He sometimes appears, for example, as Kosiba, which means the son of a lie, an untruth, or Bar Kokhba, the son of a star. And it was only when some of the caves were discovered in the Judean desert that we know a lot more about exactly who he was. And in fact, the archaeologists recovered actual letters written by Kokhba to his commanders, so we learn a lot more of what his personality was like. His revolt occurs in the context of some decrees passed by the Emperor Hadrian. And again, the record is a little fuzzy here. We're not exactly sure whether Bar Kokhba was reacting to Hadrian's decrees or whether Hadrian's decrees were a reaction to Bar Kokhba's rebellion. Most historians argue that, in fact, the rebellion came about as a result of a misunderstanding over Hadrian's ban on castration. He had placed an empire-wide ban that no society should be allowed to castrate young boys, but the Jews understood this to mean, as many other people did actually, that circumcision was now banned. And they rose up, this was like the straw that broke the camel's back, and began to fight back against Hadrian. Other possible interpretations of the chronology point to Hadrian's disastrous bans on the observance of Shabbat, the study of Torah, any other public exercise of Jewish identity, and it could very, very well be that these were in place to cause the revolt, but they certainly make sense after the revolt as well. And a tremendous battle ensued. It took about 3 years, from about 132 to 135, where leading a band of rebels who were literally living in caves in the Judean desert would attack guerrilla style the Roman legions, and they were incredibly effective. Dio Cassius speaks about 95 villages razed by the Romans in an attempt to extirpate the Bar Kokhba movement, and they were unable to do so for several years. Here's an example of one of the caves that they lived in. The archaeologists found one cave they called the Cave of Horrors because it was filled with the skeletons of rebels. This is the entrance to the Cave of Letters. You can see how remote and inaccessible it is. There's a climber at the bottom you see coming up into it. But among the things found in the Cave of Letters that I mentioned earlier, not only things about the development of the war, but also the phenomenal Babaka archives. I had to take a minute to tell you about this because it blows me away. But apparently, judging from the Cave of Horrors, for example, there were men, women, and children living with the Bar Kokhba rebels. These were not just soldiers. These were entire communities of Jews who were living together, taking refuge from the Romans and engaging in these rapid strike attacks. And there was this woman whose name was Babaka, who had kept with her a cache of her most precious documents. Now, you can imagine that if, God forbid, you have to run out of your home and go live in a cave somewhere with rebels, which documents would you take with you? Probably your passport, maybe your deeds, maybe your marriage certificate. And that's exactly what Babaka took with her. She grabbed all the most important documents she had, including her deeds to several date farms. She had orchards of date farm father. She kept her marriage, her ketubah, her marriage contracts. And she was also in a protracted child custody battle with her ex-husband, and she kept all the lawyer's documents related to her child custody battle. And so reading these documents gives you such a picture of what it was like to be a woman. Just on the surface, on what I told you so far, you see that she could own property, that she did engage in legal disputes. She was a legal agent. We're not sure if she was literate, because many of these documents are written in other languages, but many say that, they're like legal letters, right? I can barely read what my lawyer writes anyways, right? Because it's all in boilerplate legal text. These are phenomenal things, and scholars are still pouring over the Babaka archives to learn more about what it was like to be a woman at that time. The rebellion ended at a horrible massacre at Beitar, which is actually Remember, every time Jews say grace over meals, the bracha of Hatov HaMeshi was composed in memory of the Hrugei Beitar, the Jews who were killed in one last great battle shown here. But that's beyond our scope. Let us bring ourselves to the conclusion of the lecture more or less on time. Now, I've described a lot of political history, a certain amount of military history, but I have skipped over a lot of the intellectual and religious history, which is incredibly important at the time. If we go back to the time that Jerusalem was taken under siege, there was one of the moderate rabbis, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who actually had family who were among the zealots, and he felt that, you know what, their enterprise is clearly doomed. It's just a matter of time before Jerusalem falls and we are all killed. So he concocted a plan to have themselves appear dead and be smuggled out of the city to be buried. The zealots, including I believe was his nephew, were suspicious and wanted to confirm that in fact he was dead. And they proposed even stabbing the coffin with iron rods, but he managed to be nevertheless was taken out of the city in a coffin. When he got out of the city, he went up to Vespasian and he said, "Listen, you know, this is going to happen. I understand it, but there's a whole story there in the Talmud. I won't go into details. But essentially, Vespasian gives him three wishes. He says, "Okay, listen, I appreciate what you're doing. What do you want from me?" And the first thing that he asks for is, "Tain li Yavna v'chachameha." Let me have the city of Yamnia, or Jamnia, which in Hebrew is Yavna, and its sages. Let me have a little suburb close to the ocean where those religious scholars can gather and just study the Torah. Vespasian magnanimously grants this, and in so doing makes the next 2,000 years of Judaism possible. Because there in Yavna is the beginnings of the flourishing of the reconstituted religious body, which will ultimately be the Sanhedrin. And in that place, they begin to put together what would be codified as the Mishnah. The Mishnah is an extremely important document that is the basis of the Talmud. It has 6 orders to it, and it basically discusses the main elements of Jewish law. It's a very complicated document that I'd love to have more time to talk about, but I see we're running out of time. Here, these are the 6 orders, though. The first is seeds. It deals essentially with agricultural law, which includes things like the sabbatical year, mixing, grafting, and things like that. Holidays, the second is the Sabbath and Yom Kippur and things like that. The third is women. As you can see from the very fact that there's an order named women, it indicates it's primarily written for men. And the section on women is how to relate to women. That's why it is the biggest section of Shas. But it's like marriage and divorce and things like that. And then as the yeshiva joke goes, I'll probably cut this out of the internet. After you study women, you have to study damages. Right? So damages are like, someone's ox gored someone else's cow, and then the ox died of blood poisoning, and all these things. Who pays for what? And then the last 2 sections with temple rituals and with personal laws of purity, like the mikvah and things like that. And this Mishnah was a document that suddenly made Judaism portable, because when it would be codified into a text, it actually took an oral body of teaching, which was a great risk of being lost forever. But when it was finally written down, right about a few decades after the Bar Kokhba revolt, it suddenly made it possible for Judaism to survive despite the intense persecution that would follow. So, in conclusion, we should meditate just a little bit on Jewish survival. What we've seen in these last 3 lectures are a steady decline since the Maccabean era of Jewish political authority. Even when Jews had political authority, they frequently messed it up by infighting. They were slavishly imitative of foreign values, so much so that it betrayed the essential elements of what would keep them Jewish in identity. However, there's always a saving remnant. There's always a group of people who want to focus on the core values. In the case of what we're seeing today, is essentially those rabbis in Yavna, later who had moved to Tiberias and other cities, who wanted to really focus on what was essential about Judaism, and they laid the foundations for the future growth of the people and their religion. Next week, I want to remind you, we will not have a class. There's some shul event scheduled, I believe. So we will pick up the series, God willing, with Sasanian Persia and the Talmud on Wednesday, February 26th. Thank you very much for your attention. The Haggadah is one of the most popular books ever written, and its circulation among the Jewish people, particularly because it is a relatively small document associated with the beloved holiday Passover and intended for all use, has resulted in such a large panoply of commentaries and editions of Haggadah, translations of Haggadah, illustrations of Haggadah, and so on. It is really an amazing document. Right? I have to tell you that one of the most bizarre Haggadahs that I have ever had the privilege of examining is one that was published in the 1920s in the Soviet Union. And this was a Haggadah that was an anti-Haggadah. It was actually designed to undermine many of the basic values of the Haggadah and to try to persuade its readers to adopt a more pro-Soviet, communist way of looking at life. This was obviously intended to try and sway the masses of religious people who found themselves in the 1920s suddenly under the embrace of this openly anti-theistic state that wanted to try and do away with all the ties of religion. And they turned to the Syria, or the Jewish section of the Communist Party. And one of the bizarre experiments was the so-called Red Haggadah. Several actually were published now, but the one that the English National University Library used to put online. We're going to look at one that was published in 1922, illustrated by Mordecai Altshuler, and get a sense of what's going on with this very bizarre. So here's a picture of the cover. The cover illustration is searching of the small report, but looking at the physiognomy of the old rabbi patriarchal figure there looks rather mean and intimidating and not appealing at all, whereas the young boy who's wearing a traditional communist style hat and his dangling out from below his shirt, nevertheless makes a great foundation for this ritual. And I think that's really what's going to happen in this particular Haggadah. Is going to be a stark contrast between the old ways, which are seen as dark and superstition and as even misanthropic, and the new ways which are represented by communism, of course, that far more healing to younger generations. Look at this illustration that shows the korban basic sacrificial lamb with some kind of volcanic operation happening there. And the Jews are fleeing. There was also these young quite negative. They have these dead sheep that are lying on altars there, which appears to be kind of like a message like the old ways is changing. Traditional Jews are all running away because there's a corruption. There is a movement along with that movement. This illustration, which is from it's again like on the title page. This is the passage that refers to the collection of chametz, the collection of leaven in the house, which refers to the traditional thought, the Yitzhak Allah, the desire to do evil, and also refers to personal arrogance and pride. And the holiday of Passover is designed to be a time when people examine themselves very carefully. All of these lost elements that help them purify them for the holiday of look at the Hebrew letters so that the actual way just how it's spelled there. You can see that the
chapter is where somebody is trying to move Jews away from Hebrew as much as possible. Hebrew, of course, the language of the Bible, the language of the liturgy, the language of religion, and Yiddish would be the popular vernacular. But Yiddish is heavily inflected by Hebrew words. A large proportion of the vocabulary is Hebrew, and a typical literate Yiddish reader would see lots of Hebrew words interspersed in a Yiddish sentence. But they would be spelled with Hebrew spelling. Here, they are spelling them with Yiddish spelling, which is completely wrong. For example, the comments with a chaf instead of a chet. Also, I'm sorry to sound a little pedantic here, most people might not have that much familiarity with it. You notice the last letter, which is on the left, of course, it's English, it's right to left. On the left, that is a final form of the letter side. By the end of the 1920s, the final forms were all illegal, so illiteracy, because they were considered unproletarian. Now, if you complicate how is it that there are 5 letters that are written differently in the middle of the particular word than they are at the end of the word? So if you were to write something, publish something, for example, with the final form, it is sent to Siberia. That's just how bizarre it is. Then if you look at the illustration here, which is supported by the text of Yiddish, that talks about the destruction of the Hamites as the destruction of all of the ruling classes by the 1917 Soviet Revolution. And these capitalists there, religious figures, Jewish and non-Jewish, and all being excluded, like the volcano we saw earlier, as a reference to how the new period with Moses, which of course would have been communist, who would bring the Jews out of the Egypt of their enslavement to ruling classes. Sometimes this takes on even more violent things. In this illustration of Corinth, which is the passage when I got to eat a sandwich made of matzah and maror, and the Soviet soldier there has his bayonet flying, and he's eating the sandwich that has names of some class enemies. So it's quite brutal, but every single metaphor that would possibly be evoked to try and describe the transition of the old world to new is illustrated here. This amazing and bizarre. Here's another one that says Yachas, which is the passage here. When the leader of the Seder takes the matzah and then breaks it in half, and you see on the left side there's the actual traditional performance of the mitzvah. The again, frightening of the patriarchal rabbi, father type, who takes the matzah, breaks it in half, and puts one part near the pillow there, so we can later hide it for the helmet, and the other part is used for the meal. But on the right, laughing at him are 2 Soviet workers, I guess, suspended up high in the air, like those skyscrapers representing the building of modernity and so on. And it looks like they're taking a capitalist and they're about to break their hand. The figure on the left there is holding up the capitalist in his right hand and is about to break the capitalist. So any metaphor possible would be invoked in this system. Anyways, that's just a quick look at this incredibly bizarre Haggadah. And I think that the anti-Passover message that is consistently delivered throughout this Haggadah should be an illustration for us as to what the true message of Haggadah really is. The true message of Passover, the message of freedom, the message of freedom through responsibility to God's will. That's what it's all about. Anyways, I hope you have a time to share this again. An excellent Passover and folks. Hello, everyone. I'd like to talk to you today about an absolutely amazing document, the famous Sarajevo Haggadah, which is an absolutely incredible view of how medieval Jewish art, one of the earliest illuminated manuscripts that we have in Jewish traditions. But it also has an absolutely amazing story that's associated with its discovery, and also this unusual ability that it seems to have to protect its protectors. Let's have a quick look at the document itself. It came to light first in 1894 when impoverished Jewish child in the town of Sarajevo, which was then part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. They call it perhaps that is the place where Archduke Ferdinand was assassinated in 1914. This child came to school with this quarto volume, about 6 by 8 size, the largest paperback book. And because his father had recently passed away, the family was impoverished, and the child was looking to sell this document because the child knew it was valuable. It was, of course, an amazing find because it was a 500-year-old Haggadah that had originally come from Spain. So the name Sarajevo Haggadah is a bit of a misnomer. That's where it was discovered in the modern era, contemporary period, but it really comes from Spain, most likely from the region of Aragon, where it may have been a wedding present. It may have been something associated with two very wealthy Jewish families who had the Haggadah commission, and as is common in medieval manuscripts, the actual faces of the people in the artwork may correspond to actual members of the family. But anyway, once this document became known to the scholarly world, it was avidly studied because it is a rather amazing example of Jewish art in a period when there was comparatively little figurative representative art that's going to exist. You'll recall the God's Heaven Rattle, which showed great hesitation to represent human features. Sarajevo Haggadah has no such function as people are late very expensive. Here you have a look at some of the amazing scenes in this little book here. Here's a scene that shows Moses and Aaron before King Pharaoh. He looks a little bit like a medieval Christian monarch. And the staff around, of course, is able to swallow up the staff of all the magicians of Pharaoh, as is depicted in the book of Exodus. Here is another picture that shows a large vegetable, massive vegetable, perhaps justifying the outsized Passover prices. And this appears to be marrow. I'm guessing that looks like sort of like an artichoke, maybe a romaine leaf, but at any rate, it's a little bit. Here's a great picture showing the prophetess Miriam with the women dancing after the Jews are rescued from the Sea of Reeds, and the Pharaoh's soldiers are hooked around the waters. But here's an image that is especially fascinating, and art historians have a great amount of difficulty figuring out exactly what's going on here. It appears to be a state of milk. Note that all the witness pictures are female, so it appears that the men and women must have eaten separately. The woman on the far right seems to be feeding the satyr. Maybe she's making finish there because she's holding up a wine cup and everyone is waiting for her. She is clearly leaning to the left. You can see the pillow under her left elbow. And that's all fascinating itself, but look at the woman at the lower left, who has clearly African features, and in this particular representation, her face seems to be kind of bluish. In other photographs, it looks a little bit darker, but she's clearly not of the same background as the Caucasian woman in the picture, but she's clearly participating in the meal. She's holding up what looks like either a goblet or perhaps a piece of matzah there, and she's looking to the leader of the Siddur like everyone else. She's seated like she's a guest at the table. She's not a servant or anything like that, even though she appears not to be related to her. So exactly, who is this dark-skinned woman at the Passover Seder? Is she a member of the household as it appears? Is she a guest? What is going on? So I want to let you know in advance. I don't have an answer to that question yet, but I want to leave you with a question for you. At any rate, what happened to this Haggadah? Most likely it left with the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula when the Alhambra decree of 1492 when the Jews were expelled. We know that it made its way to Italy because we have a Italian statement by a censor from the year 1609 that indicates that the book is acceptable for circulation or for use. It doesn't have to be burned or anything like that. God forbid that was one of the works that people were exposed to at this time. And then it somehow makes its way to Sarajevo, which is, of course, on the other side of the Atlantic Sea. Now, what's fascinating about this is that when the Nazis came into the region, they were, of course, aware of this great treasure, the Sarajevo Haggadah, and they specifically sought to confiscate it and then sent it to their proposed museum for Jewish culture, which was not a museum where you would go and feel good about all the great things the Jews have done culturally. It was a museum to commemorate the Nazi heroic, quote unquote, success in eradicating this country. And they were collecting all kinds of artworks from all around Europe to try and populate this museum. Of course, they wanted to start it. I got it. There was a Muslim man named Rabbi, who was the curator at the time, and he was aghast at the idea that the Nazis would actually take this document. He had apparently earlier on in his life seen Nazis burn the sacred Torah and was horrified, and he felt that this was a terrible tragedy. And so he actually smuggled the Haggadah out of the museum under his shirt. He was actually inquired, commandant asked him for this particular document while he was holding it, and he said that he had already turned it over to a lower Nazi official and managed to get away with this. He brought it to an imam out of town who hid it, most likely in a mosque among other Islamic books, and managed to survive the war there until it was eventually reunited with the collection in Sarajevo, where it is a real class treasure. Now, there's another element to this story, besides the heroic things that Mr. Korkut did by saving his Jewish treasure. He also saved a young Jewish partisan named Mira Papa. He and his wife, Servet, actually took this woman who had fled from the Nazis into their home and had her live in their home for several months, posing as a Muslim servant. So they actually had this Jewish girl. They gave her some very basic training in how she was supposed to behave, so the Nazis never come, and she managed to survive the war. In the end, she eventually moved to Israel, where she successfully nominated the Korkut family to be members of the righteous of the nations. And in fact, he was so recognized posthumously by Yad Vashem, and a certificate was sent to his family in Sarajevo. So that's kind of an amazing story how, this man was so heroic and saved not only the Sarajevo Haggadah, he also saved an amazing young Jewish child and was recognized for the story. And what ended up happening is, those of you who remember the 1990s, it was a terrible war in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So the term ethnic cleansing was used, really coined at that time, where Muslims and Serbs fought a bitter and brutal war. And Muslims were under attack in the Serbian region. And the descendants of the Korkut family, the daughter, had to flee the region. And she eventually made her way into Macedonia. They were impoverished. They were literally refugees with nothing to their name. All they had was a suitcase with a few belongings that they were able to gather up and take with them when they fled their apartment in the fighting that was going on. Among the documents that the Korkut's daughter took with her was this certificate from Yad Vashem naming her parents as the righteous of the nations. And so, not knowing what to do, they made their way to the Jewish community. And they went to the Jewish Community Center and they presented this folded up document to give some kind of indication as to what their background were. Of course, the Jewish community was overwhelmed to have a daughter, one of the righteous of the nations, visiting them. And immediately contacted Israel, and the prime minister, who was at the time Benjamin Netanyahu, as it is right now, is the director, met them at the airport, welcomed to Israel, where they were refugees. It's an amazing story how, what goes around comes around, that this heroic Muslim was able to save this treasured Jewish document, and later the Jews were able to save his own document. Let us go back to this question: who is this dark-skinned woman? So I will leave it to the great art historians to try and opine what possibly this could be. But I'd like to suggest, and this is just maybe something we can discuss as you're passed over to Taylor and savor it yourself. That woman is like the other, the guest of the table. But to get them to savor, we like to say, whoever is hungry, please come and eat. It's part of the Haggadah itself. Knows why that woman is in that picture. But just as she was in the family of the people who commissioned the Sarajevo together, and just as young Paco was the other, masquerading as a Muslim servant inside the Corpus home, and just like Sarajevo itself was masquerading as Muslim books on a shelf in a mosque in somewhere in Boston and Herzegovina. The presence of this other, this mysterious dark-skinned woman at the Passover Seder should give us some pause to think about how we relate to others. That's just stepping outside of my boundaries a little bit as a historian, but something I like to think about. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you have a fantastic Passover Seder. Last night I had the privilege of speaking with the students from Project Maxwell. They're fascinating, very unique project that specifically provide an intellectual space for people who are struggling with their Jewish identity, which is basically every single Jew I know, myself included. But it is a wonderful opportunity for students wish to find some kind of intellectual space where they can ask the kind of questions that they feel comfortable asking in their own community. Yet they're very supportive and they're central to I feel very grateful of being invited and I thought the talk was well received, so I'm going to provide you with the information on this. The point of the talk is to look at the concept of Jewish identity connection with the upcoming holiday of Purim, and specifically the figure of Esther, whether or not she fascinated figure in the biblical canon. So I'm something I can say about how to articulate our Jewish identity. Yet, thousands of years to be described exactly. So over the course of this lecture, I'm going to advance across several periods. We're going to look at the setting of Esther itself and look at some of the identity challenging elements associated with that 6th century setting. And then we're going to jump ahead to this tutorial's like to look at the impact specifically of Spanish Inquisition on Jewish identity and how that required subversion of Jewish identity based on overwhelming threat. And then I'd like to look at Amsterdam in the 17th century, and that's especially tragic story involving the attempt to reintegrate into the Jewish community after having been artificially separate as a result of the Inquisition. Then we're going to jump way back in time again to ancient Alexandria to look at the Targum Shubin, the Septuagint, and the unusual things it has to say about Esther. And finally, I'll wrap up with some thoughts about Jewish identity. This is a little bit different than most of my lectures because it is focused on a literary figure in historical context, but I find it meaningful and I hope it contributes to your appreciation of the reading of Lord's Esther, which will certainly the chronological setting for the scroll of Esther was in Persia after the destruction of the first temple. Here's a representation of that horrific event in the early 6th century before the Common Era, which is clearly anachronistic and however things like that is certainly not what we use, but it captures some of the chaos and upheaval that associated with that massive destruction of the temple, and most significantly, the tremendous heights of exile that occurred as a result of that destruction. It's captured here in James Defoe's classic work, The Flight of Prisoners. The destruction of the first temple in the early 6th century also resulted in this massive population transfer to Nebuchadnezzar exiled in particular the nobility from Jerusalem and surrounding Judea. Significant portion of the leadership of the population off to distant Babylon. I don't know where that is. Here is a map that shows the route that those exiles took from Jerusalem. They would not have gone straight because, of course, that would require them crossing the very formidable desert. But they took the traditional route up through what would be to Lebanon, Syria, and followed the Euphrates River denoted by the Hebrews of God, which is next to the Decca, the Tigris River, down to the Canaan in Babylon. And you should bear in mind not only is this phenomenal demographic upheaval, political upheaval, economic upheaval, for our purposes, it's actually important for us to reflect on the assault this represents in the Jewish identity. Let us recall that the temple, which had been constructed in the era of David and Solomon in particular, process initiated by David and Solomon, which was like 500 years prior, and that meant that for the millennium, the Jews regarded the temple as their primary pivot point. So the implication of the relationship with God, when the exiles were foreign land, the Jews must have felt like it's all over. Because God, when He wrote the exile, I know that's not so the last 2,000 years later, those of us who are theists, of course, we approach the concept of God as being obviously universal, and there's no reason that God should have any less power in Babylonia than God does in Israel. But there must have been a very real concern for the Jews in the 60s because they come there, especially for less well-educated Jews who didn't have respect for Judaism. You don't pick up a whole different Babylonian culture. I don't know. A little bit of this is captured in Psalm 137, in his body rivers of Babylon, which is beautifully expressed here by Enrico and ancient Greek character. And so the tear from Jews and exiles is actually the top left and right of the frame. There's the first verse of that psalm that's the Jews approaching the rivers of Babylon. The Euphrates and the Tigris. There they sat down and they wept and they remembered Zion and their captors tormented them, saying, "Sing us a song, our God, here in our language." And they asked the question, how can we sing a song in a strange language? Will it work? Will any kind of a computer history? The fathers literally in chains and holding on to a lyre while his family surrounded other than justified. So this is the setting, intellectually, spiritually, of the Book of Testament. It's the setting in which people understand just one of the story. What happens to Jesus? Their unique destiny once they have been exiled to Babylon. This helps us understand a little bit of how forced by the Jewish identity and so the forced marriage with King Ahasuerus, she had a dramatic choice. She could have simply abandoned all hope and said, well, all that Jewish stuff prior is all over now, the temple is destroyed, no wait, okay, God is a strange land. I should simply acquiesce to this good fortune that has been showered on me personally. I see wealth, power, tremendous advantage of society. You say that was the God. Yeah, but nevertheless, no past to the Jewish ethic, the first story, even though it has to be sometimes by a transition. This means that really teaches that continuity of the facial expression as some of the words Jewish identity is effectively a type of critical the term cryptos is most classically associated with the use of Spanish for which it is more appropriate term than the word Alain classification by detractors of these Jews, but I say as a crypto Jew is Jew forced to pretend to counter the Jewish while retaining the sense of Jewish identity. And there's a whole spectrum of what these crypto Jews are like. Some were enthusiastic Jews who resented heavily the imposition of this external facade of Christianity. And there were others who adopted it willingly and eventually assimilated into Spanish Christianity. And of course, there's a but let's understand a little bit of the process of how these people can speak to their Jews and a little further as it emerged from that status. The story of the Spanish Inquisition really begins 100 years prior to the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492. In 1391, there was a wave of attacks on Secondly, the newfound Christian status, they were allowed to patients travel without hindrance the needs of higher education, even if the church often would have instruction of doctrine. However, because they had accepted baptism against their will and forced upon the rest, they wanted to remain within the Jewish community. And so it's kind of like very much like that. They had this advantage of being considered technically Christians because the church thought at the time, once a person was baptized, that was it. There was no such thing as a do-over. A person who's baptized wasn't baptized and remains for the rest of their lives. They kind of trapped that external Christian identity, which had lots of benefits for them economically and socially, but internally, it's very much that desire. 75 odd years, very much involved. Still, culture, still living in Jewish neighborhoods, many other Jews and other ethnically baptized Jews in the U.S. have those types of traditions. There are few Christians, they were distinct from old Christians who were not during those attacks that we got. And this presented a problem for the church, which was expressed in the figure of Canada, who was the most notorious figure as the name implies, it required of the first Christians to determine if they were still practicing their faith practices. And so he was technically not directed at those Jews who avoided the first practices of the one, specifically directed at those Jews who were unfortunately placed into that advantageous position that they were now Christians who were not just Israelite Jews. And so on the Saturday, for example, kosher, educating children in Jewish ways, and so on. So the Inquisition was specifically directed at this very significant population of both Christians and their descendants. The methods of the Inquisition are well known. The frequent use of torture, forced confessions, in which people the incredible pain would give up the names of all kinds of friends, relatives, associates, and they were also secret Judaizers, whether this was truthful or not, and was creating a whole perfect storm of more confessions, more torture, more confessions, and positions that further their Spanish society. Even just as a whole. In order to give you a sense of the terror of the Spanish Inquisition, just one of the many various torture devices that were developed for the period. This is something which was ironically named the Pope's Bear. It was inserted in one of several possible orifices of the person's torture. The ring at the top would be grasped and turned until it opened up like this, a terrible harm, rupturing and broken membranes. This kind of furious wonderful torture was used to listen to these tortures. Once a person was suspected of being a Judaizer, they would have to be put on trial. This was after references to that shows several of these suspected Judaizers where the million incidents of sanctioned popes and the chronicle acts that later established that influence on the government of the staff or the guns. They would be found guilty with the whole range of ranging from the most extremely often that they then at the stake to much more permanent punishments such your shame to absolutely horrific. As the Spanish Inquisition gained steam and threatened to overwhelm normal functioning Spanish society without necessarily slowing down the process of these false tribunals of suspected Judaizers, Torquemada approached the problem in a different direction, suggesting specifically that perhaps the reason why these positions is not succeeding might actually bring this process to a close, as those Jews who are not baptized are still exempt from punishment. And the baptized Jews, with the Christians and Christians, are still seeking to associate with Jewish communities. And therefore, Torquemada suggested that by expelling all of the Jews from the incredibly dramatic group, especially given the strength of the Jewish community evidence, but perhaps that was the intent to attempt to make Spain unified or realize this remarkable depiction by the Rothschild that says really captures much of the book. Here is the elderly Jewish statement of Mr. Nathanael, who was famous for his commentaries, also for his political and financial acumen. He was actually a very high officer in the Spanish state taxation system, and he personally begged for Ferdinand and Isabella's name to hold back on the expulsion of the Seattle. The very reactions of the Portuguese expressing horror, expressing distant fascination for it. Here is Torquemada wildly gesticulating his left hand pointing at the degree of Alhambra that clearly that would be signed to spell the Jewish state. And through all of this, the constantly sobbing out inside of them, ultimately making the sign to expel them. This really great Spanish diaspora spread out like as basis, second Africa, Italian Peninsula, the East of Constantinople in particular, some made it to the Americas, particularly to Portuguese Brazil, then some that we'll talk about in just a second, eventually they got to Northern Europe, especially Amsterdam, which was particularly known for its liberal, welcoming attitude. The most obvious escape of many Jews, however, was to send the West if the peninsula to the country of Portugal, which occupies the western coast. There has been a history of Portugal's sheltering Jews, such as this documentary by my grandfather, who fled there in 1391. The kings of Portugal would not do this overwhelming migrant tax. In 1497, 5 years after the expulsion, rather than expelling them directly, the king decided he wanted to take advantage of the English population, which was a highly literate, very wealthy population. And so rather than expelling them, he decided to send force of people for all of them, similar to what happened with 1391 in Spain. What this meant was that now you had a large population of British Jews, many of them were formerly in Spain, now living in Portugal, who has about 20 years grace where they can still maintain their Jewish identity privately, but then within 15, 30 it's terrible to see that the persecutions began with the Jesus, so that many ways more ferocious than that. And so for generations in Portugal, because this is a quality of family, parents, children, to grandchildren, and so on, and the Portuguese Jews in their identity deeper and deeper, further suppressing it, and fearful of even revealing to their children that they will have Jewish ancestry, because they will know that the children are Jewish. Accidentally mention that to someone in the street, another playmate perhaps, and this would be got Jewish identity. Absolutely terrible times that lasted for several hundred years. So in which were allowed, fortunately at the time, were medical texts that were used by doctors. Otherwise, he had no connection with the rest of the Jewish world. Out of that, what he could glean through ancient Christian sources. Nevertheless, he embraced his Jewish identity. Both hands and having himself circumcised, he was a very enthusiastic student of Judaism and the Jewish people. This ultimately led to his downfall. But one of the things that troubled him was his perceived disconnect between the ideal views that he imagined upon reading biblical texts and actual Jews that he came in contact with, actual human beings, real community, with the occasional favor which built it himself. And he had a very emphasize regularly proclaiming his displeasure with the Jews failed to heal through the great narrow messages. He was a too religious artist. Imagine people like speaking Lashon Hara, that they speak how to sound properly, that that's what they're not doing. Business dealings properly, and he was actually speaking at the book time. Incredible. He spent some time with authors and found that he could not read away from the argument, especially his mother, and even though he had a tremendous resentment or fact that Jews were not living up to his idea of Judaism, as Rabbi Weinreich says, that you should never confuse Judaism with Jews, because Jews often make these mistakes. Ideas. He nevertheless begged to be allowed to come back. Let us understand, don't forget, that the Jewish community from this time, actually for another 125 years, is a kind of tenuous situation where their specific rights and privileges in Amsterdam are not really hammered out, and Jews are worried about very public declarations of Jews like airing your dirty laundry attitudes. And they were trying to exercise some kind of social control over Julio da Costa so that he would not be jeopardizing the political, social, and economic standing of the Jews. Not at all uncommon for Jews to be expelled from individual localities and the Jewish community in rather high-handed way would exercise this control to keep da Costa in check. And his expressions, I forget, were quite effective. He published books criticizing the Jewish community. So this is not a simple matter. After his third expedition, he begged to be returned to the community. He spoke to the clerk in Amsterdam, and they agreed to readmit him. But his level of repentance had to be strictly sealed with a much more powerful public demonstration of contrition. This required him to speak for the entire community, 100% of the year, but recognize that. He beats his chest and reads out loud a confession of sin. And then he stood for the words, tied to a pillar in the synagogue, and symbolically flogged. This is not as unusual as it sounds. 16th, 17th century, Broadway synagogue contained social norms was considered not, I would say, considered common, but it was not well heard of. The floggings were not, the physical punishments, flogging of the probably some highly described that stuff that sort of did not live on. We're not talking about a serious physical, but about ritual humiliation. And following that, he was required to lay down the entrance of the synagogue. Higher congregation stepped in that outside the synagogue. So, tragically, almost the Costa got up from this humiliation that Trump is suicide. They were published under the last title, approach, sitting on the lap. Personal experience with my religious custom, but also represents city's expression of to that end, let us now go back to time much which is located in the western part of the island. It's actually very considered a very religious medical expertise, having from the Jewish dietary and so on. And in this context, cooperative office in the 3rd century was a Greek translation of the scriptures. This is known as the target sheet of the translation or its Latin English Septuagint. The Septuagint is a classic work according to religious creation. Ptolemy brought together 70 rabbis, put them all separately with a copy of the scriptures, and ordered them all to be translated into Greek. Once they had completed the process, they all stepped out, and for that translation, all of their translations were identical. The Talmud goes into discussion of why they all decided to diverge from any text and phrases here and there, but this was a miracle of the Septuagint that all 70 rabbis would have the translation of the Now, I've been mentioning books about this, but it's very important as you see that that's a miracle. That's not a miracle. Take 70 rabbis, don't put them 70 individual ones, put them in one big room, see if they can have one translation. So that would be what the elements of our discussion is what we talk about as a Septuagint decided to do is so last thing is they looked at the book of Exodus and they looked at some of the obvious questions that the text raises. For example, why is there no reference to God in the entire text? And why is there no explicit reference to God? But the commentators said, responding to God, I hate the text, there's no explicit reference to God in the text. And Esther's own relationship to God, which that's where is her Jewish identity. It's like a pawn around by very powerful forces until Mordecai specifically tells her she has to stand up for herself and for the Jews, which she does heroically. She comes to her the entire story. But where is her identity? Where is her relationship to God? So each time I address this, the prayer this whole in the text, they actually added 107 verses to the text that adds in all kinds of pieces which we would expect to be in the book of the Bible. The book of Esther is actually one of the most confusing books in the Bible. I might mention two of them now. And so the rabbis of the Septuagint trying to sort of fix it for Greek readers to make it more understandable within the part of the argument. Explain a little bit more of what was going on in the Septuagint version. The more pious Esther, where Esther reaches out to God even in the beauty of a post-temple world, in an environment which is not just exile. She nevertheless reaches out to God and asserts her identity and great personal grace. So let us begin by looking at this absolute this is actually a wall painting from ancient Israel, not too far from discovered this remarkable wall painting that well preserved, which is just what you do right at that time. This painting, of course, depicts the mention of Western that left the face. Mortified by the horse, the Hama, eating it, their hands, and over here, while night, Esther sitting beside Irish with the miners. Well, what I find is actually fascinating. I don't have an answer to the question about what is or figure right in the middle of the present. Figures on opposite ends of the spectrum have fully formed features, and two figures have the absence of the spirit. Sometimes faces are removed from features well, because there is iconoclastic remains of Islam. There's some iconoclastic remains that actually use facial representations in the Java, for example. But that doesn't seem to be the case here at all. It seems like the partial features and the opposite features are required attention. So I don't know enough about the recognition of artistic action. So, but I like to think that these four figures represent some kind of spectrum of powerful messages. Very obvious, very obscure, that the circumstances of the expression of these events, which are often threatened by external circumstances, like the exile to Babylonia, like the Spanish Inquisition, like the Portuguese Inquisition, kind of the passive measures taken by the Church itself can subvert those futures. It is finding that identity and expressing it which is central to not only the ability of Muhammad, as I understand it, but also I think the greatest best again, what we found is sort of spiritual identity is one issue of the hello, everyone. I'm really grateful for Rabbi and staff at the Youngest Rabbi Rothschild for asking me to deliver a very short Torah, part of the 10 short Divrei Torah on the 10th plague. So I got the third plague twice. That's how I think about it. Here's an awful, really modern depiction of the guys. There are two species of rice that plague the ancient world. In the Middle East, light ones. The dark ones are also called white lights. The light ones were actually clothing. How did they do it? Pretty much the same as today. Lots of pesticide-based remedies such as this picture here from the 15th century. This woodcut depicts a medieval woman using a mixture of oil and mercury to feed her child. Yikes, that's pretty scary, but a lot of the materials we use today are scary too. And the technology we see used here is more than that's from Spain in the last century. You see that we are using rice combs that look much like rice combs do today. The other type of rice, the one that becomes clothing, so a lot of interesting collectors in Florida that how to deal with those rice and shops and things like that. But one of the methods of trying to kill them was to duplicate them with kind of plausibly insensitive. This is an example of ancient incense burner that would have had coals placed at the bottom, and you put incense to the top, and you put it in your closet to fumigate the clothes and hopefully kill the mice that are living there and you go to touch the mice. Here's a representation as portrayed by James. So it was especially romantic. The what is most striking is the assumption is where God tells Moses to tell Aaron to strike the dust. So Aaron hits the dust and rice comes up out of it. Then, because this is the third plague, and there's a back and forth with every plague that Moses did here, somehow Egyptian types it also actually is. They look at what just happened and they say, that's not the last verse here. Well, that's by which says, it is the finger of God. That's far nevertheless kept his heart hard. So the question is, why is Christ the finger of God? It's not red, blood, frogs, that's not the finger of God, but rice. That's the finger of God. So the famous passage of the Bible that addresses this, where Rabbi Eliezer says that the fact that the magicians were quite talented at this, the rice, as an example of the finger of God, shows you that their power was to create things that were bigger than themselves. They could manipulate the universe, but there was a downside limit. They could not do anything with things that are smaller than power. Papa disagrees with kidding. They couldn't even create a camel. They can't do any of these things. But in reality, what they did is they were able to control the demons who can then corral various things in space, make them look like an alligator. Just couldn't get the demons to do something this small. Now, the way that I approach this is perhaps this gets dangerously close to a historian who's speaking about something entirely different. It's a fantastic passage in the usual heretical specific that's long written associated with how it affects the Torah, or there is some questions about this book, which was actually written as the world's greatest prophetic present ever. And in the Seder, there's a discussion of what it is all about. Argues there in the context of discussion on its the world and even North and Thanksgiving and just some of those things. Yes, discussion that sounds a little bit like pre-scientific talk. Don't think about it so much as powers. The natural universe is endowed by God. All kinds of properties. Certain things just are not meant to mix. Like when they say don't let footage, things like that, right? Just don't mix these things. There are certain powers associated with them, which we would call scientific properties. Put those together and get the mind of the interest in the world, which call them things. But really, they refer to scientific properties. In that context, it's an approach in terms of this is in the context of his life, that something so tiny, something so small, has brought this entire world into existence. And it's interesting to think that we, as masters of all the science, masters of all the universe, and somehow able to control all of the factors in our lives, and also this time period, much smaller than our lives, instead we're able to overturn hopefully this will very soon pass over the process. There's a dark anniversary for the last year's Passover, still horrible suffering here in the religious of I often doubt that these words excited but I think it's a tremendous words I think that we are totally in control of it. In reality, it's the smallest kind of things that's going to be the thinker of things. We'll have answers to why the good job the way it does. But I hope to show those you have a appreciate very much. It's a great privilege to speak to this august audience. The plan for today is I'm going to speak for about half an hour, and the goal is to build on a perfect Egyptian tradition after the Genesis. And so when we're coming up to the holiday Passover, of course, and we're thinking about the entity of the Jewish population that described specifically at the beginning of the book of Exodus. What happens after this? Now there's a significant Jewish population of civilization that goes on for the next 2,000 odd years. And ironically, we live in a time in the 20th century onward in which the Exodus in Egypt has circled and more complete now in Saturday than it ever has been in the last 10 years. So just give a very quick broad strokes of look at historical Jewish life in Egypt, and for about half an hour, we'll have a chance to worship a little bit as we say here in New York. We'll have a conversation and some questions. Let's find material engaging as let's go straight to the starting point, however, that is the Exodus itself. I don't want to overlook this moment that we're spending so much time on as the Passover Seder. I've got there in just a couple of weeks. And here's a satellite map of Egypt that gives you some sense of where the Exodus would have taken place. The Nile River Delta, of course, is much deeper green because that's the land of living north into the Mediterranean Sea. Unfortunately, we have question about archaeological and pathological evidence of the Exodus as described in the scriptures. There are a lot of reasons for this. There are some cultural barriers and barriers that approach to describe any negative information, and they are wrong on how to destroy any kind of variation. Furthermore, the archaeological background of the events described in Exodus is not well suited to the actual geography of the region in which various structures were built, and the construction of the Nile Delta, especially Rome, has actually been corroborated by the Russian text, which talk about the loose soil of the region. And the pyrite that we have from the area is incredibly scant. We're talking about something that occurred 3,000 years ago as a result of the impact of the French and plant-based records of it. But nevertheless, we have a few things that are still precious and give us some indication of what it must have been like. Have a look, for example, here at just a these fragments that describe some of the brick making techniques that were used right around the time of the Exodus, European Brazilian. We have paintings like this from which is right about the same time of the Exodus, a little bit earlier. It shows the Semitic and Arabian slaves doing many of the activities associated with brick making. And especially fascinating are the discoveries right about a beach of where people have said the local people in the rocks and so forth that explore some for a person who knows of the Exodus. This is a publication from 2017 showing the evidence of a border pit described. For example, the dramatic scene in season was the Ten Commandments where Charles the Peston, the Native American, don't give out his the way to the border pits. I have to say that myself, that was a lifetime that I saw that, but it's still, I've never went back to that. And here is also in that same region some children's footprints found in those same borders. Just amazing to imagine what it must look like. We don't know, obviously, these footprints belong to Jewish, non-Jewish slaves, not slaves, but nevertheless, it's kind of spurred to the imagination. When we try to estimate the actual route that the Jews took from Egypt this is probably the most peaceful of many options asserted in seafood fly with the biblical record. Of course, that's very specialization. So as you can see, the Jews leave the marshy eastern delta and probably don't cross the broad part of the Red Sea or enter into the Mediterranean, but rather proceed through the wetlands into the Sinai Peninsula, possibly dropping as far south as the region of the Arabs called Jebel Musa or Mount Sinai. Of course, I'm not sure that that is the specific destination of the great biblical Mount Sinai, but nonetheless, it's a reasonable possibility. And then working our way up through the peninsula and just north and then crossing into the Promised Land just north of the Dead Sea. That's most likely the route that is described by. So, when I left Egypt, one of the amazing things about Egyptian history is, of course, they basically return almost immediately, and they have some significant settlements with few distinct locations. This does pose some fascinating halachic dilemmas that I will leave to the rabbis to discuss, but nevertheless, there is a strong, indeed, world-class Jewish civilization in Egypt for the next 2,000 years, right up until our own time. We have a look at this map, which will take us up to the 2nd century Common Era. This is after the Bar Kokhba with the Babylon, we have a fairly well-developed Jewish diaspora throughout the Mediterranean basin. Looking at Israel specifically, you can see the shading here with the gap in the region of Judea, especially prominent because this right after the Bar Kokhba rebellion, when the Asiatic persecutions were at their peak and so many Jews were removed from that region, fled to the north, or were taken off with slave ships to the Italian peninsula as well. So this is the heartland of the land history itself. You also have a major Jewish civilization in the region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. This is where great Talmudic academies of Syria and the Gita was built up and so on. And then you've got significant Jewish populations, particularly in the peninsula, and especially in the Italian peninsula, which would be the heartland, the font of the Ashkenazi culture. Smaller populations in the northern Mediterranean, in Spain, North Africa as well. And the biggest, clearly, biggest population is what's happening in this region. There are several Jewish centers all up and down the Nile, which dominates the demographics in the region. And so let's have a look at a couple of those population centers which show particular interest in historical evidence. We know that Jews are in this region already in the biblical period with long and frequent descriptions of the relationship between the United Kingdom and Egypt. I know that for this audience, I have to clarify that this is United Kingdom. We are not talking about your United Kingdom, but the United Kingdom of the southern region of Judah and the northern region of Israel. King Solomon, of course, famously married the Egyptian princess. I know several references to Egypt throughout several of the passages in the book of Isaiah and Jeremiah. But most significantly, this fascinating population that's seen up in the upper Nile in the midst of Elephant. This is especially fascinating. So it's in the upper Nile, which is the lower part of the map. So the Nile flows from south to the north. So this is the upper part of the Nile. And there are cataracts there. There are restrictions of the riverbanks that cause rapids to fall. And it becomes very difficult for trade to progress along the river. This requires the river-going vessels to stop and sometimes to portage. I'm not sure if that is really so it's not to carry the river, take the boats out of the water and physically move them over the obstruction. So this is a place where boundaries typically gather to use the property So we have the military colony set up here already in the first millennium before the common era. This is, again, basically before you have significant massive populations from the invasions from Babylonia. You have an astrology military that were in the south. Their primary focus would have been to protect trade there. And they're engaged in heavy Jewish activity, although it is not necessarily what you would expect. Apparently, they built a temple there. This is one of several temples that were built outside Jerusalem in contravention to the traditional mainstream rabbinic law. There were two of them that were set up in Egypt. Another one, of course, the Samaritan temple in what is Paphos, and another one possibly in Jordan. There is some doubt as to whether it was a temple or a palace. But nevertheless, despite the ruling that came already from David to not establish any kind of private sanctuaries outside of the temple in Jerusalem itself, an attempt to try and centralize worship in the capital city, there are nevertheless anti-Roman structures built up all around because this is the way Jews worship their God, and it appears to be simply ignored much of what was going on in Jerusalem. We see it in a lot of other areas as well. There's some very strange pieces of evidence from the various Pyra aspects that are like broken pieces of clay that have writing on it that describe marital relationships between apparently Jews and possibly slaves who have not been freed, which is also definitely not in conformity with rabbinic law, as proven expressed in Mishnah onward. Nevertheless, there's definitely ethnic Jews living there, even though they may not necessarily be as, let's say, mainstream Orthodox as a modern to the north, the western part of the Delta, there is really amazing Jewish community that lasts right up until the second century. Has a significant periods of flourishing there as well. And that's the Alexandria, being close to the major trade routes on the Mediterranean, was involved not only in commerce of goods, but also commerce of ideas. The Alexandria community was especially known for its very well-developed medical facilities. Some of the earliest Jewish doctors were trained in Alexandria. Talmud has several references to them. They engaged in some bizarre experimentation like autopsies and things like that that we don't see elsewhere in the world. Anyway, here in the ancient world, they're also famous for having translated the greatest repository of Jewish wisdom, the Torah, into Greek, making it accessible to the rest of the ancient world. I'm sure you've heard the famous story, that's unfortunately another Aristides, that says that King Ptolemy gathered together 70 rabbis, put them in 60 different rooms, and charged them each to translate the Torah into one language. When they came out, they compared the results of their work, and amazingly, they were all translated the Torah identically. Including passages where there was some obfuscation or change, which is discussed in the Talmud. So just to mention, one of my favorite jokes about this particular period is Rabbi Yitzchak Whitman, that the very famous Rosh Hashiva in America. He said, "You call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. If you take 70 rabbis and you put them in one room and ask them to come up with one translation, that would be a miracle." That's just, hope you don't mind it. That's super hard to sell it. Anyway, they translated not only the perspectives of Moses, but later on to have translation of other books as well. Greek future of potential, particularly in the Christian world, as Christianity further away from Judaism for the second and third centuries and have less facility with Semitic languages like Hebrew and Aramaic. They relied very heavily on the Septuagint, which had significant repercussions. You also have another figure, for example, who was not well integrated into the rabbinic tradition, but again, was a Greek connection, very well integrated into the Christian tradition. A philosopher and commentator named Philo, who prepared a fascinating kind of allegorical translation commentary that had significant impact on Christian views, but because of his somewhat ambiguous connection with the rabbinic tradition, simply wasn't widely accepted in his books. So, really, the impression of the Jews in Alexandria were especially strong and were organized. They occupied two of the five neighborhoods in the century, and their conflict with the young population resulted in what might have been the very first pogrom, a popular open uprising against the strong Muslim Jewish authority. The Jewish army was quite back, and in fact, there would be several more religious riots at Jewish Alexandria, particularly in connection with geopolitical events that affected the Jewish people. And there was a major uprising in '66, for example, when the this disaster with the destruction of the temple, and there will be later conflicts with the Kitos rebellion in the 2nd century. So we have two really significant populations in Egypt. There are a few more smaller ones that are dotting the Nile, north and south, but Alexandria and of course, the central city of Egypt is Cairo, and it maintains a very significant Jewish population throughout the entire medieval period. And we have these nuclear resource for this period. This is remarkable that Giza housed a district just outside Fustat, which was also known as Old Cairo, the home of Maimonides, among others. One of the amazing things about this synagogue was that he was the material that was one of his responsibilities. Is that the Jews of Fustat, which are not clear, they have a strict attitude with regards to something called Shema. Just because you may not be familiar with Jewish practice, what with the Ten Commandments that says one should not take the name of God in vain. Jewish practice is not to throw away any document which has the name of God written on it. Hence, the word Shemos, names, seven actually, names of God that are said. So there are different interpretations of exactly how this is applied in practice. But what it generally uses for pieces of paragraphs there are the Torah scripts, and they want to use it, and they are gathered up in a separate area called Gittiza, which is literally storehouse or a treasure house, and then at a certain point in time, when it's sufficiently full, they're taken to a Jewish cemetery and they're given a proper burial. So two unusual things happen in Giza at the Ben Ezra synagogue in Cairo. One is that the very kind of unusual stuff that collectively here not only put in holy documents with the Giza, but any document with the which includes marriage contracts, bills of sale, money that you pick up some pizza on the way home, notes, children's doodles, anything that the Hebrew letters written on it was considered sacred, apparently, and put into the Giza. And secondly, the Giza was not empty for several hundred years. So when it was discovered in this attic of the Ben Ezra synagogue in the late 18th century, it provided an absolutely overwhelming look into what one of the great scholars of the period had, Dr. Rothschild, called a Mediterranean society, explosion of documentation that dwarfs just about anything we have for the same period, let's say about 800 to 1300. Here's a photograph of one of the great scholars of the period, Charlie Sheffer, working in Cambridge with hundreds of thousands, maybe 300,000 fragments of fragile paper from the are these own autograph collections of his writings and scripts. This is actually the handwriting of the great Maimonides himself, who was active in Cairo, and in fact, he and his children were leaders of the Cairo Jewish movement for over a century. We also have, as I mentioned, children's doodles. We have like lessons from children as they're learning how to put it in. Just like children today, drawing little pictures on the sides and absolutely phenomenal. But there's so much to say about the music. But what I find especially fascinating about this music is that the work is ongoing. We're not anywhere near finished figuring out what these little fragments are. And the internet has provided so many advantages. Right now, there's a site called Scribes of the Cairo Geniza, in which you can sign up for free, and they are outsourced the deciphering of the documents for music. As you can see from this sample page, if you know any Hebrew at all, then all you do is they show you a document and say, what language is this? And if you can spell it as Hebrew, you say Hebrew, and if you don't know, you say, oh, show me another document. And then they'll ask you if they're upside up, is it upside down, is it a palimpsest with two splits, one out of the other, and so on. And to the whatever extent you can provide your volunteer time and expertise, you can help push forward the music research. Absolutely fascinating stuff, and it tells us so much about what's going on in Egypt and the entire Eastern Mediterranean world for several years. So, just like Maimonides I mentioned earlier, really brought the community to a brand new level of stature in the 11th, early 12th century. He was, of course, born in Portugal, in Spain, as a result of then Muslim persecution. He and his family left, and they made their way along the coast of North Africa and come finally to Cairo. Spain would actually provide another big jolt to the Cairo population after not Muslim persecution this time, but Christian persecution in the context of the Inquisition and the expulsion of Jews in the 15th century. You have a range of great scholars in Egypt at this time. The Rothschild is particularly significant one. Rabbi who was later named to Spain, not in native Egypt, but rather in Tzfat, where Israel would be the greatest of the Kabbalists, following future traditions and various discussions. But he's a great the heights of Egyptian Jewish culture that are happening in the Middle Ages. The society goes through phenomenal change under the Ottomans, and especially in the 19th century, there's some significant economic change going on that attracts a lot of Jewish migration. With 25,000 Jews living in Egypt by the time of the 20th century, again, primarily in these two big sections of Cairo and Alexandria. But you have about 60,000, a threefold increase just about 20 years later. However, this is all just to a fraction of the 20th century, primarily because of the confluence of the Zionist movement, which happened with tremendous successes at the same time. Jews coming moving to Israel in significant numbers from the 1880s onwards. Immediately after the Holocaust, there was incredible pressure on the British to relinquish mandate and to allow the Jews to create a homeland in Israel and to open up the floodgates of the Holocaust survivors who wished to immigrate to this region. The Arab world, which is so much of a story for us, especially with the 4 or 5 minutes left of the presentation. But of course, there's tremendous hostility to the establishment of the state of Israel. Egypt will fight several wars with Israel. The one shown here is the of the War of Independence in 1948-49. There will be another major conflict in Sinai in 1956, the Six-Day War of 1967, and then once again 1973. So Egypt is having more and more hostility with Israel, and this has very negative consequences for the Jews in Egypt. Egypt passes increasingly anti-Semitic legislation, such as the so-called Companies Law of 1947, which required all Egyptian businesses to have at least 70% sadly, because 80% of Jews living in Egypt were Egyptian born, but were in fact stateless. They were not given citizenship of that Egyptian essence. So this is a very negative element for the civilization. There are increased levels of physical attacks, bombings, procedures of property, reported securities, and especially after the disastrous failure of the intelligence exercise that was undertaken in Egypt by Israel, several Jews, local Jews, were hung and were sent to jail. And there was a mass wave of Egyptian expulsion of Jews as of the Jews. There is a positive upturn, major rise in Egyptian-Israeli relations and also Arab-Israeli relations with the sign of Camp David support. And the fact that us to part the president of the United States on Reagan on the right, ironically, two hawkish individuals who saw putting aside their hostility for the state of Israel gave up a major amount of territory. Sinai Peninsula, which had been conquered in 1967, was transferred a piece which has basically held solid at its there the present day. It is not a warm peace. There is a small moments of hostility, but it's certainly not erupted into full-fledged war system. However, the exodus of Jews from Egypt, encouraged by anti-Semitic activity in the country, defeated a place. And according to the United States Department of State, in 2019, there were less than 10 Jews living in Egypt at that time. So this is brings me to the point that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation that although we are going to be marking the exodus of the Jews from Egypt in a difficult period in a couple of weeks as we celebrate Passover, in reality, the pilgrimage from Egypt occurred in the last century within our lifetimes as a result of the geopolitical events of the 20th century. That brings me to a conclusion. I hope you found this survey useful. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining me today. This is a difficult topic to speak on, and it's a difficult time. This is, of course, the seventh conference. It is a balance race. It begins a period of reflection about 3 weeks. Commemoration of special temple. Most years at this time of year, it's about something massive, difficult, particularly tragic, which is today what I'd like to do is look at much smaller much more systemic and pervasive the sins and maladies of most religious smaller religions that as a result of their exiles from the so let's have a look at what is so in 1750, not at the time, which was so is five distinct first was Moses discovered beginning of grasping what's on this day, according to different sources, that exterior walls of Jerusalem was breached. This led to a series of big battles that ultimately resulted in the conquest of Jerusalem, displacement of temple authorities and the destruction of the temple itself. So, in this context, since we are at the beginning of this period of destruction, of repentance to remember the tragedy of Sarah, I thought that rather than speak about something very large and earth-shattering, incredibly tragic as we have, I thought we would have smaller instead, that will directly result in sort of sad destruction. We have mortal deaths, and we could speak about many other horrible things that happened to cities and the massacres that left maybe ongoing threat of like drivers driver of that piece of art representing Jews freeing children to the deaths by like that. And in fact, it's highly appropriate to speak about these so we could go into those things, but what I would like to do back there is small aspects, exile, what the future has done, or the truth that this game here actually is about massive decades. The game itself and its slogan is actually designed by prisoners and it goes right into depth itself model that kind of basically translated the concepts as each what literally each that which concentration camp. You walk in these days, you're just getting one decided to display the Jewish back to actually see what these things were on the left, and they're all wearing a message, which shows the tablets on the wall. They were on the 1800s. They were actually the first custom of children running up to churches and Jews during the actual stone. So I would suggest that the children would take stones and knock on the doors when they got away. Drive away. The officials were happy to aside that worse the regulation and the police and policy against it more the prevention of medical arts, which is also a smaller level of self-defense not create another example of this is the forest diet, which is described to have trees are intrinsically untrustworthy. Forest diet, or so, was a specific type of oath that was imposed for Jews when they were forced to testify in court. So Jews did have some rights that they could pursue in court of law. They who would have their best stand on a big scale against somehow a place and artists here but only under these circumstances would they do what you would report by taking the word. In other words, all right, here the question which would not provide upon forms with proper because it's self-conscious or not jackass, it's not one of us express the separate one other insight that I have amazing that it was pretty consistent was this phenomenon that resulted from this and so which was often like this further why that impetus that assistance which is obviously something that the church has taken and since for Baptists that is spoken about some other Baptists their responsibility of the land that more of a hard man. This idea that source from literary innovation. of this in total, I just had to spend half an hour with you. That's some of these smaller level tragedies that happen. It was very rare when anyone actually lose their lives as a result of that. And that seems to have psychological traumatized. Ideas perhaps putting sort of warm up or preparation for weeks of smaller things like of course every smaller construction example horrible with that I was trying to very much also like today. Welcome to this lecture on the title Sectarian Infighting and Fall of Israel. This is a lecture for Tisha B'Av, which is the 9th day of Av, and this is the anniversary of the destruction of the Temple of Jerusalem, both under the Romans, which we're going to be looking at in more detail today, and also, ironically, the Babylonians. It also happens to be a day of tremendous misfortune for Jews historically. The Warsaw Ghetto went through its deportation beginning on Tisha B'Av. The Spanish Inquisition, and especially the expulsion, is associated with Tisha B'Av. So many events in Jewish history that culminate on this particular kind of like national bad luck day for Jews. There's a whole series of quasi-mourning rituals that are observed to mark this dark event, including Ashkenazi Jews' weddings are not held for the previous 3 weeks, and for the 9 days coming up to the Tisha B'Av, which are called something 29 days, Jews don't use meat, and they don't drink wine, and they allow their beards to grow deeper, and all kinds of things like that. So it's definitely a very sad day. And what I'd like to do with our time together today is to look specifically at the epicenter of that sadness, the destruction of the temple itself, and to explore one aspect which is especially highlighted by the rabbis in the Talmud, that of Jewish infighting or sectarian fighting. We will, of course, be looking at other groups besides the standard Pharisaic, even the Judeans, the Christians, mentioned the Abandonment as well. But for the time being, what I'd like to do in the next hour or so is to go through the many different groups that are all competing for control of Jerusalem and the temple in particular, and try, and I hope that we will be able to understand a little bit more of what the rabbis meant when they said that it was baseless hatred that destroyed the temple. So first of all, let's have a look at our sources. Although I've looked at this topic many years in the past, Tisha B'Av unfortunately happens to be one of the high seasons for my lectures. I went to a different source that I hadn't read in detail before this year, fresh memory. Ibn Shur was a German Protestant theologian, and I was really quite amazed at how good this work was in the 19th century. Even though it's, the fact that something published over 100 years ago would be dated and would suffer from a lot of these disabilities of historiographic approaches, I think his narrative was proved to be very fresh and quite cogent. It was so much so that I don't know the English translation, but this actually be published at the end of the 20th century with a new edition with extra footnotes to help us catch up with a lot of scholarship that's happened since then. So I'm going to rely heavily on Henry Tudor's account, and we're going to return to him at the end. Also looking at modern research, of course, Steve Mason is perhaps the greatest authority on the structure of temples. I've often looked at his major work, The History of the Jewish War, which is a massive tome that's weighing about 10 pounds, and goes through everything in great detail with a lot of creative material. But looking at classical sources, we're going to rely, of course, on the Talmud, which is a difficult book to turn to for historical data, primarily because the multiple authors, and this is a book that is literally thousands of statements by different people, it's not really intended as a historical source. It does have historical data, but it is primarily a religious source. And more specifically, it has to do with religious law, how ritual conduct should be maintained, which often involves digressions into historical data, scientific data, and so on. So the rabbis nevertheless offer obviously a very relevant position from which to analyze the events of the first century, and it's especially encapsulated in just a few pages of tractate detail. As I mentioned in the introductory comments, they sort of boil down the causes of the destruction of the temples once the temple that was destroyed in the 6th century by the Babylonians, and then the temple destroyed in the 1st century by the Romans. And they sort of boil it down into like really simple basic ideas that can be carried forward. The first temple was destroyed because three particular things were violated. These are, I know that cardinal sin is really not appropriate for Judaism, but these are the so-called Yahweh, the Al-Yahweh. The person should rather give up their life and transgress these three sins, which are idolatry, adultery, and murder. Not more to say about that, but it's beyond scope of discussion. And then they said that the second temple is not destroyed for these very serious transgressions, but rather for the idea of sinat, baseless interest, hating people for good reason. That level of general hatred is really what brought down the temple, say the rabbis. Now, they don't break it out into specifics of this person and that person, which I hope we do a little bit today, but they offer an example of a story of two people with very similar names, one named Kamsa and the other one named Son of Kamsa, or Bar Kamsa. And I can't go further in this lecture how quickly relating the story, although I'm sure that many of you have already heard it. One of them makes a wedding, makes a family celebration, and by accident, other is invited to that same happens that they are lifelong enemies, and this invitation was a mistake. But the recipient says, "Oh my gosh, this is so nice, I got an invitation. Maybe they need to make it up." And he decides to go to the wedding. He shows up at the wedding, and the host sees him there and says, "What are you doing here?" And he says, "What are you talking about? I got an invitation." He says, "It's a mistake. I want you to leave right now." And the Pisces says, "Wait, don't embarrass me, please. Don't take me out in front of everyone. Please let me stay." He says, "No, not at all." He says, "Okay, really, I don't want to be embarrassed. Allow me to pay for half the wedding." And he says, "I don't care. What did you got?" He says, "I'll pay for the entire wedding." Officer says, "No, that's it." I said, "Yes, I believe it, but the point of the story, which is often overlooked, that the rabbis were all present, and they said that instead. this. I won't go through technical details, but they failed to find an adequate response to it. And there was one particular individual that was invited to have told us who decided that the rabbis had to be really tied into his specific vision of how the law should be expressed, rather than its adaptation because of the unique moment. This ultimately brought about the destruction of the temple by the historicity of all these events is really based totally in the Talmud, but I think we can see that there's definitely echoing things that are in other sources. Our major source for today, of course, is going to be none other than Titus Flavius Josephus, known in his day as Joseph ben Matityahu. He is actually a rather brilliant historian. He's a complicated figure. He, as his book called The Jewish War relates, he was a Pharisee who had in his youth experimented with a lot of different religious orientations within Judaism, as we shall see. There are many different expressions of how one might have been a Jew in the first century. He ultimately was assigned the role of being the leader of the rebel forces in the Galilee, where he acquitted himself, at least according to his own account, tremendously well. However, he was captured by this invasion. Not saying a story about how that happened. The Roman emperor, or the soon-to-be Roman emperor, and he was able to kind of, through his wits, preserve his life and actually attach himself to the Roman forces as a kind of aide-de-camp, kind of advisor, interpreter of sorts. And most famously, after the war, he retired to Rome, where he wrote this phenomenal history of war and many other books besides. He is, without doubt, a most detailed source that we'll have, but he's a problematic source in many ways. First and foremost, because after all, was a rebel, then ended up joining the Roman side. And what does that say about his motivation? He was writing under official Roman sponsorship, so would his narrative not be skewed towards his sponsors? We know that he wrote an earlier version of this history, which he wrote in Aramaic, but that version unfortunately was lost. So the only other version of the book was the literal front of the Mediterranean, and we think Josephus is a puzzle in himself. But nevertheless, he was actually quite a brilliant historian. He compares very favorably with the other great Roman historians of his era. Very compelling writer, fantastic narrative, sense for the dramatic, as well as a sense for detail, although sometimes the numbers and things like that are but that's the primary source that we will be relying on as any historian will study this period. Finally, we do have several other accounts that are worthy of note. The great historian Tacitus, who tends to have a rather nasty anti-Jewish position. Cassius Dio, also very important historian, and Eusebius, an early church historian. And you can see, however, though, that with the exception of Tacitus, Cassius Dio and Eusebius are writing quite a bit after the event. Josephus was a participant observer himself, so he deeply involved in how events described. Let's start with the world beginning. Now, I really want to focus on the years 69 and 70 in particular, although the Genesis of the work can really be traced back much earlier, depending on where you want to start, but I think it's more reasonable to start with the year 66, which is going to be a open hostility that is sharply focused on the conflict and Judea. The local procurator is a man named Cassius Florus, who is widely regarded as incredibly culturally insensitive to the specifics of the Jewish population. He had a base on the coast. There was a much more Roman-flavored city called Caesarea, or Caesarea, that was actually built by Herod, or was given and renovated by Herod. And from there, he would issue various proclamations that he demanded to yes, his floors really could not care less. Several other instances that Jews felt that yes, his floors really did not have their best interests at heart. There were numerous armed conflicts, especially between the region of Galilee in the north, and then increasingly in Jerusalem, where there was conflict with Jesus's forces, actual soldiers in the streets. The way things worked out over the year 66, the Romans decided to send in a legion of soldiers from the north under the rule of Cestius Gallus, and marched down. He actually set up shop outside Jerusalem, and he could have put it under siege and attacked it. Since it seemed unclear, he decided that perhaps his presence there had made a statement that he had always had legions nearby, and he decided to retreat. And on his, which really I don't think was seen as a retreat, really were troop movements at the time. So on the way back, he was ambushed very cleverly by zealots led by Rabbi and by Laura in particular, who attacked his baggage train and actually destroyed it. And Cestius Gallus, although he survived and managed to make his way back to Rome fairly briefly before he passed away, it was humiliating to see that these ragtime zealots or rebels not representing any official faction other than kind of like the hooligans of the time, they nevertheless were able to defeat a Roman legion and this past Roman into a massive base. This obviously got Rome's attention. They decided to take still more stringent measures, and they would ultimately send in Vespasian. Meanwhile, in Jerusalem, as the conflict with Justius Florus is escalating and Cestius Gallus is sent packing, there's more radical activity. An individual named Nathan attacked the Roman base at Masada, and he seizes all of their weaponry, which is a really amazing thing as well. And then he went to Jerusalem, and there he actually murdered Ananias, the high priest, which was a tremendously scandalous thing to do. And there were some significant uprisings between the general population, who, although they may not have agreed with what the high priest had to say and his policy in general, they certainly weren't in favor of having these outsiders come in from the Judean desert and take them to the city. One of the things that happened early on is that they burned down the place where all the local records of deaths were held, and this indicates to some analysts that there were strong socioeconomic elements to the early conflict that was wanted to remove all of the records of who owed money to whom so they could be received large debt amnesty. Ananias' son, named Lazar, goes and murders Nathan, who had murdered Lazar's father. And with the end of Ananias, there was basically an end to the Roman posture in Jerusalem, and things just spiraled further and further out of control, as we shall see. Rome sends in great general Vespasian, one of his talented generals, to essentially restore the honor of Rome after Cestius Gallus had lost it. He was attacked by Shimon bar Yochai and Aleza. And he comes in from the north, and he takes his time. Arrives in 68, if I remember correctly, and he spends years just essentially engaged in much smaller mock-up activities in the north, wandering down to the center of the country. He has plenty of time to besiege Jerusalem, but he ultimately decides not to do it. Things that we shall discuss shortly. But more significantly, when the Emperor Nero takes his own life, Vespasian is shortly called back to Rome, where he ultimately becomes the emperor. And the person who takes over after him is his son, Titus, who is shown here in his battle garb. I believe the picture of the bottom is Vespasian. I'm not sure, but the larger image shows that this particular triumph is celebrating the destruction of Jerusalem in the school of the but more that we discussed those that this may be the triumph in Rome that occurred after that story. Now, Now, looking at the main point that we want to get to today is to understand who is fighting. We've already seen some of the settings, but let's go through the many different groups that were. This is going to be a bit of a blur, and it is rather confusing to try to keep track of it, but I'll try to keep us focused on it. So the first and the dominant group were so-called Herodians. So-called because they were descended from King Herod, who had passed away at the beginning of the first century before Christ. His great grandson was king at the time, shown in left here, King Agrippas II, also known as Agrippa. He's an unusual character. Like his predecessors, they had no real power. Roman authorities, immediately after the death of Herod, had simply kept on the Jews as kind of puppets or as client kings from time to time, actually not even giving them control of Judea itself, giving very limited control. Agrippa was in his family. He was not considered a great leader at all. He has very little authority to the Romans. But he did believe that an ongoing alliance with Rome was appropriate for Judea. Rome was such a overwhelming world power. Judea was this tiny little nation. The concept of rebelling against overpowering world was anathema to Agrippa. He made some strong speeches recorded in Josephus, I'm sure embellished with his view of artistry. He made some strong speeches for a kind of pro-Roman orientation that stopped all of this rebellious activity. It's getting out of hand, attacking a Roman legion like that. How are we going to match this together? This particular image shows some of the key players at the time. Besides Agrippa II, who's shown on the left, that's kind of like oriental thing. You have Festus, who is the Roman proconsul. His name means like happy, but he doesn't look so happy. And Agrippa's sister, Berenice, who had actually a romantic relationship with Titus that was quite seldom in the ancient world. And this is a moment which is recorded in the Gospels where Paul presents some small version of his views of Christianity and Judaism. That's simply because Agrippa is curious and he wants to know more about Christianity, which is emerging at this time. So you have this party of, we can call them Herodians, who are essentially the old aristocracy, who have connections to Rome and want to see that connection maintained and preserved. Not necessarily because they totally capitulate to everything else wants. Berenice in particular was frequently trying to hold off some of the more negative aspects of the Roman policy in Judea, but nevertheless, they want to maintain at least the traditional alliance that they've had for nearly 200 years. Then you have the so-called Sadducees. The Sadducees are especially associated with the temple cult. At this point, just like the kings of Judea, who were essentially puppets to Rome, the high priest was also a formality that was assigned by Roman sponsorship, and the high priesthood simply is churning kind of revolving door occupation where you would have them replace sometimes several in 1 year. That was turnover with high priests. It was a very high status position, obviously, but it's one that was adopted by the Herodians and by Roman influence. They often engage in high levels of ideological conflict with the Pharisees. In the Talmud, they have lots of debates, which the Sadducees are invariably portrayed in a very negative light. But like the Herodians, they want to go back to the status quo ante. They want to go back to the idea of Rome in control, that Judea being the little subjects of the empire. They will have an especially difficult time with so-called frugality, or the short knives, daggers, such as these were the individuals who carried these short knives while wearing regular plain clothes, as Josephus describes it, and they will infiltrate crowds and actually assassinate people that they view as earlier, you know that Ananias, the high priest at the time, and Elizabeth Shem is another of these zealot forces who are especially feared by the Sadducees because they're in there and they're trying to take over the older stuff. Perhaps for many of the socioeconomic issues that we described earlier. On the other side of the ideological point from the Pharisees, from the Sadducees, is of course the Pharisees. And we use this particular 19th century image to illustrate that because the Pharisees are generally regarded as the progenitors of the rabbinic rabbis, the rabbinic movement comes from the Pharisees. The term Pharisee is sometimes mentioned in a derogatory sense, perhaps derived from particular readings of the Gospels in which Pharisees are often dispute or debate with Jesus. But it is basically a translation of the Hebrew term Kedushin, meaning those who separate. Separated in the sense that they separated from official authority, from the Herodian aristocracy, from identity and so on. Josephus takes pains to note that the Pharisees are, by and large, the most popular party, that they have the support of most of the countryside, who are alienated by the violence of the zealots and the despair of any effective leadership from the Herodians. So the Pharisees are kind of like the natural leadership of the broader masses, but they have no other official power base other than their sort of charismatic spiritual leadership. They are, at this time, an uneasy alliance, however, with what some scholars call the peace party. And the peace party basically includes the Pharisees and the Sadducees. The Sadducees are ideological enemies of the Pharisees. The Sadducees, for example, deny the existence of an afterlife, something which is very core to their theology. The Pharisees and the Sadducees are unhappy about how the Pharisees have possible power, but the Sadducees control the temple court, and so on. So it's surprising to see that in an alliance. But what they all agree on is that the level of criminal violence that has been penetrating Jerusalem is getting out of hand, and they have to find a way to scale it back, even if that means putting up with domination. The most important leader of the Pharisees for our purposes is undoubtedly was Rabbi, who in a very dramatic passage, which is echoed in Josephus, but with different players. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai manages to fool the zealots, who are called the Roman in the text, the Talmud that describes this language, manages to fool them into allowing him to leave Jerusalem and actually speak and negotiate with the Roman authorities, and he does so by faking his own death and pretending to be a coffin and a corpse. The zealots actually don't believe it at first, and they ram iron rods through the coffin to be sure that he is in fact dead. He miraculously survives that. He's taken outside the walls of Jerusalem, where he meets with Vespasian and tells him that he will one day be emperor, and Vespasian is impressed with his prophetic statement. Again, this passage is mentioned in Josephus as well, although Josephus is the hero there and happens in the north, not in the south. But Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, okay, I want three things. The one that's especially important for us is he says, give me Yavne and its sages. Meaning, let me have the city of Yavne, which is, at the time, it was called Yavne. Here in this map, it's a short distance from Jerusalem on the coast, and allow the rabbinic tradition to continue there by allowing safe passage of rabbis through Yavne, or allow them to collect there and not be massacred by the Romans. And that, in fact, is the decision that allows the rabbinic tradition to continue because they have some safe space in Yavne. In this context, I want to take us to another group that's very similar, but also adopts a similar posture, and that is the Christians. Now, the Christian movement at this point is still very, very young. We're talking about 30 years after the crucifixion. And so who knows how many hundreds millions of people, perhaps thousands, but that seems like a stretch. But it's definitely a small number, primarily Jews who are impressed with the teachings of Jesus of Nazareth and believe that a version of Judaism that is described by Paul in particular is really for salvation. It's kind of at this time very much an amalgam of Judaism and that will become Christianity because the two groups have not formally separated from each other. They definitely are, up until this point, they have been praying in the same spaces, observing the same ritual calendar, regarding as holding many of the same teachings, but over the century after the crucifixion in particular, there will be a widening gap that separates the early Jewish Christian movement from the original Jewish movement. It will be exacerbated by the large inclusion of non-ethnic Jews in early Christianity, as Christianity becomes much more Gentile in terms of composition. There's much more of a reduced tendency to view the Jewish origins of the movement with the same level of charity, and that's another discussion today. What happened to those Jewish Christians during the time of the revolt? The truth is, Josephus tells us nothing about them, probably because they are really small in size. He will have some passing comments on Christianity in another book that we would write later called The Antiquities, but he doesn't really tell us much about what was going on with the Christians at this time. Much more significant passage occurs in Eusebius's massive church history, which was written about 200 years later, and he writes in his introduction, for example, that his book is going to be a history book that focuses primarily on things that immediately overtook the whole ethnos because of the plot that he's saved. It's clear from that passage that Eusebius has a particular theological interpretation of the destruction of the Second Temple that is essentially blaming the Jews and the downfall because of how they treated Jesus. This is not an argument that appears in Josephus, but it will appear significantly over many other theological approaches in the centuries. At any rate, let's answer the second question. Who are the Christians? According to Eusebius, he writes that the people of the Church of Jerusalem had received some kind of a prophecy given by an oracle before the war, saying that that it's going to be dangerous and they should flee. The oracle revealed that they should flee to a place called Pella, which was in the Korea. That's the phrase that Eusebius means. And I'll show you a map in a second. But according to other historians, it was in the Decapolis, just on the other side of the Jordan River. And they believe that this is where Christianity was preserved during the war. Here's the map. It shows you from the south, and here is Pella, which is clearly the Decapolis. So there were some questions about the text itself, but nevertheless, that's what's happened to the Christians. They apparently had no role in the story that we are going to describe. Okay, now we should turn to some of the main zealots who are very active and fighting, as we should, with the Herodians, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and with each other. John of Giscala is one of the most significant figures. Giscala is actually Gush Halal, which is a very productive milk, which is a place in the Galilee region. He was originally a moderate who was apparently alienated by the Romans and their policies, but he was a long-time enemy of Josephus. Josephus has nothing nice to say about John Scala. In fact, used him as a prime instigator of some of the worst dialects, both in the north and especially in Jerusalem. So, again, Josephus is such a tremendous treasure as a historical source, but a very difficult treasure to work with because it's hard sometimes to parse what actually happened when we try to filter it by what we know about Josephus' personal life. At any rate, He escapes Vespasian when Vespasian is still in the north, and he enters Jerusalem in 68. And it's at this time that John of Tuscala would portray himself as an ally to the high priest Ananus, not the same person that was murdered earlier, Ananus, but would ultimately also be murdered by the Zealots. Josephus portrays John of Tuscala as kind of like pretending to be allied with the Herodians and the Pharisees and Sadducees, peace party, but in reality feeding information to the Zealots so that they can be more effective in their attempt to take over the city. He ultimately is successful in taking over a large band of followers of Abba ben Shimon, so his forces were very large. And also, we should remember at this time that the population entering Jerusalem. Not only do pilgrims arrive at Jerusalem in large numbers for the holiday of Pesach, for example, and the holiday of Sukkot, Josephus describes this in some detail, but also there are war refugees because there's the Roman incursion to the north and chaos going on there, and in the south you have these zealots wandering around, and people are fleeing their homes, looking to the big cities, hoping to find some safety. But John of Tuscala ultimately will execute his erstwhile allies, the Herodian aristocracy, and will ultimately be the person in charge of the temple courtyard, and he will invite Yochanan ben Tzvi. He's just another one of these bandit leaders who takes pride in personally murdering the Herodians that comes across. And these, by the way, of course, are all Jews. This is entirely Jewish fighting over at this point. Now, to understand how this unfolds, we really have to see a little bit of the map of Jerusalem itself to understand where these various forces were gathered. So here's an aerial view of the city of Jerusalem as it appeared in the first century. And you can see the kind of the wavy squiggly lines on top of Radford, when they are closer together, like the Kidron Valley, which is in the lower right corner, that means a much steeper incline, and when they are further apart, it means more of a plateau. So Jerusalem is built on several of these plateaus, and there are some significant geographic separations by the valleys. So we're going to look at the Temple Mount, which is located here on this particular plateau. We're also going to look at this tower called the Antonia Tower, which is the most significant military fortification of the temple grounds itself. It was actually home to a contingent of soldiers at several points in the war, and it is the base from which most of the military activity was here. We also have this region called the Lower City, and of course this higher class area called the Upper City, where Herod actually built his own palace. There are also several walls around Jerusalem. There is the so-called First Wall, which is kind of an extension of the wall surrounding the Temple Mount itself that encapsulates the Upper City and the Lower City, but so it's like a larger expression of the Temple Mount itself. And then a second wall was built that protects the Antonia and reinforces some of the northern suburbs. Finally, especially as the population of Jerusalem will grow, a third wall was built far outside. In fact, that would be penetrated very early on. So now that we have a little bit of geography, we're going to return to some of the major players. The high priests and the Pharisees, again, this is one of those, this is a peace party. This is the usual, coming together of ideological elements and we saying, we may disagree about a lot of things, but we certainly can't have fighting in the streets. They call upon the larger population to repudiate the zealots who are actually Jewish widespread pacifists. The zealots end up taking over the temple where they become trapped because they can't get out of the multiple walls, and this is their building base for such checks. They do manage to sneak out a messenger, however, who goes to the south to the Idumeans, which is an interesting population, and asks the Idumean for support, claiming that they had been oppressed, like the Judeans, by the aristocracy, by the Herodians, and would they please send troops to rescue them in Jerusalem. Now, Idumea is here in the south of Israel. It's an unusual part of Jewish history because this is the only time when Israel engaged in any kind of forced invasion. And in fact, after the Idumean incident, it was decided to never again engage in forced invasion. This is something that occurred under one of the Maccabean kings, the Hasmoneans. And among the many negative results of this was the birth of Herod, whose father was Idumea. So it was widely regarded in the thought that the whole idea of forcibly converting any population to Judaism was just a bad one to start with, and Herod was the punishment for it. At any rate, you have this population itself that identifies as Jewish, but recognizes their distinctiveness from the Judeans per se. There are lots of interesting discussions about patrilineal descent and matrilineal descent in this context, but this presentation. And we taken in by the argument that it's offered that they're being persecuted by the aristocracy. And they also have a feeling that they're often looked down upon and are pursued. So they send 20,000 soldiers to rescue themselves in Jerusalem. These numbers that Josephus offers have often been challenged, and we have to take them with a grain of salt. But even if it's a significant fraction of 20,000, it's still going to be a lot of people. When they get to Jerusalem, they are held off by the city walls, and the high priest Ananus comes out and says, "Hey, please understand what's going on here," and he makes an impassioned speech saying, "We are not, oppressing the zealots. They've come in here to commit violence, and this is not good for us. If the Romans see us all fighting with each other, it's just going to weaken our movement." And he tries with tremendous efforts to keep the Idumeans out of the city. He is unfortunately successful, because when the zealots slips out of the city once again and actually opens up the city gates for the Idumeans. And this is when the violence just gets much, much worse. The Idumeans enter, and together with the zealots, they massacre the high priest Ananus, and this actually happened on the temple grounds. Josephus considers this the point of no return for Jerusalem, meaning before the Idumeans and the zealots murdered the co-brother, Josephus felt that maybe the Judeans could patch it up with the Romans. They're sorry about those zealots, sorry that we couldn't, support them destroying Cestius and Gallus and things like that. Maybe we didn't do those things. But once the high priest Ananus was murdered, the population would descend into a world full of violence, and they were not enough to adequately defend the Jewish cause in front of the Romans and in front of the background. Violence extended beyond the attacks on the Libyans, but went into the civilian areas as well. The local defenses of Jerusalem, civilians and militia was attacked overwhelmed by the Libyans, and also door-to-door attacks on the general population happened at this point. The Libyans themselves were simply not going to off. They came to one example of the level of lawlessness was zealots wanted to put a particular prominent individual on trial, and they convened a Sanhedrin, a grand jury of 71 members, to convict him of the crimes they accused him of. But the Sanhedrin did not want to go along with this, and so instead the zealots simply slit his throat and threw his body into the valley of the so the kind of extreme lawlessness at this time. Finally, it gets so bad that even the Europeans regret their role, and they say, we can here because they've been oppressed, but now we see that you are the oppressors, and they decide to leave. They will discuss before they leave. They can release all of the prisoners, and many of them end up joining another one of the zealots, Shimon Gloria, was also active at this time. This particular point shows possibly Shimon Gloria led off and changed Bible station. You can see on the right there, because there was something in this kind of experts associated with it. Praise God, as the eventual triumph. Up until this time, he has not been in Jerusalem. He has been ravaging the countryside. There's a general lawlessness that has spilled way beyond the city of Jerusalem, way beyond the Galilee region. There's this widespread hooliganism and highway robberies, and literally killed possibly the regular Jews in Japan that lived as well. Incredible salvage the association that were regularly amputated and distracted business, and quite often just mutilating them and sending them back to send a message to further resistance. The zealots are actually afraid of it. The zealots in Jerusalem actually try to threaten him into submission by kidnapping his wife. And these are all Jews fighting each other, and there are no Jews fighting each other at this time. The Herodians are largely displaced. The Pharisees have decamped, the Christians have decamped at this point. But when they kidnap his wife, he actually comes up to the walls of this city of Jerusalem and puts on such a tantrum. Zealots are actually afraid of him standing outside the walls, yelling at them, and they release his wife, and perhaps he won't be bad after all. He ends up being part of the invasion of Jerusalem in the spring of 69, along with the Arameans, and he ends up dominating the lower and the upper cities with them. Here is the map of Jerusalem again, and you can see that the forces are arrayed in three major areas. Lazar ben Shimon, one of the early zealots we spoke about, is actually in the temple itself. John of Scala is controlling the temple courtyard, and there are rings of walls that protect them from each other. And Shimon bar Kioria is controlling most of the upper and lower cities, where most of the Jews live. It's a three-way fight between these three zealot forces. The Herodians are sidelined at this point, and they're simply waiting for the deliverance to happen. Let's understand what happens in the context of it. So the fight becomes so intense between these three zealot forces that they actually attack each other's stores of grain and burn them, hoping that they will weaken each other by preventing them access to foodstuffs. And this was such an incredibly short-sighted strategy, because the Romans were going to use under it as their primary weapon. But by destroying the grain storage of their opponents, they have no way to withstand the ultimate attack of the station, especially Titus, who is very much involved as well. Vespasian has actually gone back to Rome by now, but Titus is following the same strategy, taking his time, making forays around the north central part of Israel, down to the south of Israel, but he won't attack Jerusalem until he is completely done. And that's essentially what happens beginning in the spring of the year 7. This map illustrates what is going on. The famine has already been a serious problem when Titus approaches Jerusalem. And Titus thinks that he's going to have a fairly easy time attacking Jerusalem, but he's actually quite surprised because the rebels provide unusually stiff resistance. Even though they're busy fighting each other, they end up becoming quite ferocious fighters against the Romans at the same time. A couple of key examples include that the Romans settled in on one of the surrounding hills nearby, Scopus and Ascalon, and they get themselves set because they're going to be building their siege engine and things like that. The rebels surprise them by pouring out of the city of Jerusalem and actually attacking uphill at tremendous disadvantage. stayed destruction by this bold and rather unusual attack. Another example, the Romans, their way of destroying the city is going to be with lots of people and technology, specifically the building of siege engines, which are these massive towers that they can wheel up to the walls, and then they can throw things over with catapults, and they can climb over the walls with them. But it takes time to build these things, and there are certain places where they are most ideally situated. So while they're busy building these things, the rebels actually dig underneath these ramps that they intend to use for the siege engines, and they build a tunnel underneath to fill it with wood, and when the Romans place their laborious product of their work, the siege engine in place, the rebels set fire to the wood in the tunnels, collapsing the tunnels and destroying the siege engine. This is like hugely frustrating to just because this is schlepping out, so to speak. The war is going on much longer, and it's actually embarrassing to the Romans that the Jews should be having such success. Josephus puts it very well when he says that the Romans held it to be terribly disgraceful if cunning should always prevail over valor, desperation over weapons, mass over expertise, Judeans over villains. In fact, that's what is happening in the early months of Jesus' siege, that they able to hold them off with the combination of cunning, desperation, mass, Judea, I guess. The last decision that Jesus makes, therefore, is he says, we're just going to use the old-fashioned tools that we're going to starve them. Notice this massive siege, guys. You can see functioning the fourth wall around Jerusalem, and he manages it very carefully to make sure that no food can be smuggled into Jerusalem from the countryside. Shuts down any possibility for Jerusalem to get any information from the outside. Combine that with the fact that the Zealots have already destroyed their own grain stores, they just have into a horrible level of poverty. Josephus describes in very pathetic terms involving cannibalism and the same kind of terrible things that the essentially are also described in the book of Jeremiah, the limitations and stuff. In the end, Jerusalem is the story behind it, however, is somewhat complex. Josephus says that Jesus holds a war council and says that he wants to burn out the temple complex and to take care of the last rebels, but he wants to actually preserve the temple itself. Now, it's possible that Josephus places Jesus in a very positive light here, because Josephus, of course, sponsored by Jesus. In fact, ends up being assigned the Flavian rating because of his close relationship to the Rothschild family. But it's also possible that Jesus wanted to preserve the temple because, after all, it was one of the great wonders of the world. It was one of the most fascinating, well-known architectural feats. Nothing significant about the era, and attracting thousands upon thousands of pilgrims from all around the Middle East, Jews and non-Jews as well. So we don't really know how true this is, but it's not impossible to imagine that Jesus did not actually want to destroy the temple itself. He wanted to destroy the rebellion, and he may have rededicated the temple to Jupiter or something like that, like Antiochus did in the Pompey region. But this is a very topic that Josephus gives us. Now, the rebels, in the context of this fighting, which we discussed a little bit more detail in this lecture, they rush out to engage the Romans, and in that context, like Josephus, one of the rebels grabbed a piece of burning wood and threw it through a window into the sanctuary. That was actually the spark that ignited the third of the self, which continued from the 9th of well into the 10th of and of course the liberation of this book. So we conclude let's just go back to Jewish for a minute. And I remember reading, it was fascinating to see his account of the destruction of Jerusalem. Viewed from the lens of a Protestant theologian of the 19th century, by saying this, a Jewish authority, in the earliest sense, no longer existed. The destruction of the temple and the sacrifice that actually occurred a few years earlier, what the Jews knew about how they were to relate to God was a way that no longer existed. Authority itself had disappeared. Left the people was the Torah. They now rallied around it, anxious, scrupulous fidelity. The unwavering hope that it might once again, in political and indeed in the world itself, acquire practical validity. Fascinated, hopefully, this will be the last of all of us together the next time the celebration of the Cathedral of Jerusalem. Thank you very much for your attention. You are fasting. You can fast well. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm here to call it today is Rothschild idea of the first day of the future concept idea, which may occurs to the relation factor of the fall and the permanent work with matters that are potential. Like to take a look at the kind of departure from our history of the lab format of sexual political analysis. Sometimes criticize the nature of the combination of books and the drugs. That may have some value to it, but today it's a bit that so let's just take a step back there and what practice. So the point is the thought that high elevation is all just as well, but people share it. So the assessment so in this context, I'd like to use either some of my favorite or recent texts, some of which I've loved so much that I end up publishing something myself. So, you know, the art of the is beautiful. So there's people like also, I should put this context that colloquially, give someone a soul, something like that. To give someone a soul is to give them. And that's not like negative sense. A soul, that's not the sense of subjective. So you should have proper. It's different. It's best to study a soul. Okay? Or it's hard. So that you actually feel good. To get honest stuff. Good. So about, you know, almost the 400 years I've been doing this thing. All four of us, we make different kinds of jokes. I've seen myself. This, I would look at this, the right thing, this, yeah, what, it also appears the 6 word short chapter. Videos, I know they reach a very, very broad audience. Never heard of them before. So they're virtually recognized and I apologize. Okay. One other text that I will not speak of too much, but discussion related to the cycle concepts. Well, what's the point? What does it matter? It's reward and punishment, the duties and yeah, that there's discussion of free will, determinism, so my personal contribution is all that stuff. I have different translation of this particular section of the different book, and I have the best presentation with Samaria. I thought I was confident that really excited about this. I evaluate this commentary so this is a great I want to start with myself. I'm rather a great person. They must have put this well. It's just a big precise that is work by this that's actually that's the name it was switch. Okay. But this how that it's based on the verse that says, "Who is the one who desires righteousness?" But answers that question is what relates to this is my book. This is my life. It's basically written on the laws of the so this particular book is incredibly important contribution to the book because it really breaks down why you should properly. It does have something about that, but it relates out with Judaism. What is the statistic property? It is statistics. There are statistics. Every conversation I've ever had, maybe 90% of it conversations that I have. So there are 7 preconditions that all 7 of these preconditions and they in fact relate to the precondition. And otherwise, it's relevant. It's a really good book. Highly recommend. If you are not familiar with the book, it's hard to read the justice because there's so many other ideas that require strong foundation to understand that. This is also because you look at not like the simple truth that the rabbis both tell you that it's a chapter that intended to be just the things are hey, that's probably to the head of God. So it's a high level that I would recommend if you'd like to access this wisdom. We start with something like this. This is going to be solid time, which is going to watered down. So there's a new and it's also a very powerful size that you study it over a period of time, like days. I read this translation. Not only my sister's teacher, but also a writer as a historian. So those are two really good how-to texts. The first one is how to practice in Canada. I really like such an important level, specifically God as a commander speech. And it's important to have a look at the key. As it is psycho and mission. Okay, I really enjoyed both those. This is a really good. What this field does is it creates a series of games. It's different information. Each of these gates defines these topics. It defines what these custom gates. It talks about how to develop. It talks about the ways in which that is beneficial. And it's also about ways in which that can be beneficial. So I always found this especially good for adolescents that are working out there because you know it's usually second book, I put it was what was this book is a selection show is that I could just access the way that the rest this is a book that I personally have ambitions to this is probably the key of this text, which is usually rather very acceptance, the opposite, right? This perspective, not as so-called achievers with except this thought that the second level of father was shot by this is the British House is sure that specifically that I think this is we've been studying what was a conversion of text around it. And this is this mission. First of all, the two of them were friends in their childhood, and they separated sometime early adolescence. So they got to the point where we get the impression that they're probably about 25 years old. So they meet each other, and they change prejudice to each other. The second one is kind of become well-rounded individual with higher education, secular culture, and curiosity about science, things like that. And the other one was frustrated. Very, very just a lot of time dedicated to studying songs and fussing. It was such a island of curiosity. Stuff like this, from an advocate, so curious. What did you, what's my friend do out there? How do you spend so many hours studying? So he goes up to him and he's so happy to see him and start talking about his life. And the discussion that dominated the conversation. He really on the road was realized that this very loudness is kind of like a lot of stuff that he's suffering from that world. And it was just obsessed by what the person has to say, but it's good. It's so fantastic. I actually prefer the dialogue version as well. But anyway, oh, that's amazing. What does this actually say to the Hawkeye? It says that, you know, students of levels of personal development. Watch them as protect arm, alacrity, seize opportunities, forward, and that's the all these levels that we discussed. Step by step basis. So they want complicated that. The biggest challenge is to sometimes we see what we're showing. Very much like a lot of it. That comes to the house of this. This is the layer of this. Other places see more of the area that maybe is interesting. This area, the other area, you have to realize that anyway, I find this so amazing. So that's kind of the psycho-educational type of listening about that each channel just look at writing, let's go to The Talmud asks, how can one please God without purifying? All of it's in the fire. It's this the fire. So well that the heels do that God. In order to do what God does, it's important Finally, let's go to last week. Also, is not you directly throughout the entirety of this, and we're still waiting for real great post-traumatic. And anyway, here's one that I find just like a couple years ago. I think I shot something like that. Very few books. Real This collection they shattered the stories out of the political that should not have to be another struggling to articulate people's response simply challenge them with places on system of thought. It is progress, you know, there are text, images, but kind of like this evocative photograph shows it is still finally, this amazing, which does address post-modern several chapters, is not that they look for general answers, morality, historical, there's a variety of times that we're just a pure history. Very, very good value. Yeah, it is very interesting. Wow, okay. I give you a very quick overview of some of the features of this. Some of the sort of the next video is going to start back. Make it a history of little subjects, just Rabbi Posey challenged me to speak specifically on something related to this particular season, which is the month of Elul, the penultimate month of the year, people put the calendar to repentance. We use this month to prepare ourselves for the awesome high holy days or days of awe. It occurred to me that this is actually a traditional, hugely traditional way to look at your history, not in terms of like a linear progress that can have to the present and onward into the future, but rather kind of like a diet that history spins out like kind of one of those conical springs that you remember the around the same circumference every time. It always comes back to others. The reality is that the very, very first book of history, Jewish rabbinic culture, setting aside the Tanakh, which the Hebrew scriptures are definitely tremendously valuable as historical sources, but not necessarily written to provide historical data as a religious data. One of the earliest source ever is a text called Rothschild, the Spirit of Facts. It's a small document that in the that is about the first century before the common era, and essentially it's a list of days in which it's forbidden to fast because good things happen to the Jews. It's a very small book, right? Not how many good things happen, so there are only so many days that you have to fast or not fast. That's essentially what this text is. And it is really the first book of rabbinic thought that was ever actually set to text. And the funny thing about it, and the honest, is that it was not organized in a chronological fashion. The past of the beginning, really past the beginning, and then even through until the time of the author, it was rather arranged according to the all the important historical things that happen in every month of Nisan, and that's the month of Teves, all the important historical things that happen in the month of Teves, and it is an incredibly difficult book to read because then you have, you want to think chronologically, you have to like rearrange them to fit the pattern that's important. So it's very hard to speak about either as a historical phenomenon, but hard. Lots of elements like Jewish history. I was challenged hard to say. But what inspired me was perhaps we should really focus on what Jews might do in the Macedonian, which is, of course, getting ready for self-assessment, self-examination that is essential to the process. And I thought of it that way, such a So first of all, what is our, as I mentioned, all the there, our is the given us to see repentance. Of course, repentance is something that you can do anytime you're here, but this is the age of Rothschild. This is the time that is especially, organized, well laid out, for something that we do individually because repentance is, after all, very much private affair, but knowing that everyone here at the same time, everyone forces are resolved to resolve those repentance. The Hasidim, particularly the ultimate legend that this philosophy has a very trust says the king is in the field. Meaning, normally we want to make that point that it's the king. We want to, petition the king and apologize for the errors and actions or whatever it is that you didn't do right over the year. You can't make the judgments. You've got to wait, and there's bureaucracy, and there's uncertainty. But in the month of Elul, says the author Rabbi, the king, as it were, comes out into the field in common person, working in culture. That's probably derived from this verse here, but the field itself and all that is therein, then shall all the trees of the forest sing for joy before Hashem. This is the time of the year, Elul, when the king will leave the palace of the Lord. And more than half the way, you may want to spend an effort to engage yourself in the process. That's really what you want to do. Your shofar blowing every morning, synagogues remind us of upcoming blast of the Ram's horn, and it's supposed to, alert us to the fact that we have to take care of this nation, right? In the stagnant environment, entirely unsatisfying. Our cultures and change and development, and we need this time to develop ourselves and to feel like we didn't want to be for ourselves before. So, in this context, what I would like to do is to develop a particular thesis that may find appealing to myself quite a bit. I try to think of like one of the great writers who have addressed very significant things. And what do they have in common? What brings them together? As I chose some of my favorites, I mentioned that it's got these three Moses. Obviously, pretty good methods of literary thinkers. But I tried to squeeze a highly representative lasting movements. They're all Moses ironical. But I found one common thread that in all of them, many people may find different as I do, that they are all children of survival. It's very unusual that we look at the lives of these three Moseses. Their parents went through incredible trauma, and they are the next generation to look back at the experience of their parents and how their parents were scarred by it. Moshe played Pharaoh, who did Scott in Israel in the 6th century. And then finally, we look at the incredible Tal from Moshe Chaim Sasso, an Italian Jewish thinker who has had an incredible reception around the world since he began his magnum opus, the Sirati Shepherd. And I want to take a few moments at the end to contemplate what this means perhaps for our generation. So, of course, we are also a generation that incurs the experiences of Holocaust. And either directly or these elder children and grandchildren of survivors, what does that mean for our generation? I could not think of any specific notion reach that level, but I do have lots of suggestions of perhaps you would want to do. So that's the over the course of the next 40 minutes or so. I'd like to introduce you to these three pictures. I'm sure that many of you are familiar with them already, but we'll focus in on their contributions to thought leaders and elders specifically, illustrate how their thought evolved from the trauma that their parents experienced, and show how great each of them contributed to creating a phenomenal ladder for true love that all of us can climb. That is the goal. Okay, so with your permission, let's go first to Moses. I have to say one last sort of a point. I care deeply about all of these things. I spent a lot of time here studying all three of them. Two of them are both published books, so it's hard not to talk about what I'm very, very enthusiastic about. So that at least mentioning that all contributions, small contributions to the scholarship on their topics, but that's caveat that. So Moses Mama. So this is the great ego, of course, one of the most towering figures in intellectual history. He strives across the continents and Europe, North Africa, with tremendous confidence because he's a figure who had so much impact over the last millennia. As the statement goes from Moses to Moses, there was no one like Moses because he really was very unique. This is the statue of him that is erected in his home village in Cordoba, Spain. It's rather ironic because this, of course, expelled from Spain as a young boy and his family had flee the dramatic change in fortune of Jewish families in Europe with the advent of hyper-modern, rather radical shifting the priorities and elements that Jews had enjoyed in Spain at that time. You'll recall that Maimonides he lived on right near the end of the famous golden age of Sephardic Jewry, sometimes called Venetia, the coexistence, which is a little bit of an exaggerated term, but not terribly exaggerated, because it describes them two centuries of phenomenal cultural effervescence and fluorescence, I think that's the word, where the Muslim rulers of Spain allowed tremendous freedoms to the Jews who live in the region, giving them incredible privileges and possibilities with that. You have at this time, earlier in most Maimonides, for example, the famous Shmuel Hanafi, who was not only a great poet and a commentator on the Talmud, his works were studied to this day, he was also the general of a Muslim army for 16 years. And that's a very unusual thing. It's hard to find any time in history where you have figures who are incredibly capable and efficient in traditional Jewish thought and creatively added to the body of Jewish literature, and at the same time they're excelling to the same sector. I challenge anyone on this call to go to length of the find someone who is why that happened. Spain was so far away from the center of Islamic activity, which is all over the Baghdad, and so the periphery get away with a lot of things that the center might not tolerate. So perspective for having very ongoing kind of gatherings where alcohol is used, which is of course forbidden to Muslims, but these kind of tricky parties would just be part of the thing that he did if you were educated Jews or Muslims in southern Spain and so the 10th century. And you would have these poetry slams where people would compose on the spot the music they did as opposed to film. This changed dramatically when North African Muslims invaded the territory, southern Spain, and it imposed much more strict interpretations of Muslim Sharia, which, of course, the Maimonides family and generations of Quranic judges to flee Muslim. They made their way across the coast of North Africa. Moses himself, away living in Tunis, picked up his medical education, which at the time was more of an intellectual pursuit because they were heavily reliant on his elder brother David, who was a really successful merchant. But when they got to the region of Cairo, they looked actually at a small government of Scott. David was just shipping back that devastated finances, so Moses had to do a best job. He ended up becoming the official physician to the year that must have been the head of the rest of the time. But he was essentially the family physician, and since they had parents, and wives, and women and children, he was the chief medical officer. Any kind of position. He actually composed many treatises in Arabic that are studied today for the historical body in particular. Works on things like asthma, depression, anxiety, and a whole host of medical issues. But it is really for other reasons that these things were used. He wrote two major kinds of Jewish works, which were incredibly influential, although really controversial. The first type of writing is best exemplified by the Guide for the Perplexed, which is essentially a booklet contained in Arabic that is basically the Arabic language written in Hebrew characters that is intended for the intellectual elite of the Jewish community. Young men, for the most part, were quite tempted by the tremendous strength of Islamic culture, Islamic philosophy, Islamic sciences, and so on, because the Muslim nations were so far ahead of the rest of the world at this point. This was where the Indian culture was going, and intellectual Jews were drawn to it, and by extension to Islam itself. So, Guide for the Perplexed essentially is Maimonides' response to Islam, and it represents a certain amount of intellectual synthesis of absorbing those elements of Islamic culture, the ideas of values, such as the sciences and so on, but at the same time staking out the ground for traditional Judaism and making an international defense for the ancestral religion. He was incredibly criticized for his work because his opponents, primarily France, probably that he was overly influenced by Greek philosophy and the secular Judaism was but more relevant for us specifically for Elul is amazing magnum opus work of Mishnah Torah. And whereas the Guide for the Perplexed is written in Arabic for a rather elite audience, Mishnah Torah is a very basic Hebrew. Middle school students can easily read the Mishnah Torah. It's unusually elusive, clear text, basically said, Judaism is so complicated. There's this Talmud, which is hard to understand, it's cryptic, it's hard to know when it's provided a lesson answer to your question. You have to know so much of it, any sense of it. So instead of that confusing text, literally, you can go to the introduction. I'm going to give you one book, the Mishnah Torah, which is literally the definition of the Torah, and this is everything you need to use on the period of first time. As long as you have a Chumash, the first 5 books of Moses, which has its ritual significance for reading, and you have my Mishnah Torah, you know everything you need to know about Judaism. And that's exactly that that's 14 different books. He himself never also did that. Strong hand, that's a good valid 14 books. And he essentially explained everything. It is essentially a halachic work, telling Jews how to behave. But unlike later works like the Shulchan Aruch, he went into areas that were theoretical in nature if they had to make halachic conclusions. So, for example, he was not shy about speaking about all the laws of the future. How are we supposed to behave at the time of the Messiah? And he spoke about the past, talking about how one begins with the ritual sacrifices in the temple. Also talked about the laws of repentance. This is what brings us to the other level. Perhaps as a result of this distinction, some study. Here, I'm stepping out on a bit of a limb because I'm not a psychologist. Applying psycho history, especially to some of the towering different minds and various experiences. But it's not hard to imagine that as a young boy, being forced from his home and fleeing across the entire northern coast of North Africa, and feeling tremendous uncertainty for the place of those refugees. And then his older brother, Scott, early dying, early as a shipwreck, losing all of their money. Like these are traumatic things. And it is my suggestion that perhaps when it comes to something important what we want to do is not to make sense of it. We want to organize it. We want to say the world's so unpredictable and dangerous that we use the scientific approach for which I have been trained as a medical doctor that may apply to certain substitutes. In that regard, Hebrews Mishnah Torah actually wrote a book on how to be living. And this is my translation of the book with the commentary. I actually, this is a strange kind of project. About 12 years ago, I decided to translate this particular book for my own purposes, just as my own project of repentance. Translation is a way to really get to know text, and I shared the translation with some friends that liked it, so that I put it on the internet. Other people liked it, and now what I've done for the past 9 years, I skipped a couple of years because I was up to it. But I have gone back to the commentary, reread it, refreshed it, and put out on the internet again. So this is the version that speaks quite a bit about the coronavirus pandemic and how that has impacted my own personal true life. That's what we're going to do. These are some particular hardcover edition. So here, for example, this is New York, where I pray outside. The tent is collapsed, and we were all full of snow there. There's last time outside in February, it's freezing in February. I'm like, February was really cold. So, what happens in this particular book? What I find so fascinating is that a lot of people think of repentance as kind of a really squishy kind of idea, right? Like, change yourself, repent. What does that mean? How does it? Maimonides in 10 chapters moves the capture the state of talks about feeling regret, talks about affection, talks about resolve, talks about what if your past has harmed others, how do you rectify it, how do you ask forgiveness, how do you ask forgiveness if someone is wrong is already passed on to the next world. Really concrete, important questions that give us a foothold on this incredible mountain. And since much of the material poses philosophical questions, we ask what much of them come. Like, for example, you want to know what happens, why should you? Well, we never said you didn't have the reward of punishment. What is the reward of punishment work with you? So one of those discourses on how God rewards our punishment. Because that says that there's so many people who don't deserve punishment and they get punished anyway. So what does that mean? So there's a discussion on this sadly goes out that people actually suffer. It is incredibly important, beautiful document, and I encourage all of you to have a look at it. There are English translations online to abad.org for example. There's a very good translation available. So that's my honor piece. This other moment is trying to respond to the chaos that this family deserves by the logical scientific framework for Maimonides himself, by the way, did influence tremendous controversy for 200 years. There were many things he said, as I mentioned, that he was too unduly influenced by Greek thought, by Arabic thought. There were others who said that his mission of Torah was essentially a work of arrogance because he was putting rabbis in a position to say, if it's all there in one book, well, what do we do with all these other books? And especially with very, very sad France actually denounced the time of the Dominican founders who then arranged to have Maimonides looking valuable manuscripts Arabs as well as was on the same site that 10 years later, having had a taste for his manuscripts, came actually more than 24 wagon loads of other manuscripts. These 700 pages, which has not served as a fast since. So there was tremendous controversy around that. We move ahead 300 years, of course, the next great phenomenon of people, which was the Spanish expulsion of 1492. Moses Cordovero was a child of survivors from that expulsion, although probably once moved to Portugal. Although I mentioned his name here in traditional spelling Cordovero, he was actually from Portuguese extraction, and he wrote his own name, Cordovero, which means rope maker. His family was probably involved in ropes, perhaps in the nautical trade, very important. What basically happened to many Spanish refugees, around some in the neighborhood of 150,000 of them, made them made across the land of Portugal, which is sort of on the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula. And they received a certain amount of peasant welcome at first. It was definitely qualified that Jews had to pay very heavy tax to be allowed to live there. The vast majority of Jews across Portugal were not able to do that tax. And they lived there actually as Jews, but it was a short lived respite because 5 years after they arrived in 1492, as part of the proposed dynastic union between Portuguese king and the princess of Castile of Spain, the Portuguese expel all of their Jews as well to make that peninsula completely Jew-free or Jew-Muslim. Now, the Portuguese king at the time, Manuel I, realized Jews are highly valuable, and in fact, Portugal had been a place of refuge for Spanish Jews for over 100 years, and he always valued the fact that the Portuguese Jews were highly organized, very literate, relatively capable of contributing to the Portuguese economy. So he really didn't want to let them go. Instead, what he did was forcibly converted them through a series of horrific measures, which included, among other things, the removal of children from their parents, they were forced to convert, mass starvation, mass arrest, until finally in 1497 we baptized the entire refugee population in Portugal, which placed them in an unusual kind of circumstance because technically they were now Christians with freedom of movement and ability to enter into the profession, things like that Christians enjoyed. But as I believe we spoke a little bit about this in previous years, when they were able to finally leave Portugal, people of course making their way to the world, to Brazil, they tried to adopt their Jewish identities once again. The law is so, and one of those key destinations for the Portuguese escapees was Spain. Beautiful districts. In fact, the word spot is linked to the word sunset. It's like look out over a land territory. And for a very brief period of time, less than a century, spot became an incredible magnet for urban Americans. Many of whom had roots in the Spanish or the Portuguese diaspora, but also attracted Jews all around, and it became an explosion of communistic creativity. Great figures there include the Auschwitz, the Rabbi Carlo, also substantial and comparable Zal, and Yitzhak Yulia Ashkenazi came from Egypt specifically in order to study and defeat our nation called he was the child of Portuguese refugees who were set. Spots, in fact, he died there, unfortunately, of many communists and very young age. But the entire experiment Spot entered was essentially because of a cholera plague that wiped out much of the population, followed by a series of earthquakes as well. His writings were largely saved by his widow, his 8-year-old son, extraordinarily executive, and he arranged for an Italian of the books to make them a bit of a book. This is a photograph of his grave. You see what's very emotional, it's covered with that paint, which is associated with so, just like Maimonides witnessed what his parents had when he himself went to flee Spain centuries earlier, and his brother was come for his certainly grew up in a household in which Portuguese was spoken. Remembered what it was like to have been displaced forcibly from Portugal. And his response is because Elrond has one of the most incredible works of spirituality I have worked with any tradition. It's no less remarkable, but he's contributed quite a bit. He's got Mara, his famous books, but there's one particular book called Deborah, which struck me over when I first read it, sort of result I have. So, like I did with Maimonides, translated it, and commentary on it, as a way of trying to So Sumatra said that this particular book, Birth of the Bible, the Top Tree of Torah, is actually the showtime outlet. This is where all the behavior is codified. It's very, very different from a lot of things. It's Kabbalistic, deep, so deep Kabbalistic. But let me tell you what exactly is going on in this book. Hopefully it inspired you. Quite a few videos on this particular book that short recognize as well. Basically, the Cordero starts with the premise that the first thing comes about this is something that Christianity has also taken on. This was Jewish thought is on left there is God and walking in these ways, close to make it, we should close to make ourselves. But the most important thing is to level of decision. We are actually supposed to think, well, we should know something about this. We should know who God is, what He is, by acting God. We are supposed to think. So to understand that, books have third there's a 10 CRO, which is a way of holistically understanding the interface of God and His nervous it says this is the way we know God. These 10 different sort of attitudes or interaction with God. So we should try to imitate each one of those 10 different CRO values. Trust that the kindness, merit, and the first of those is called Keter. It's really different by the way the system but that first one called Keter is all about God's first interaction with the world, which is forgiveness. So anything else happens in terms of our relationship with God, that is forgiveness. And He does this first. Over and over again. What God does, how the Cordero does, is He gives to each one of those 13 levels of mercy, describes exactly how does God forgive humanity. And that once we understand how God forgives humanity, we get an understanding of how we forgive humanity as well. Forgive those who are in our work, our family, and our spouse, in particular, our children, our parents, how we can forgive larger ourselves. We look at spirituality shifts the way we think about ourselves, with brother, and I would challenge anyone to read this book. Let me just I'll give you the first example. The very first level of the first easiest one is the ground floor level. It's one in which God is described as insulted. One of us sources from Kabbalah and elsewhere that describe God in such a manner that the speech of God is insulted. What is that all about? So he explains that since God is the source of all of life, say that God created the world, you just walk away from that. But if he continues to use it, then allows it to exist. So this means that God is continually pumping more and more attention into the world to allow it to be functioning physiology. So how terrible is it? Breath and I exhale. Just gives from God. God has given me sense. I take that breath and I use it to speak. For the exhaustion of speech is for thoughts. knows that that's what happens. And level of flip side, we should take that energy and God and further to things that God has specifically to which was, and yet nevertheless continues to give us liberty. In the hopes that people ultimately sure, it is an astounding level of forgiveness. And so what the Rabbi does is he describes how God deals with it, illustrates how it works in our lives, and then gives us suggestions as to how we can forgive others. For example, when a teenage children work, first they difficult to forgive, especially when you give them this hard to use to say now, don't drive over the speed limit on that person back in as a particular example of much different strategies that God uses to forgive us. You can use these to do that. Now, the element of self is because one of the most important things that we have to do during this month, according to the Jewish history, is we have to make everything right in our families and neighbors that we have to try and clean our slates so people, the judgment day of Rosh Hashanah, really with no stains on our behavior. We have to ask for forgiveness from others during this life. This is a great way to create that. I think we should see that one of my favorite things on this is level 6. This sixth level describes, I don't give you too much time, but I'll just say the strategy that he describes is in which God has made certain markers that are defined things that we should not change. Like, for example, we remind God of the merits of our ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, and that's the right that string around God's finger to remind him not to punish us. So that the Russian Cordero says, especially with spouses, try to remember what it is you love about your spouse. Do something simple like they're always punching. My wife's case, she always eats my lunch. She always prepares nice little lunch. And so even when the negative maybe it's not so but I try to remember that she makes my lunch. And then she brings my uncle after I don't want to. And that's, I'm being a little bit, but that's the idea of the 6 levels. It's a practical, very, very useful for the work that has to be done. I don't know what specifically motivated the Rabbi, right? See this when someone like Rabbi chose to go order. But I think both of these works can be understood as spouses. This motivated them in a very different way. Let's go to the third and final one. So the most of the cycle is under like more than 100 people and have partly young age is already writing friendship books on public speaking. So we started very first doing that was dramatic. He was also a rather unusual figure in that early on was deeply attracted to Camilla. And I believe it was when he was 22 years old, he first took care of a person's supernatural beings, specifically Magi, visited at night and explained what happens to people. This got him incredibly popular and had attracted a circle of students around him, very, very devoted students. They were primarily Catholic towns in Europe that had a medical skill in accepting Jews. And so they were actually Jews at the University of Ottawa studying medicine. There are all kinds of familiar things that you were supposed to do. Like, they had to pay higher tuition, and they had to literally live on pounds of corn every semester to non-Jewish students. It was a weird kind of situation, but at least they got to study medicine. But at night, they would gather around this bed. Anyway, he attracted the unwanted attention of a prominent rabbi named Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild secret center of Shakti. This was trauma that I believe essentially was Rothschild himself, but also was one that represents his parents' generation. Shakti was a strict individual who also had very strong capitalistic meanings and became convinced, perhaps through his portrait of Gaza, he was this would itself and with something like simplicity of some man found a Jewish history similar to the 17th century that was particularly fertile for Jewish beginners. And he attracted a large following, thousands of Jews who believed that in fact that was Messiah, and they sold their property and they don't want the price, all went to follow him. And, this attracted tremendous attention. Non-Jewish audiences saying, "What's going on?" All these Jews were waiting across the countryside. It's true, the Messiah is coming. What ended up happening with Shakti was a huge debacle. In the 1660s, he went to the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire and said, "I'm going to send them. I have all my ministers here. This is Africa, this is Europe, and so on. And it's time for me to give the Holy Land to me so that I may on this land." And the Sultan said, "Here's a counter offer. How about I let you live?" And then great contribution. Tens of thousands of dollars. Sometimes accepted Islam. The vast majority of Jews realized that they had this group and they went from penniless, tremendous displacement of the population. A small number actually behind that if there were become a Muslim, perhaps that was correct. Fully in the Messianic history, and they should also become Muslims. So a small group became Jewish converts to Islam. They called them Jinn, and they just spread up into the 20th century in places like that. And so the entire Jewish world is turned upside down in the last quarter century. And this is what his parents lived through. They were shot over in the environment, which did not have the same kind of displacement and trauma that Moshe already was a pharaoh experience, like there was phenomenal people that affected Jews and refugees all over the country. So what happened though to this guy, was accused of being a follower of Shakti, which was not at all true. He was literally active across Europe himself. His family business to a house. And so he decided to get to Amsterdam, where he had a brother living there with his young family. And on the way there, he was segregated. They did that not find decent communist Sabbatean influences. Also, they had to defense that was the deep sees all of the struggles and not being able to determine whether or not they were radical, they could learn them because it would have been totally they could return them to it because they suspected the Sabbatean influences. So they buried them and they probably lost sight of them. So somewhere, Frankfurt, some chest of whether it's on his right is buried. Spent 3 years there. Died as well as they in terms of this other moments, the other most incredible work he's written out of this is called Maserati Shah. I have the Hebrew edition. He's been studied for 100 years as the dominant class of Judaism. Basically, what he does is he takes a particular passage in the Talmud that describes personal development through God through a series of characteristic passage and say first begin with watchfulness and caution, and then proceed to alacrity and speed. Then the third level is called cleverness. Each of those levels refer to a certain kind of personality orientation. And we call them what the decision making on the behavior to function and work as so you said to me. But what stayed especially amazing, even in such wonderful times, in 1991, an earlier version of this Latin Charlotte was discovered in an autographed manuscript. It was a manuscript written in that house old man in a library in an archive. So, it was released and ultimately published. That's why it's called the best cover complete Maserati Shah because it had two versions. The first version, first edition, which was never published, and the second edition, which hasn't been published. What's the big difference? Oh my gosh, it's a world of difference. Not in terms of the content, in the sense that what are the levels, what happens to the levels, it's a very dramatic opening. And it's so different than the first version that was discovered in Russia. The version that most people study is essentially kind of like a didactic, long lecture, much longer than in which the author explains to you what these levels are and how to get to these levels. Dialogue version, as it's called, was discovered in 1991, is about two long August events, each under the separation. One of the friends is called the Sakab, and it's kind of like representing one aspect of it that involves only this other. There's like culturally well-rounded secular thought, he's interested in sciences, he's kind of like a, a Renaissance man who appreciates so much of the complexity and nuance of and the other women character, then they were friends when they were younger in school and we had seen each other for years. The other one is called Cassie, highest. Suddenly, he's an artist, he's a webcam. So somebody, it's not exact translation, but he's like, wears all black clothes, he reads songs, and when he plays, he spends a long time contemplating things. He looks ultra orthodox. And so the first person to found says, I wonder what those people do all the time. He goes, oh, yeah, but nobody wants to like come to university and study the broader world and things like that. And then when he sees that his friends among that idiomatic kind of thing. And in many ways, it speaks to the kind of dialectic tension that's present in parenting with lots of people as well. One pole really drawn to my boys, and just like another pole trying to keep a synthesis with modern secular life at the same time, and clash, and they're coming together. Of both these figures describe this place. And this is work on the phenomenon of these layers. To bring it into my thesis, I think that Rothschild's motivation for producing a work of this nature for others, phenomenal for others, is in terms of spiritual unfeel that his parents led him with Rothschild in the 17th era, needed some kind of structure like my mind, systematic levels of development, that would also entertain people. So he's really unapologetic about his life as well. That some kind of people puts their real fire and tolerance for God within a modern, sophisticated spiritual economy. How do I strong action? Those are our three notes that we do as actions about very, very hard question. Not only are we work generation after the holocaust, we also live incredibly uncertain times as a result of this modern crisis. This is a world in which so many things which were thought as obvious as the previous generation have suddenly become clear. Everything from gender to objectifying beautiful truths, highly criticized, highly politicized, very partisan issue. When you look at the kind of things that are going on today in the context of disputes over how to manage coronavirus epidemic, I mean, it's incredible. How are we supposed to manage some of these possible disasters? So I would like to suggest that perhaps one of the greatest things I've done is to resist the some of the disasters, equally impressive work, especially with the problem of marriage. Speaks about changes that this Holocaust has had working to improve within the context of larger Western European and North American societies, and without lay out a system simply as this voices in study that does provide the approaches to problem library. With that, I spoke about 10 minutes longer than I initially budgeted, but I'm so excited about these thinkers that shape my works. Thank you so much for easier at first. Shmuel Hanek was the way he was doing Jews is Muslim was terrible. He smiled at Ishmael of the Christmas. The sun was dark. And so Shmuel, we call him Hanek, however, because he had this authority, not in particular. And this was an honorific that was bestowed upon him by the Thessalonian language. This part will actually come back that specific leaders of very high intellect or spiritual is the title roughly translated. And it meant that he was essentially the leader of that it is a truly fascinating character. Very few that have a book on it is a collection of poetry which is published. It's available in very, very pleasurable wide poetry. Peter Cole has translated selections into English. I lecture on this topic on my website. Quite a few of the times I have a second question. See, as I was tussling with this, we've been all very happy to listen to this because if this were like higher class historical argument, I have to specific references in the text, specific references, and it's not that the authors are not writing special on this to provide references. The goal of the here of the text, although I'm sure that it's not dedicated that dissertation of the research to it, what is interesting, however, is the second part of the question, second part of the question. But let me start on some simply shaking that. It's the history not only of writing the book, but the history of how Soviets did this kind of information. So, okay, how does the teachers critical culture and how close on his lifetime was taught some books are not popular at all at his lifetime. And then years later, all of a sudden, a celebrity one book changed society, and the book did in all of these cases, the authors produced books that was just devoured by the generation. Everybody said, oh my gosh, this is what we were living with. This is someone who's given voice to the kind of concerns, fears, aspirations that we all have as a result of our collective experiences. Not everyone agreed, as I mentioned. Maimonides was exploitated, towards the end of his lifetime. Experienced something that for the next 20 years afterwards, there was an ongoing legal debate over the appropriateness of these works. But nevertheless, the debate indicates that we got very strong. So I would answer that all three of these major works, we'll have to see with Renaissance, but all three of these major works immediately found audiences that actually struck really into our Jewish population. That's a good question. Look for the rest of the question. So I'm going to basically this is I think is how we look at this one is what you did words that the if you look at the, and we have to add to this, don't forget translation. My mother, who wrote about French in Arabic, and Islamic, builds on it. But in all three cases, they were definitely speaking to the generation in which they lived. It's hard to say that that's true in the same way as it was in the past. So it's not, you know, this particular atomic word is somewhat inaccessible. His major work is a book called Cardace the Orchard of Pomegranates, which is essentially a kind of Mishnah Torah of Kabbalah. He was the first major systematizer of Kabbalah to say that so you know how confusing it is. I'm going to lay it out in the system. This chapter is this concept you got to get out of this concept. That concept that was really popular that explained his information. Deborah, however, was among the main artists that was Austin's and his 8-year-old son and his wife, they were very little, had to somehow make sense of these documents and figure out what was important that sometimes whether they belong to each other. That's the title. Where does this title come to Deborah come from? That's not mentioned anywhere in the text. Why do we need this book to come to Deborah? Or the prophetess is here, sat under a palm tree, but there, one of the implications. He wrote another book called Rabbi, which has chapters called Palms. There's 70 chapters, each one is called Palm 1, Palm 2, Palm 3. Is this one of those palms? Is supposed to be part of that palm? There is one chapter, one palm chapter, that resembles it a little bit. So it's not clear how to word it is. It's also very prophesied. The first chapter is about 1/3 of the entire book. And there's 8 chapters of the last 2 books. So it seems like the stuff he's editing that you guys really advanced. But if we set aside the Rabbi, I would say it's like Rambam for the Ramchal, and work for the generation, intended wide distribution, and will be received. Well, we really appreciate it. Hello, fellow students. This year, kind of a time I'm spending a lot of time thinking about an interesting notion of rediscovery of Hanukkah. Obviously, I have to put the prefix to read in parentheses because Jews were always aware of Hanukkah. However, it's fascinating to note that the actual history of Hanukkah took 10 centuries to kind of, peel off the screen of Hanukkah. Had a very basic kind of understanding of what Hanukkah was from our most essential sources, but it was only with the passage of time that Jews have come back to the holiday of Hanukkah and really tried to understand much of its historical basis. This really gives me, although I can apply it as a historian, because I feel like I've somehow contributed to the understanding, or at least, maybe the context of all Jewish historians that have somehow contributed on a professional level to helping us understand what actually happened back in the 2nd century before the Talmud. Let's have a look at the sources. So how do we know about Jewish sources? So the Talmud is perhaps the most important source that we have for the history of Hanukkah, at least for much of the medieval period. The Talmud, of course, was redacted to what we have today, although there's some dispute about this, but probably in the 5th century. And there is a section in the tractate Shabbat that talks about the miracle of Hanukkah, the rebellion of the Maccabees, and so on. It is not, however, really focused on the history, and it gives us very little detail as to why did the Jews rebel, who was Antiochus, what was going on there, and certainly doesn't give us any of the blow-by-blow events of this rebellion, which actually took several years to unfold. We have a little bit more detail in a document called the Palestinus, the Scroll of Fasts, which is a 2nd century document, quite fascinating, that lists a whole bunch of days in the Jewish calendar, upon which it is not permitted to fast because they are great celebrations, and other days which of course are fast days. There's also a later addition to the Scroll of Fast, which was probably written around the 5th century. It's called Scholia, and it gives us just a little bit more detail about the entire Maccabean rebellion, but not enough to really satisfy those of us that have historical curiosity. There's one other really important document from late antiquity that's still studied today, the so-called Scroll of Antiochus, also known in the medieval period as the Scroll of the Sons of the Hashmonaim, the Sons of the Hasmoneans. And it was probably written between the 2nd and the 5th century. It's first mentioned in another source in the 615, and I discussed to a certain degree in the Gaonic period. But the problem with the Scroll of Antiochus is not quite the same kind of problem that we have with the Talmud and the Palestinus, in that it's not a lot of detail. In the Scroll of Antiochus, there's lots of detail, but it's almost completely erroneous or fabricated. It does not seem to correspond to any of the material that we have from many of the much more reliable contemporary sources. So in terms of understanding what exactly happened in the events of the Maccabean rebellion, it's not especially helpful. What is especially helpful is we go back to early sources that are contemporary to the contract. The most important of these is a book called the Book of the Maccabees. Now, there are actually several books of the Maccabees, and the first book in particular is especially valuable because it was likely written by a Jewish individual who was embedded in the actual revolt itself and was able to report on the unfolding events from a first-person perspective. Incredibly valuable, very well written, actually, for an ancient document. There's a lot of geometry and so on. So, how come Jews aren't studying this? Well, this book of the Maccabees ended up in a collection which was later called the Apocrypha. These are books that the rabbis, for one reason or another, decided not to include in the Bible, the Tanakh. There are lots of these works that are floating around the ancient world written by different people with different perspectives, and the rabbis, as they are slowly developing the canon, what we would call the Jewish scriptures, they decided to pass on the Book of the Maccabees. There's several others that are discussed in the Talmud, for example, references to Ben Sira, other important fascinating books. So they were set aside. The Christian world, however, picked these books up in Greek translation and preserved them at the back of the Christian Bibles. There's a whole section, for example, if you look at a Catholic Bible, that has all these really unusual works of historical significance, often wildly unreliable, with the exception of references to the first book of Maccabees, very useful. And they tell us a lot about life in ancient Israel. So, from a religious perspective, these are definitely not canonical. But from a historical perspective, they are very good. And the Book of the Maccabees gives us a lot more detail about what's going on in life during the Now, another very important source, also roughly contemporary, is of course Josephus. Very fascinating individual who's spoken about this many times on my channel. He was a Jewish member of the rebellion against the Romans in the 1st century, in the disastrous First Roman-Jewish War, which ultimately resulted in the destruction of the temple. But Josephus, seeing about to be conquered and killed, decided to switch sides. And he joined the Romans. He turned out to be a very valuable translator and culture broker for the Romans. And after the rebellion had ended with the defeat of the Jews in their native land, Josephus went on to a really illustrious career as essentially a court historian. He was extremely prolific, with a massive multi-volume Antiquities of the Jews, which is essentially the history of the Jews since Genesis. And he wrote a very important book on the war itself, our go-to source for the Roman Jewish war. Now, he's a problematic figure in many ways, as I just mentioned. He switched sides from the Jewish rebels to the Roman conquerors, and we don't know a lot about what he actually thought, what he would have said about the war to Jews, because the only words that have survived are Josephus is about Greek. That was like the language of the educated classes at the time. And the version, for example, of the Jewish war that he wrote in Aramaic has been lost. So we don't know how he would have explained his position to the Jewish audience. But to the broader audience, he essentially tells everything about Jewish history to Romans and Greeks and anyone else who's fascinated with knowing more about the Jewish people. And Josephus gives us a lot of history about the Maccabees, much of which fits with the description of the first Maccabees. And we learn a lot more about the war itself, why it happened, its unfolding, and its getting on. So we talked about this in our video talking about it today. So what's going on here is that you have the inside Jewish account of Hanukkah, which is really focused on things like the menorah and the miracle of the 8 days, and has a very superficial historical account of why the Jews were rebelling in the first place, and how the war unfolded, and how it ended, and how we had, a Maccabean rebellion. Part of the reason why it seems the rabbis who are in charge of kind of collecting this form of posterity for Jewish memory is that they're not entirely enthusiastic about the kingdom that was formed after the Maccabean rebellion. The Hashmonaim were not always so aye when it came to their attention to rabbinic halakha. Also issues with regards to the fall of the Herodian dynasty, which is even more problematic. But at any rate, the rabbis elected to not put too much emphasis on history, but we do have the history preserved, ironically, in Christian and in Roman collections. This begins to come together in the 10th century in southern Italy, where there was a large Jewish population. And here you have an author who's doing a book called Sefer Josephus. Josephus is clearly derived from Josephus. And although the author made some really egregious errors of calling Josephus son of Julian, when we know that his father's name was Hatzisyahu, and he's unusual, but nevertheless, it's kind of like an adaptation of Josephus for a Jewish audience now, the first time publicly talking about the kind of sources that that would have been much more popular among Christians, that would have been much more available to professional historians. The only problem, one of the most important problems of Sefer Josephus is that the author did not want to Greek, so he couldn't use Josephus in the original. He relied on a Latin translation, which was not the best translation, and it was also partial. He didn't have access to the entire corpus of Josephus' works. He actually wrote quite a bit in several different places about the volume that we're discussing. But he also had the Apocrypha, as the Latin translation of the Book of Maccabees. So it's only in the 10th century that we get to Jews actually, historians looking back and saying, well, this is such a fascinating story. Why don't we know more about it? And going in and looking at these other sources and filling in, putting flesh on the bones of the story that we have in common, gives us a much more robust picture of what's going on. There are many errors in Josephus because of the fragmentary nature of the sources that he was working with, but nevertheless, as he moved forward, he was self-understanding of the original Maccabees. So much so that Josephus is still studied to this day, including this amazing Yiddish edition that came out in 2020. It's a multi-volume edition. It's so fascinating that all kinds of Jews are still studying Josephus. This is a 10th century adaptation first century work written by Josephus. Now, I'd like to bring this together with a little bit of a Torah because this is form of 30 numbers here are going to see those. And it brings to mind something that Rabbi Jonathan Sack was never once wrote. He really emphasized the importance of creating narrative or working with the narratives as a form of moral education, not only for Jews, but for the broader world as a whole. Rabbi Sachs really emphasized how as long as Jews are understanding of their own story and are able to communicate it to themselves, that story has tremendous implications for the entire world. So here's a citation that leads to something about 2015 from telling the story of Haftarah and Parshat Korah. So this is Rabbi Sachs writing. God created man, and we say, because God loves stories. What other cultures have done through systems, Jews have done through stories. And in Judaism, they're not engraved in stone or memorials, magnificent gold ideas. They are told at home, around the table, from parents to children, as the gift of the past to the future. That is how storytelling in Judaism has evolved, domesticated, and democratized. There are stories that ennoble and others that stultify, leaving us prisoners of ancient weaknesses or impossible ambitions. Jewish story is in its way the oldest of all, yet never done, and we are each a part of it. It tells us who we are and who our ancestors hope to be with me. Storytelling is the great vehicle of moral education because the Torah's insight that told their children a story of freedom and its responsibilities would stay free for as long as humankind looks and reads. In that regard, I hope you have Freilachim enriched in Hanukkah, with Hanukkah full of happiness and light, and I hope that we all merit to share this story, delve deeper into the story of the next generation as humanity is ahead. Thank you very much for listening.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history, and happy Hanukkah. I have something really special to discuss with you today. I'd like to do a very quick book review of this remarkable book that just came my way recently. It is by Rabbi Reuven Melech ben Binyamin Yitzhak Schwartz, Reuven Schwartz, and it's called Emek HaSufganim, Iyunim Shiburim Pekidim and Hagakilat Sufganim B'Yemei Hanukkah. Now, if you know anything about Hebrew, you will be amazed at that title, but let me translate it in English. It is the valley or the depth of the donuts. Studies and clarifications of the custom of eating donuts on Hanukkah. Wow. Now, you will recall if you followed the series that a few weeks ago, I have to give you a class on the Acharonim, and I happened to mention this book, which I had seen online, but I never actually picked up. And I was fascinated that someone could write. As you see here, a whole book is 431 pages long, mainly double column pages like this, all on the custom of eating donuts on Hanukkah. And I was like amazed. And this is the double amazing thing. One of the members of our regular class is actually the mother of Rabbi Reuven Schwartz. And she said, "Oh my gosh, that's my son's book." And she got me a copy, and I was so excited. And so I began reading it just before Hanukkah. And then my wife sent me out to buy donuts, and I ended up spending like a ridiculous amount of money on donuts. But then now I knew what I was doing. Okay, so let me tell you a little bit about what's in this book, and specifically what's connected to Jewish history. So this is actually part 3 of a series of books on the commandment and the custom of eating on Hanukkah. The other 2 volumes are also quite fascinating, but we're going to focus on the depth of the donuts. Now, let me just also clarify for those of you your mind may still be boggling about what is going on here with donuts. In Jewish law, there are basically 3 levels of obligatory activities. There are Torah laws, which are called which means that they are either explicitly stated in the Torah itself or in closely related rabbinic works like the Mishnah. And then there are rabbinic laws, which are laws which are made by the rabbis, sometimes hundreds of years later, in order to protect the Torah laws for the most part. Like, for example, if it is forbidden to write on the Sabbath, the rabbis may add a law saying it's forbidden to handle writing implements on the Sabbath, because if you're handling a pen or something, you may come to actually write, which would be a transgression of the Torah law. So these are like concentric circles. And then the outside circle is something which is called minhag, or custom. And these are things which, no rabbi actually said, hey, we have to actually do this from now on, but there are things that seem to be kind of like natural outgrowths of Jewish practice and anything related to women's practice, in particular when it comes to foods and things like that, but they become really closely entwined to Jewish practice. So you have these three concentric circles, and one should not disdain that outer level of minhag, which is in many ways an expression of the folk desires, the popular desires of the people. At any rate, the eating of donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah clearly falls within that outermost range of minhag, of custom. And it is associated specifically with oil, right? So a whole practice on the commemoration of the holiday of Hanukkah has to do with lighting oil, right? It needs candles as well, but the best way to do that particular commandment is to light with oil, specifically olive oil. And since donuts are made with oil, then they become very appropriate for Hanukkah, just like latkes are, but we'll get to latkes in a minute. One other quick note for those of you who are following the Hebrew title. The title says Emek Hasuf Ganim, and as one of my daughters pointed out, hey, that's in the masculine. It should be Suf Ganiyot, right? That's a term used in modern Hebrew. Suf Ganiyot is like little Suf Ganim. But in fact, if you look at rabbinic literature, there are references to donuts in rabbinic literature, particularly in Sefta Chala, and there it is being a masculine. So the Suf Ganiyot is kind of like an irregular feminine that has been added in modern times. The rabbis of the Talmud and Mishnah would certainly refer to their donuts in masculine. The word comes from the safag, which means sponge, like in sea sponge, and in fact the word sufganiyot and the word sponge in English all come from that same root. And obviously it's connected to the sea sponge because it's shaped sort of like a jelly donut, and it has kind of like a fluffy quality like a jelly donut. So that's why the donuts were named after the sponge. Now, historically, I was remarkably amazed to see that the first reference to eating donuts on Hanukkah actually dates all the way to the 12th century. I thought it was a much more modern thing, but it's a 12th century reference, and it comes from none other than Rabbi Maimon, the father of Maimonides, right? Maimonides was the son of Maimon. His name was actually Moshe ben Maimon, so his father's name was Maimon. So that would mean he was referred to in Rabbi Maimon's writings, which are quoted elsewhere, in southern Spain or possibly North Africa, where he lived, in the 12th century. And then in the following century, in the Provence region, which is south of France, there's a very unusual and mixed community of Ashkenazim and Sephardim living there. Rabbi Corona Bosnek-Koronimus, a very well-known poet, actually wrote a beautiful poem about the importance of eating donuts on Hanukkah. So clearly, by the 12th and 13th century, this was a widespread practice. Who knows how much further back it goes, but those are the earliest references to it as a common practice, both in Sephardic lands and at least through the Ashkenazic portion of Provence in Ashkenazic lands. Now, this book is not specifically a history book. It is a halachic sefer. It's a book of Jewish law. So there's a lot of discussion here of how does one behave with regards to this custom. Who should eat donuts? How much donuts to eat? By the way, I tend to be very strict. I control lots of donuts. I don't want to be sure that I put them on the mouth. When should one eat donuts? Is it at night or daytime as well? The blessing over donuts, actually, not at all obvious, because question of like whether or not how do you relate donuts to bread, which is a different blessing than you would have on like a cracker, for example. So I'm not going to go into those details, but I will summarize 4 quick things because these are important for you to know if you want to observe this custom properly. First of all, what are the best kinds of donuts? Not dairy. Dairy donuts actually involve quite a few questions, and so check with your local Orthodox rabbi before you decide whether or not to buy dairy donuts. This is the time when you try to get carb donuts according to author of the book. Secondly, it should be fluffy. Yes, those really hard kind of like Montreal style bagel donuts, they're not donuts in fulfilling the full sense of the word because the donuts also have a connection to particular sacrificial flour offerings brought to the temple, which were also made in kind of fluffy format. Third, and this is I think really important, especially relevant for American audiences, no holes. That's right. The ideal donut for Hanukkah does not have a hole in the middle. That hole in the middle, it's like an American invention. It's like almost heresy. The donuts are supposed to be like a hole, like the manna that fell from heaven, a man that looked like a donut. Actually, if you think about it, it looked like a donut, right? And thirdly, if you are inclined to Kabbalistic sources, you should have a filling. You should have some kind of surprise, which like custard, jelly, or what have you, because like you have the Torah, which has the exterior obvious Torah Nigla, the reveal. You also have the interior secret Torah Nista, which is the Kabbalah. So there you go. One last thing. Another commonly food on Hanukkah is, of course, latkes, which were also made from oil. But in this book, the author, Rabbi Schwartz, clearly demonstrates that eating donuts is vastly preferable and much more significant on a halachic and philosophical level, and much more likely to fill the custom than eating latkes, which are an inferior choice of bread. I hope you enjoyed this review as much as I enjoyed reading this book, and I wish you a Freilichen and Hanukkah a happy and Thanks, The 10th of Tevet constitutes an important day in Jewish historical calendar. It falls this year on the 14th of December, 2021, and in fact, it is marked with a fast. If you are in any doubt as to whether or not you're obligated to fast, you don't ask me. Contrary to popular perception, I'm not a rabbi. Please see our spiritual guide. But why we're talking about the 10th of Tevet is specifically in its historical context. What exactly happened on this day, and why significant Jews some 2,600 years later. Specifically, on this day, year 588 before the Common Era, this is when the siege of Jerusalem begins. We have some textual evidence of this in the book of Kings, second book of Kings, in which it reads, in the 9th year of his reign, on the 10th day of the 10th month, that's the 10th of Tevet, Nebuchadnezzar moved against Jerusalem with his entire army. He besieged it and he built towers against it all around. This siege extended for over a year, and it was an incredibly brutal siege that was marked by extreme hunger and horrible cannibalism, terrible events that describes the book of Lamentations and elsewhere. And then finally, on the 9th day of the month of, Jerusalem was entirely sacked, the temple was burned. We've spoken about that in other contexts. One of the most significant extra-biblical texts that refers to this is this document here, which is called the Babylonian Chronicles. This specifically is the Jerusalem Chronicle because there's a reference to Jerusalem in it, and it's describing the period before the actual siege and destruction of Jerusalem, when Nebuchadnezzar actually made his way to Jerusalem. It says in the 7th year, in the month of Kislev, which would have been around this time of the year, the king of Babylon assembled his army, and after he invaded the land of Hattis and Turkey or Syria region, he laid siege to the city of Judah. On the second day of the month of Adar, he conquered the city and took the king's prisoner, installed in place another king of his own choice after he received the rich treatment he sent forth to Babylon. Right? So Jerusalem was part of the massive Babylonian Empire at this point. It was not destroyed. As you can see here, this map shows just how tremendous an expanse was the extent of the Babylonian Empire. But a few years later, relations went more sour, and that's when Nebuchadnezzar laid siege to Jerusalem on the 10th of David and ultimately destroyed. Fascinatingly, there's been some really interesting archaeological discoveries in recent years, including these remarkable arrowheads, which are Scythian arrowheads from the 7th and 6th century before the Common Era, and they were the ones commonly used by Nebuchadnezzar's army to David, with other examples of other campaigns. One of my favorite writers in popular archaeology for the time of Israel is Amanda Rothschild. Whenever I see her byline, I have to read what she wrote. That's quite fascinating. And this article certainly does not answer that at all. There's a PhD dissertation that just came out recently that looks at some of the remains from that early destruction. And as Dan points out, it may even hold the key to protecting the planet. Because one of us try to figure this out. This is kind of complicated scientific stuff, but nevertheless, try to explain it as best I can. So this PhD candidate, Yoav Akin, did an excavation in the city of David's Givati parking lot, right? In Israel, you find things like this in parking lot. And he discovered that minerals embedded in the chunks of an ancient floor from a house in Jerusalem were heated beyond 932 degrees Fahrenheit, 500 degrees Celsius. And apparently that's consistent, of course, with the idea of the destruction of the city. Now, Yoav Akin is an expert in this emerging science of archaeomagnetism, which is basically another way of dating things by looking at their magnetic field. It's quite fascinating. Apparently, when things burn very intensely, and apparently the floor that he studied was burned at higher than 932 degrees Fahrenheit, 500 degrees Celsius. That kind of locks in the magnetic field of the object at that particular time, which corresponds to whatever the magnetic field of the Earth is at the time. And we should note that the magnetic field of Earth changes with some frequency over large periods of time. So therefore, by taking tools of traditional archaeology, dating this area to the destruction of the first temple of 586, and by looking at the magnetic field, literally, of the bits of floor and dust that's in there, they're able to determine what the Earth's magnetic field looked like 2,600 years ago. Now, this is really exciting to anyone who's fascinated with Jewish history and with archaeology as I am, but it's really important for all of us because apparently the Earth's magnetic field has a tremendous role to play in protecting the Earth's climate from all kinds of sun's radiation. And when the magnetic field declines, apparently that's not a healthy thing for our planet. So by getting a distinct measure of what the magnetic field was like back then, scientists are able to use this as an important data point in trying to figure out how to protect all of us from devastating climatic change that we're experiencing all over the world. I think this is so fascinating. I hope you enjoyed this well, and I hope that you, like I, perceive just the tiny seeds of redemption that can be discovered in the ashes, literally, of the destruction of the first temple. And this, to my mind, if we return for a second to the biblical text, makes me think of the passage in Zechariah, chapter 8, verse 19. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the fast of the 4th month, the fast of the 5th month, the fast of the 7th month, and the fast of the 10th month, that's this month, the 10th days, shall become occasions for joy and gladness, happy festivals for the house of Judah, but you must love honesty and integrity. The words of Zechariah. I hope that for those of you who are fasting, fasting is an easy and meaningful one. Again, thank you very much for watching. this is truly an honor to be speaking to distinguished scholars, particularly in the Asian world. I have long, appreciated the tremendous contributions that your cultures have made to world civilization, and I understand on a personal level my own diet because I am a very devoted fan of service and watching my lectures. I know I look at at least once every 3 or 4 hours. What my goal, the task that Professor Katz has given me is to speak within 20 minutes on Jewish religious practices, which is a task akin to Pharaoh's asking the Jews to make bricks without straw, because it is virtually impossible to say anything meaningful about the tremendous amount of detail involved in Jewish religious practices, but nevertheless, given the illustrious nature of the colleagues with whom I'm speaking today, Professor Bill, I've long admired his work, and also Reverend Greenberg, who wrote some really seminal works that contributed greatly to the particular history of Jewish women. I decided to accept the task. So my goal for today is to try to find something meaningful about this complex set of ideas. I'm going to do it in such a way that I hope will be accessible both to people who have very little familiarity with this practice, and at the same time will be moderately entertaining for those of us in this call, particularly those of us from the Western region of this world. Let me begin first of all with this definition. Here's another reference visually to Pharaoh and the about straw. This is Charlton Heston in his magisterial representation of Moses, the lawgiver, just before he split the Red Sea. So to give us some context as to who are the Jewish people, you have a look at these 3 maps, which are to scale. The Jewish people, of course, owe their spiritual and historical origins to the land of Israel, which is outsized in much of the world media. If we had boundaries of Israel corresponding to the amount of text we see, for example, in the New York Times and the Washington Post, it would be probably the size of at least France. But in reality, it's just 22,000 square kilometers, about the same size as the New York State, the United States state of New Jersey, and about 1/3 the size of Sri Lanka, where most of you are watching this one. The population of Jews in contemporary Israel is about 9.4 million, roughly the same as New Jersey as well, but less than half of the London population are refugees members of the country. In terms of the diaspora, meaning the number of expatriate Jews who have over 2,000 years of exile since the Roman destruction of the last Jewish state in the ancient world until the 20th century, there are about 17 million Jews worldwide, which is about the same number as all the Buddhists in Sri Lanka alone. So we're talking about a very small population, although not as small as the number of Jews in Sri Lanka today, which is about 50, as I heard from one of the Hasidic movements that is active in Sri Lanka today, the Chabad. Now, I cannot resist, since I am the first Western speaker, and I realize that many folks may never have heard this joke. I have to start with this joke, which I think is very illustrative, if not of the reality of Jewish relations, which certainly go back over 1,000 years. Nevertheless, it is representative of the contemporary Western Jewish understanding, flawed as it is, of Buddhism. The connections between Jews and Buddhists, of course, are quite rich, and I would love to have more opportunities to speak about that, but they were especially strengthened in the post-war period in the Americas, where during what we call the Age of Aquarius, 1960s, 1970s, there was this huge surge of popularity of Buddhism, particularly among Jews, and as a result, many explored this from. The joke goes like this. There is a woman who is sitting in Boca Raton, Florida, sitting with her friends playing
say you're going to bed. What are you talking about? It's so far away from you. No, I made up my mind. It's going to bed. She goes to the travel agent. Tragically, David tries to dissuade her. You don't know the language. It's so far away. You don't have enough points. She's not going to bed. She gets on a plane. She lands to bed. She says, I'm going to Lhasa. He said, you know how difficult it is to get this. I'm going up the Holy Mountain. You can't climb the Holy Mountain. I'll get a Sherpa. It doesn't matter. She goes up the Holy Mountain to the temple. She insists on entering the temple. They say, you can't come into the temple. This is a holy day. It's reserved only for Buddhists. She said, it doesn't matter. She bursts into the temple. She said, I want to see the holy man. And they said, no. He said, I've heard the vow of silence for a decade now. You can't listen. She bursts past the guards, goes into the inner sanctum of the temple, and she sees the holy man sitting there in the lotus position. And she says to him, Howard, I'm home already. It's hard to tell on Zoom if you enjoyed that joke or not, but I certainly did. And the notion behind it is that there's such a close relationship in many ways between the ideas of Buddhism and certain ideas of Judaism that it illustrates the affinities that many Jews have for this Eastern modern thought. But let's get to our task at hand. So I've divided my talk into 4 basic points related to Jewish religious practice. The first of which is the idea of mission. Jews, from their earliest texts onward, reinforced daily, weekly, and yearly practice life cycle have a very, very strong sense of mission. It is something that is really ingrained in us from literally the first days of our lives. What is that mission? So just encompassing this is something that we certainly will be of a much longer conference, and I suspect that Professor Burrow may have some very interesting things to say. But I can certainly boil it down to this one statement from one of our early sages from the period of the Mishnah, the great Hillel wrote or spoke, that which is hateful to you, do not do to other people. That is the whole Torah. The rest is commentary. Go ahead, Steph. This pithy, very sophisticated statement is really accurately of all Jewish religious practices. You might wonder, well, what does this have to do with the ritual calendar and the daily activities and prayers and things like that? Well, that's where it gets a little more complicated. Jews traditionally recognize, and here I'm speaking, by the way, there is, of course, a huge spectrum of what believe, but I'm speaking kind of like the traditional, what would today be called Orthodox point of view. There are 613 commandments, not 10 as is mistaken thought. There is a massive number of commandments that survey all aspects of human condition, not just what one does in the synagogue for prayer, but what one does in the boardroom for business meetings, what one does in the bedroom with one's family, what one does at the table, every aspect of life, literally from how you tie your shoes in the morning to how you sleep at night. Every moment of a Jew's life is regulated by this massive body of commandments. This is not to say, however, that the mission is to convince everybody else to do so. One of the basic ideas of Judaism is that this set of commandments is specifically for Jews, for all other human beings who are considered the children of Noah, that is, Noah at the flood. I'm sure you're familiar with that famous biblical story. All other humans, they nearly cover 7 basic commandments, most of which are really quite obvious and understandable, like, for example, set up courts of law, maintain justice, avoid cruelty to animals, other living things, and so on. So the mission is not to convince the rest of the world to be Jewish, which is in contradistinction to other Western faiths. The mission is that Jews should keep these 650 commandments, and by some means of reflection, then they will extend God's will to other humans. How that is expressed, I think, is in one basic function that is holiness, which I simply do not know enough about to understand if there is a similar concept
but we're trying to understand how holiness actually works as a religious practice of Judaism. It is part of a massive nexus of separation. That is, moments and places of focus in which Jews say, what I am doing now, what I am thinking now, is separate and therefore holy. For example, the concept of time is very, very important. For 1 day a week rest, which is called Shabbat, Friday night, Saturday night, this is a rest from any creative or manipulative activity. Religious practices codify 40 distinct types of activity which fall into these boundaries. And what it looks like in real practices, for example, no use of electronic devices, no email, no Twitter. One disconnects from all these things and is forced to engage in human level, local level communication with one's family, one's community, and things like that. No television, no artificial entertainment. It's all about simply connecting with other people. That's how we do experience. Of course, much more to say about this, but that's an idea of separating the term. Unfortunately, at this point in my presentation, that is some disruptive anti-Semitic elements came on and started distracting us with childish. I was able, thankfully, to get back to my presentation, and we've been on time working on the but the rest of the conference, unfortunately, we won't be for today, and we will. But let me just give you a little bit of context and get back to my presentation. It's a very nice group. There are about 50 people on the call, I guess, and there were a few distinguished scholars and Judaism from the West. Professor Alex Brown, and then everybody else, most quite very much, Buddhist monks on the call, and they were wearing saffron robes and one shoulder that covers things like that. Both listening very carefully, if you're really trying to learn something about Judaism, because it's fun kind of fluffy in there, and then all of a sudden some crazy people come in and start to Hitler and start to go to the screen and start showing some pornography that was like sexual space. But it provided two projects. It provided a great learning lesson for our Buddhist colleagues to understand a little bit of the craziness of anti-Semitism. That a bunch of scholars just having a nice conversation about their respective faiths, very respectful, very dignified, and everyone is getting along in a very nice way. And then these crazy people come in with where nonsense. So the second thing, the first thing is they got a lesson about anti-Semitism. The second lesson is that there's this consistent idea of saying this concept that whenever you get together it's also going to be counter reactions. For a moment here, those two are the third thing, by the way, that we've done is definitely don't have these conferences unless you don't have a really solid moderator on top of these. We plan to recreate once we have those programs in place. We're looking forward to hearing Jewish colleagues' presentations, and I'd like to hear what the rest of the biggest scholars have to say. So anyway, we signed on to my presentation, so let's get on back. But this is what we call anti-Semitism, by the way. That's another big part of Jewish reality, and we somehow, learn to deal with it. But we hope that moderators can do it as well. And then, it looks like we've got rid of it. Okay. So we have a few minutes till the next one shows up. Thank you very much for moderating. Family. We are very big into fidelity, which for the most part, involves monogamous relationships, although there is, of course, a biblical period, polygamous relationships as well. This idea of separation is in the sense of separating from the rest of the world sexually and focusing on one's spouse. Also, we actually use the term kedusha, the same word as kodesh, holiness. And we can go on with many religious practices like this, such as, for example, our diets are regulated by a system called kashrut, which allows us only to eat certain foods prepared certain ways. With very minor adaptation, we are able to consume a large variety of Asian foods and diets. And so all of these focusing activities, all of these things which say we can restrict with these things and not others, these things now, not other things now, these are not seen as restrictions. They are seen as opportunities to focus. If I give you a contemporary example, on our computers today, they used to, in the 1990s, 2000s, they used to have automatic reminders. You've got mail, right? Like a little disturbing thing that pops up and says, hey, attend to this extraneous task rather than the work that you're doing. That is important. Now, my computer, what they have is a setting called focus, which allows me to shut off all other distractions. And that's really what most Jewish religious practice is about, whether they're separating from certain times, separating from certain activities, separating from certain activities. These are all designed to focus us on the larger mission. Now, let's move on to the second level. The only way to really appreciate this mission of hers is through study. And this is something for which the Jews have developed a very extensive history and practice. Study in itself, study of the holy text, study of the sayings of our teachers and so on, as in many faiths, is distinctly a religious act. One pronounces a blessing of gratitude to God before beginning study, all kinds of things that are associated specifically with study. What we're looking at, by the way, is a typical men's yeshiva or literally sitting place where the men will sit and typically engage with others. It's not a solitary activity in the study of the holy text. So one cannot really understand this religious practice without understanding how the emphasis on child literacy, on familiarity with the text, is really crucial to fulfilling one's religious practices. The third note of the truth, however, is that while the mission requires study, it is deeply involved with action as well. And in fact, as the sages like to say, that study is not the essential thing, rather action is. This means that we have a dynamic tension with the core religious practices of Judaism between separation, which says, I will not become involved with it, I will retreat from the world, I will not engage in business, I will not engage with others. But on the other hand, action requires actively being involved in various aspects of what we call tikkun olam, or the ancient term used in contemporary senses to reflect this kind of engagement in fixing your society. It's fascinating to me, anyway, that even when Jews become, as they have been over the last couple of centuries, alienated from some of the religious practices, such as the observance of Shabbat, Jews historically still remain very connected to this aspect of it, the idea of a role to act as a light to the nations and to act as some kind of moral conscience for the world as Jews would see them. There is, I will remind you, no meaningful distinction in Judaism between the imperatives of ritual conduct and any business conduct, or even governmental conduct. Any activity one has to do is regulated by this massive body of thought that dictates how one should behave in any situation. So action clearly impacts all of our religious practices. Something as simple as, how one returns a lost object to its owner, to
to how one dresses, to how one speaks to people, speaks is very, very important to us. All of these things are found within the tradition and are field study. Finally, the last thing that I can say, speaking of broad generalities of religious practice, is that Judaism believes very deeply in a redemptive model of history. This image that we're looking at right now is a famous 13th century copy of a prayer book called the Haggadah, which is used on the holiday of Passover. And it recounts, of course, the exodus of the Jews from Egypt, which is not only a very important religious practice, but by enshrining it into the yearly calendar of specific religious aspect of study, parents are required to teach this to their children, and specifically it enforces the idea that there is an art to history that begins with redemption and ends with eventual redemption. The divine influence of history, the Jewish understanding of God is a being that is directly, physically involved in history, specifically intervenes in history rather than like the more deist-model watching away from history, allowing it to protect oneself. God is invested in history, and this is reminded in their liturgy, their practices, day in, day out, and especially, for example, on the holiday of Passover. The sees the reminiscence of history and the conveying of lessons of historical events as understood by the tradition as a deeply important aspect of the practice. And of course, it ends with the notion of a final redemption, the arrival of the Messiah, which is a major distinguishing concept between Judaism and our daughter religion, Christianity, which believes that Messiah has already arrived and will come a second time. Historically, not believe that the Messiah has already arrived. He is still anticipating that future. This is something that